probably pack my bags. You're like a computer crash, baby. I was wrong, so she left me. Now I'm down on my left knee, but I'm gone.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again. You can't get rid of me this weekend. And I am not alone. I am joined by Gator himself. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks so much for that wonderful introduction, Spooks. I am so ready, so excited for this final day of the week, for this Sunday, and for the great matches of Rocket League that we have ahead in these elite playoffs for RSC10. It is going to be such a great day. I can already feel it. And look at that bracket. I mean, it is stacked from top to bottom, and it's surely going to produce some bangers. I know that already.
Of course it's going to produce some bangers. We're playing before the elites. We are here at the next level, the higher tiers. I expect some good plays come out from these people. And I will ask you the tough question, Gator. Any matches you are looking forward to?
Oof. That's a complicated question, I have to say. I haven't been following RSC as closely throughout the season, so I wouldn't be able to tell you if there's any specific match to look forward to. I know I casted a couple of games yesterday, and I believe it was the losers semifinal between Nightfall and Sentinels. Very, very interesting. Nightfall, by the way, ended up winning the entire thing. It was denying the reverse sweep. It was amazing. So yeah, I'm looking forward to those losers bracket games because the tension, I feel like, is much more intense. But starting here in the upper bracket, Blizzard against Fearless Bravo, 1 against 2.
Of course, once again, that's what you like to see, the higher seeds playing one another. And, I mean, looking at the stats, we always look at this. There's always one thing I talk about, demos. And look at that, Gator. One team has 207 and one has 144. And right there, you can see who my vote goes for in this case.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite an impressive display of physical play. You've also got to see the number of goals, though. I feel like Blizzard, we're looking at a very much superior team, at least statistically here. You look at those 203 goals, that is almost over 50 goals from the ones that Fearless Bravo are showing us. Goals against, only 3 more goals. They have only conceded 3 more goals than Fearless Bravo, and they have 17 more saves. So that makes me think Blizzard, they're going to be a very aggressive team that can also close it down when necessary on the defense, and that can be a very dangerous situation. Now, looking at the lineups in here, we see Evoke, Rapids, Connor, and Tenebra Luna for the side of Blizzard. Quite obvious who the 3 starters are. And then Dem, Bastion, Jack, and Pesky Bird on the side of Fearless Bravo. Spooks, anything that stands out to you?
Well, you say it's very obvious who the starting lineup is for Blizzard. It isn't that obvious, because Tena is playing tonight. He's the substitute, but he's playing with Evoke and Rapid, so it's gonna be interesting to see how well they do. I do want to point you out to one funny little statistic. 100% win rate for Tena. Yes, he's only played 4 games, but he hasn't lost any.
Exactly. They're gonna want to keep that stat going. You know, it starts as a funny little thing. You know, okay, 4 games, sample size is not that big, but then you start winning, and you have that extra motivation. You know, to keep that record going because it's not something you usually see, and it's certainly something to be proud of. And also, seeing as Connor and Jack are the only players in the entire lobby that have more than 1 goal per game over the course of the season, and one of them on the side of Blizzard is not gonna be playing. So do you expect Blizzard to maybe struggle a little bit more than they would usually, or is that #1 seed gonna weigh heavy? Spooks, give me your predictions for this series.
The thing is, I already told Tena I'm friends with him. I'm not gonna predict for you because I'm gonna go fully against him. So I think Fearless Bravo is gonna win here. But Tena is a good player. He knows what's up, and I think if Blizzard can get themselves a bit readied up, a bit well playing together, just warmed up, fully ready to go, they could generally do some damage. But it is gonna be a tough opponent, of course. We're gonna get ready. It's Fearless Bravo in orange, and it's Blizzard in blue.
Well, the stream is going to see Fearless Bravo as pink, or as someone told me in the B stream yesterday, it's not pink, it's red. I still maintain that in-game it looks pink. On the broadcast, okay, I'll give it to you, it looks a bit darker. But speaking of darker, it's not looking too bright for Blizzard. Pesky Bird already with the first one. Beautiful infield pass you see there from Dem, and then Pesky Bird just gotta tap it in. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, early goal, early lead for Fearless Bravo.
I'm holding back from roasting Tena right there, but there is a whiff coming out from him. I will say this though, if any game is gonna go to Fearless Bravo, it's gonna be game 1 where they're probably just a stronger team, they're more ready team, as this is a beautiful setup from Pesky Bird. Sadly enough, no teammate ready to get that goal on target. Tena now from a pass all the way forward, but it is in the hands of Fearless Bravo and some good control coming out. Hit up high, beautiful pass. Pesky Bird is up once again, going for the 50, but Tena right in place, blocking him off. A good bit of defense coming out. Maybe the first goal was just a bit of nerves, getting ready, getting warmed up, because they do get some shots on target now.
Oh, unfortunate right there. 410-8, just as you say that they were getting some shots on target. Caster's Curse is inevitable. In this case, not really a whiff, but rather a lack of boost. You could see it there. Tank was pretty much empty, just impossible to reach that ball. And suddenly, inside the first minute with 6 seconds to go, it is 2 goals for Fearless Bravo, and it makes you think, are Blizzard really prepared to play with a sub, or is that going to hurt them so much that Fearless Bravo are just going to have an easy game? Because right now, Fearless Bravo, yes, they were boxed in their own half for a little bit, but they have been playing very comfortably, and look at that, they're making the infield passes. Their offense is just a perfectly oiled machine. They're doing whatever they want.
It is scary to look at, and I'm looking mostly at the control that they are just showing from themselves. A lot of times when you get to the higher ranks and you're thinking of 1700, 1800, one thing that gets a bit underdeveloped and you start noticing at those moments is control. Being able to control the ball, being able to control the speed of the game. It is something that Fearless Bravo right now is doing perfectly. Just full control. They're never really awkward, they're never really out of position. They're always ready to challenge and force something out of the enemy, but with a bit of a mistake coming out right there, this could be an option for an early goal coming out from Blizzard, but sadly enough, the hype dies down as no goal happens.
Oh, but that was a good demo. That was a good look from Blizzard. Even though it didn't culminate, it was a bit of a mistake right there from Dem putting that ball sort of as an infield pass from the corner, though it was to the wrong team. And then the demo comes through. That's a very, very high coordination play, and the fact that it could have very well been a goal if not for Dem's momentum that allowed him to make that save. It is a good look for Blizzard, much better than what we were seeing in the starting comp passes of this game. Now the thing is, we are already more than halfway through. Is it a bit too late for Blizzard to start a comeback? Because Fearless Bravo, yes, they're getting a bit more boxed into their own half, but they're not budging.
We're not budging, but it's never easy to call things out right away. Anything can happen. That's the beautiful thing with Rocket League. Anything can happen at any moment, so you can never be fully safe. Unless, of course, you're leading with like a 6-0 scoreline. Or if you're doing those types of things. Okay, JV. That is a beautiful setup into the middle. Sadly enough, his flip reset attempt does not go in. But truly, Fearless Bravo is really ready. Truly, they are fearless in this matchup so far, but they can't be cocky. They need to be ready. They need to be confident, but not overconfident. It is always the hard thing to learn and do. I need to stop speaking, I think, Gator. I need to stop speaking, I think, Gator, because every time I speak and I'm about to hand it off to you, this happens.
It just happens, you know. It's just a little thing. Pesky Bird, I'm gonna score that. Bit of an unfortunate situation right there. I could not take a good look at the boost meters, but that backflip without any other reaction and just standing still in there leads me to thinking that it was nothing really that the defense could do in there. And so 3-0 for Fearless Bravo, quite a solid lead going into the last minute of gameplay, 60 seconds remaining. Now there we have the announcer and the double tap attempt from JW. That was a very, very good look. Already the second kind of hyper mechanical play, if you will, at least more than you would usually see, that we've seen here in game number 1. And Fearless Bravo, you said it's always early to call stuff, but with less than 40 seconds to go and a 3-0 lead, you've got to score a goal every more or less 10 seconds if you're a Blizzard, and that is not an easy task.
Winnable. Winnable, easy.
Okay.
No, it's a hard task to make. It is a good start to get those passing plays going though, but it needs to be on target, and that has been a bit of a problem point for Blizzard. Their shots just haven't been able to go on target as strongly, and it just really feeds into the fact that Fearless Bravo is just the stronger team at this moment in time. They are just controlling this game. Maybe a goal does happen, but JW doesn't allow it. Simple as that. Keep it out. Keep it on a 0. I think a 3-0 scoreline pretty much sums up this game. Not much happens, just 3 mistakes being punished right away.
Yeah, 3 very unfortunate goals if you are a Blizzard fan. Of course, if you're Fearless Bravo, you'll be delighted to see it. 1-0 up already in this best of 5. Win 3 games, you go on to the upper bracket finals. You lose, you go down to the lower brackets. So Fearless Bravo, as you said, they got those 3 goals, but it was pretty even all across the board. It was just that they were able to punish those mistakes from Blizzard. So now going into Game 2, Spooks, what do you want to see in terms of change for Blizzard? Because obviously they need to change something. If they keep playing like they're playing right now, they're not going to win. So what do you want to see from them in order to win game number 2 and bring the equalizer to the board?
Hitting a ball is a good start, quite honestly. It's sad enough.
Okay.
It's hard. It's mean to say. I know it's mean to say, but it is something to take note of. That's the misses they made were just being punished. Simple as that. And you can't have that at this level of gameplay. You need to be hitting those shots. Need to be hitting those balls. So, to be quite frank, that is something you need to fix. I will say this though. I am legally obliged to say that Tena has 11 hours in the last 2 weeks. He forced me to say that, and as we are missing a player. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely, Gator?
Well, you were speaking about Tena. We see them inactive here in the lobby. I don't know what the protocol is for these situations. We're gonna take a bit of a look into that one. I would expect. But I mean, can I really talk about a good start for Fearless Bravo in that one when they had such an advantage going on for them? Is it really fair to Blizzard to say that?
I mean, we're gonna get the lobby restarted. I think that's the only logical thing to do. Everyone can leave. It is a simple restart. It's the only fair thing to happen. There was no player before the match even started. Not much you can do about that if there's a player lacking right there. This sad enough, it happens. It happens. We accept it. We take it on. We move on. We forget about it. Moving on to game 2. I'm gonna ask you the question you asked me, Gator. What do we need to see different from Blizzard to see them winning here?
I think I'm going to say what I said before. Those coordinated plays that they were making at some point, those infield passes, they look good, and it's got to be the demo plays. You pointed them out before. Almost 60, I think it was 63 more demos than their opponents over the course of the season. We saw that one play that could have very well resulted in a goal. In the end, it didn't. So if they go for those demos, for those bump plays, for those coordinated plays, it's going to be so much easier for them to score. They could get a kickoff goal like Fearless Bravo. Oh my god, they almost did right there. But fortunately for Blizzard, it's not going to go in. And that's also another thing that I need to see from them. They need to hold on for at least a minute or a minute and a half without conceding. Because if once again they concede inside the first 20 seconds, it's going to become so much harder for them. Look at that JW. Beautiful play right there. Gets it past one, gets it past the goalie, puts already Fearless Bravo at an advantage. And now you've got to row back from behind if you're Blizzard. Not a good look.
I'm just happy that this is happening to someone else and not just me. That there is someone else who gets bullied by the caster curse. I'm really glad for this, skater. Thank you for that. But it's not a good look for Blizzard. It really isn't. As this ball does go into the middle, it's quite a good setup. There needs to be someone to keep this pressure going, keep it up for 10, and now it's a quick shot into the corner. Awkward position coming out from Fearless Bravo. First time I see them not full in control, and this could be the setup that you're looking for if you are Blizzard, but you need to punish right now. You need to go quick and fast, get something going, because, oh, Dem is already in control once again. And you see it, the counter offense almost happens instantaneously. The second you give freedom to Fearless Bravo, they're just going back into your half.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so even across the board, especially, look at that, the double commit on the defense from Blizzard. And because it's so even across the board, and Fearless Bravo have that lead off of, once again, the Blizzard mistake. If you just keep playing like that, it's going to be a stalemate. No one's going to come out on top. And at the end of the day, it's Fearless Bravo that are going to come out on top. And if you let them win this game number 2, they're going to go on to series point. And reverse sweeps are so hard to get. Look at that good shot from 10A. Good look from Blizzard right here. They are maintaining that offensive pressure. But they've got to be careful because all it takes is a demo for the defensive rotation to crumble, for the pass to go up, and for JW to just bang it home. Beautiful redirect. The pre-jump on the pass from Pesky Bird from downtown. You just love to see it if you're a Fearless Bravo fan.
I love my challengers, my prospects. They made for some great fun, but it does feel good to see those types of passing plays going in and people just being comfortable with those mechanics. It is lovely to see as Dem9 trying to continue this offensive pressure, trying to make sure that Blizzard can't get out, but this may be an opening for Rapid if he's quick enough, gets it onto the backboard. There needs to be a second man, but no one is ready for it. No one there to finish off the shot, meaning that they're stuck. Back to the drawing board you go. You have to try once again. JV Cinema, awkward position, but still gets it past one. 0 boost in the tank, but no one getting a good old touch. Pesky Bird can't get it either. It means that this ball, even though it's cleared, still in the hands of Fearless Bravo.
Yeah, and Blizzard, time is starting to run low for them, but it feels like we've been playing for so much longer. When you look at that clock, we barely crossed into our second half of our game. Look at that, the demo on the backline from Dem is going to open up so much space for Fearless Bravo, but Blizzard, they hold on strong on the defense. Their defense is solid, their offense is solid, their fundamentals are solid, their mechanics are as solid as they can be. It's just they're making more mistakes than Fearless Bravo, and when no one makes mistakes, it just takes one for you to lose. Look at that, Rapids forced to make that save on the goal line. A bit less boost in the tank, and that save doesn't come through, and that's Fearless Bravo with a third in their count. Same scoreline would have been as game number 1, and it's starting to look like a 2-0 for Fearless Bravo with a bit more than 90 seconds to go.
Still no offensive pressure coming out really from Blizzard. Now is a chance for Evoke. He puts it to the side, but there's no one there to finish it off. Then it's just a bit too slow. A good shot coming out from Rapids, but still saved and blocked by JW Cinema. The ball just stuck in the midfield line. Now you need someone to be quick. Tena is the quickest one there. Let's get a good 50 going. JW Cinema has to be careful there with the control touches, but he just does it. It's simple as that. He just takes the control, takes whatever he needs, and then pushes all alone up fourth. And now you see it again. The ball is stuck in the blue half. All because of one man, JW Cinema. Just easy for him.
Yeah, exactly. And time keeps ticking, and with every second that passes, it becomes increasingly difficult for Blizzard to get anything going. 40 seconds means a goal every 20, and that defense is locked down. We see Dam into the corner, and then the backup from Pesky Bird, and then the backup from JW. And when one player is gone on the defense, there is another one that pops up for Fearless Bravo. And in the offense for Blizzard, it is never the case. There's never anyone for that follow-up, or at least there aren't that many people there to follow up. And look at that, the carry from JW. How do you stop that? The answer is you don't.
You clearly don't, as we see a 2-0 score going in favor of Fearless Bravo once again. And just like this game score, this series score is also a 2-0 in favor of Fearless Bravo. They are just simply playing on top. Clean gameplay, clean rotations. I think I only said it once where it looks like Fearless Bravo was out of control. Just once. That is insane for a team like this. And that is, again, like you've said it before, no discredit to Blizzard. They aren't playing horribly. They are playing quite solidified, actually. It is just you're playing against a Fearless Bravo who is here just ready to go, ready to fire their engines, ready to win it all. And they're looking like they can do it.
Absolutely, I couldn't have said it better myself. They're looking like a championship caliber team here in the RSC Elite Playoffs. They're looking solid against the number 1 seed. They were a number 2 seed themselves. They won their first game convincingly, and now they just progress through the upper bracket, and one more game and the winners finals will be theirs. Now, Spooks, this is a very interesting point in this series, because this is usually a turning point. You know, if a reverse sweep is going to happen, it's going to happen here. It's going to start here. Because if Fearless Bravo win, they're just gonna push through and go on to the upper finals against the winners of Arrows versus Temple that is being streamed right now in the B stream. Go check that out if you want, or stay here with us. It's looking like a very, very interesting game. Because the thing is, I always say it, you can never count the number 1 seed out. They're the number 1 seed for a reason. But I feel like an exception has to be made here. Playing with a sub, no disrespect to Tena, but it's clearly not working as well for them. You don't get a number 1 seed playing like this. You could see, I believe it was Connor, that was absent from Blizzard, and it is costing them hard. But still, the opportunity is there. The opportunities are there. Evoke, Rapids, and Tana, they are all very good players, all 3. And look at that!
Mistake?
They've got there first.
All it took, Gator, is a small mistake coming out from them 9. And it is a goal. Ah, that is beautiful. I think that's just nice to see for Blizzard. But now we could see something happening where Fearless Bravo takes control during the entire game, but can't get that goal. I could very well see this happening in that manner, where just you get the shots, but we've seen it before. Blizzard's defense is quite good. It's hard to get past.
Exactly. It is very, very solid. And now with the first one on the board, trying to go for another one. Is Vogue going to get it? No, pinches onto the net. Tana almost getting that one. And like you said, Blizzard defense is holding on strong, and it's going to be hard to break it. A double tap attempt. What is going on in there? A few unfortunate touches, and we saw it now for the first time from Fearless Bravo. A mistake that's going to cost them hard. And it's only the mistakes that are going to give them the win in this series. Either that or a beautiful mechanical play like we saw earlier from Jack that redirects in game number 2. But mostly, it's been the mistakes. So, if Blizzard are able to lock it down now, they have a very, very good look going forward in the series.
Then hitting it to the side, looking for some of that control. Evoke is helping him out quite good, but loses it right there. Not what you would like to see, but an opening does present itself. Then hitting it onto the backboard. It could be a good ball, but Dem9 saw it coming, had the control, had the patience to get the ball back in control. Good pass to Pesky Bird, but the shot too weak and was not on target anyway. Means that Evoke once again has the control. Tenna now. Big moving clear coming out, maybe what you needed. Dem9 getting a bit disrupted. I like to see them going for the bumps, but the double commits is not what you like to see. It's not what you need at these moments in time. Tenna now to the side once again. Dem9. I've been calling out his name quite often right now, I feel like. Dem9 does seem to be a bit of that defensive hole for Fearless Bravo. But how long can you hold on?
Oh, absolutely. Absolute stalwart. The defense, we've seen them do it all. Saves, goals, they clearly have been. I don't want to say the MVP for Fearless Bravo, because that honor could very well go to JW, but clearly the defensive MVP, no question about that. The thing is, as you said, how long can you hold on? And I feel like that question goes for both sides, because Blizzard have been holding on strong, and Fearless Bravo have as well. And look at that great 50 from Evoke. It's going to open up so many more things. And if Blizzard managed to get that offense going once again, it doesn't really matter if they spend a few seconds in their own half. It doesn't even matter if they're there permanently. As long as they manage to hold on strong, it's gonna work in their favor. Because as we said in the previous game, it doesn't feel like anyone is winning. It is once again a stalemate. It's all the same across the board. Except it isn't. Blizzard is winning 1-0.
It is a welcome change to watch right now, but they still are not safe just yet. Tenna now has to be patient, careful, and he does that exact thing, but still a good 50 coming out to Pesky Bird, but not a good enough. JW hits it to the side, looking for the control, and you see that the one thing I complimented Fearless Bravo on so much at the start in the first two games, they're losing it a bit right now. They're getting challenged earlier by Blizzard. They can't really get those control touches that they probably would have liked, because the 50s come through non-stop. Right there, a small whiff coming out from Dem9. Has to be careful now for the entirety of Fearless Bravo. Only a minute left and you need to get a goal as quick as possible. You don't want to let this go all the way to the last couple of seconds. JW Cinema heading into the side once again, dropping straight down. It's a good pass, but once again, Evoke in its path, getting the 50s that he needs.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, yes, time is running low, but there is nothing ever guaranteed here in our game in Rocket League, especially if the difference is only 1 and the clock is still ticking. Even if it reaches 0 seconds, there is still a chance, and that's what makes it so beautiful. But look at that, the drop down Tenna almost gets it in. Now Rapids is going to have to try to punt that one in. No need to rush, they gotta hold strong on defense now. One last attack for Fearless Bravo. If they get a goal, they're going to force overtime. There was a demo right there. Rapids taken off the field, but control in the hands of Dem. Is that ball going to drop? JW has that ball. Evoke, though, with the save into the corner. Still up the ball, but goes into the pink half. That's not what you want to see. Dem cranks it up a little bit. JW onto the side. Who's going to reach that ball? Pesky Bird had it, but now Dem is not going to be able to reach it. And Blizzard bring one back. Still trailing in the series, but that was one good game from them.
It is the startup of a potential reverse sweep. It is what Blizzard really needed. And it all came down, let me take you back to the start of this game, all came down to one tiny mistake. One singular defensive mishap. That is all it took for Blizzard to take the victory here. That is how close these two teams are. Even with the substitute, Blizzard is still incredibly close to Fearless Bravo, and that should tell you something, that this is still a team to be feared. If they make the reverse sweep or not, that does not matter. Even if they drop down, you cannot underestimate them.
Exactly. And no matter if they have to make that lower bracket run, it's still going to be a team to take into consideration. And as well, you were mentioning, it's still a team to be feared. And it always comes back to what we were talking about before. They are playing well. It's just a tiny little mistakes, and they made barely any mistakes, if any mistakes at all, in that game number 3. Whereas Fearless Bravo, they made just one, but that one was more than enough. and Blizzard for the first time was there to punish it. They were there to deny that that position that Fearless Bravo had been in, holding so strong on the defense. Their first goal of the series, and it was good to win a game. So now it remains to be seen what they can do from here on out, because it's still series point for Fearless Bravo. If they win this, they progress into the upper bracket finals. And Blizzard, they're not going to go home just yet. They're going to go onto the lower bracket.
Indeed they are, but it's not done just yet. History has not been written so far. And these two teams still have the pencils in their hands, ready to write what they would want to write. A victory to their team's name as Dem9 hits the ball away, but Rapids blocking it off, getting it stuck in the red half, as some would say. Some would say pink, but it doesn't matter for these two teams. All they know, it's an enemy that you have to score against. Evoke with a beautiful pass, all the way to Rapids from the crossbar down into the net.
Oh, I was scared for Blizzard and for Rapids for a second right there, because it seemed like that shot had been missed and it was going out. And that was the first goal that we have seen from Blizzard that was not coming from a Fearless Bravo mistake. Of course! Oh, the legendary kickoff 50 rebound goal. JW doesn't get it right, and there's no one back on defense. And that is more goals for Blizzard in Game 4 than they scored in Games 1, 2, and 3 combined. It's a good lead from them, exactly what we saw from the side of Fearless Bravo in Game number 1.
Yeah, and Fearless Bravo, are their nerves getting to them? Is the idea of, hey, we could potentially get into that upper finals already, maybe it gets to them, knowing that, yeah, we can ruin it if their first sweep happens here, but never mind. Pesky Bird setting up JW, and it's a beautiful setup and a beautiful goal. Exactly the response that they needed.
I was thinking about that, you said it there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And we mentioned it before as well. There's got to be someone there for the follow-up when a 50 comes through, like that one from Pesky Birds. It is JW that is going to be there for the goal. And that is what has allowed Fearless Bravo to be in this position of power where they are, yes, trailing here in game number 4, but they are leading the series. Now that's a good one from Rapids. There is a loose ball in the middle of the field, and the hat trick is going to go there for them. Great pass from Evoke as well, completely breaks the rotation. And now we're starting to see more of what we expected, that high level of gameplay. It is not so much so about the mistakes, but about these teams revving up and starting to play like the masters of the game, like the elites they are. This is some beautiful Rocket League that we are starting to witness, Spooks.
Definitely, especially Rapid seems to have warmed up completely. He is playing so well, especially his shooting ability fully coming to shine, but I have to give credit to Evoke. The passing ability, the saving ability, he's looking good. He seems warmed up. Is this the Blizzard that we're finally gonna see that has been winning a lot of things during this season? They looked like one of the best. They looked like maybe the best. And now with a substitute warmed up, ready to go, they could actually do it once again. This ball goes into the middle. It's Dem9 with the control, with the patience. Can he get it to a teammate? He needs JW. He goes for a bump. It's a good setup, but no shot on target. Eventually, Pesky Birds gets saved, and this could be a good goal. Evoke with the shot on target. The beautiful fake as well. Such a wonderful team play.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. You see Tenna, from the moment that counterattack starts, is already back on nets harassing Pesky Bird, and then the fake from Rapids to leave it for Evoke. People were talking in chat about the Evoke fake in the previous goal. In this case, it was Rapids. Absolutely fantastic response, sorry. Blizzard, with 4 goals on this game, they have absolutely shattered their records from the previous games. And look at that, the save from Rapids as well. Is there anything this player can't do? There is the flick as well. Will that result in a goal? The bump also comes through. And now Evoke is just going to put it in. Blizzard absolutely cruising. And I believe with 5 goals, they have tied Fearless Bravo's record for goals in the previous 3 games as well. They're just dominating in Game 5.
I'm looking at this, and the worst part that probably scares me is that Tena hasn't had to do much. Tena has been quite quiet this game. He's just been a bit silent, bit just getting a couple of bumps here and there, being a bit annoyed, but not really being active on top of the ball. The fact that he can do that and this team is still being this strong right now, it is scary. On the same end, Fearless Bravo, where has the controlled, patient, relaxed team gone to? They are challenging when they should not be challenging, and it's leading to moments like these where Evoke says thank you very much, there is no defender.
Yeah, and that is another hot trick for the side of Blizzard. Now it's going to go to Evoke. 3 for Evoke, 3 for Rapid, the 2 main starters you can see there. Evoke AF, Rapid's AF, and then Tena coming in. But it's starting to be Tena AF, because as they're saying in chat, yes, maybe they are the substitute, but really, they are starting to perform at a much higher level than maybe their stats let through, and the fact that they are a sub let through. Now, good attempts here from Fearless Bravo, but great 50 on the defense once again from Tena. And while they're not having that much offensive presence, they're letting that for Evoke and Rapids. They are locking it down on the defense, and they're getting hot at just the right moment. And with a minute to go, it has to be 1 goal every 10 seconds. More or less, for Fearless Bravo if they want to win or force overtime. And let me tell you, I don't think that's happening.
I don't think that's happening either, but speaking of stats, Gator, I'm gonna take you back to another stat, an important stat. Tena has never lost in RSC this season.
Yes.
He has yet to lose, and we may be seeing a bit of a continuing of that statistic if they are able to get the reverse sweep going. Because let me remind you, they have won 2 games in a row right now. They are for that reverse sweep status. If they can win the next one, Tena will still not have lost a single series.
You know you just jinxed it, right? You don't talk about those kind of things when they are about to happen. We're not gonna talk more about that for Tena's sake and for Blizzard's sake.
Yes, we are.
Okay. We're going to talk about the fact that they won game number 4, and it was a very convincing performance. 6-1. Look at that. 700 plus points from both Evoke and Rapids. Tena at 240 has almost more points than everyone from the side of Fearless, aside from their goal scorer. Absolute dominant show right there from Blizzard. They're certainly looking like a reverse sweep caliber team. Now the thing is, going into Champions Field, they've won 2. They've clearly got the momentum. But yesterday, not that long ago, I saw a reverse sweep get denied as well from the team that won the first 2 games. That was looking like the superior version. And let me tell you, that team ended up winning the entire thing. So into Champions Field, Spooks, I have to ask you, genuinely, forgetting about Tena, forgetting about everything else, just based on what we were seeing here on the field, who's taking this home? Who's going on to the next round in the upper bracket?
Well, momentum is in favor of Blizzard, but there's one thing that is common knowledge among the RCS casters. Game 5 or Game 7s, momentum goes out of the window. It does not matter who has the momentum, who comes in with whatever they want. All that matters is this Game 5. But I will give it to Blizzard. They have been looking good. They actually are looking like a solidified team right now. But it depends. In my opinion, it depends on who will crack down first, who will make the first mistake. And I'm gonna ask you the same. How wonderful isn't that I can do that? Who do you see winning this?
It's a very hard question, especially with Fearless Bravo almost scoring right there. And as you said it, I always mention it, in Games 5, Game 7, Champions Field in general, it's just everything, not just momentum goes out the window, but seedings, records, everything is forgotten about. And look at that, what a save from Rapids. That is exactly what I am talking about. You can't expect anything, because Champions Field is known for something, and it is expectations being broken. Speaking of broken, Rapids got demo right there, so the offensive play gonna be stopped for Blizzard. Finally, I gotta answer your question. Who do I think is going to win? I just gotta go with Blizzard. I think they've been looking too good over these past 2 games. And yes, while momentum doesn't matter in Champions Field, the mental fortitude I feel like is still going to be there. And they're just gonna prove too strong ultimately for Fearless Bravo. That being said, I do think this game will very probably go into overtime.
How wonderful would that be? Game 5 overtime. Well, the only thing that will show us that is time. We have to wait for that one, Gator. We just have to wait here, sit patiently. But Tena is not ready to wait with a beautiful pass to Evoke. It is Blizzard starting us up here in Game 5.
Oh, beautiful right there from Tena. Could have easily been a goal. This is what we were talking about earlier. You've got to be there for the follow-up. Blizzard, they weren't doing that on games number 1 or number 2. But in 3 and 4, they didn't need it, really. We saw it from side of Fearless Bravo more than Blizzard. But still, when push came to shove, they were there. There was a player following up. That was Evoke on the pass from Tena, and now they find themselves with the lead as we are going to cross in about 10-ish seconds into the second half of our game number 5. And I mean, you can see it right there. Fearless Bravo, yes, they have found new strengths. Champions Field always brings out the best in teams, but I feel like Blizzard are playing better. They're being the superior team right now, and look at that. There's the infield pass, but there's no one there to follow up from Fearless Bravo, and the infield pass almost works, and the same play for Blizzard. So we're going to need some magic from this pink side of Fearless Bravo if they want to truly send this into overtime, if they want to have any shot at this game number 5.
It's going to be hard, it's going to be tough, but of course, everything is in Rocket League. It's never easy. You can never have the easy routes, because there are none. Now Fearless Bravo has to show why they are such a strong team, why they won game 1 and 2 like that, in that manner. And this could be the opener, but they still haven't found the net, still can't find the shots on target. It's AW Cinema back into the middle. The shot is there, but so is the save. 8 away with a bit of help of the crossbar. Dem9 once again into the middle. The post denying them this time. This one surely goes on in. JW Cinema opens it up for Fearless Bravo. Saves them in a manner right here.
Yeah, and it is really, really good for Fearless Bravo that they scored that one. Not only because it brings them to even footing with a minute and a half to go, but also because they missed a very clear open net, and then when they had a good shot, they got denied by Rapids. But look at that, they were able to finally score, and now they've scored 2 back-to-back goals. Great flick from JW over Tena, and then Evoke is just not there. So now Blizzard having to row back from behind. Very, very interesting situation that they find themselves in, because they were leading, but in a matter of 10 seconds, Fearless Bravo are now looking like they're primed to win this game number 5.
Blizzard has yet to be able to come back after going down. It's gonna be hard to break that curse, so to say. But Evoke trying his best with the pass into the middle. Rapids taking it easy, taking it slow. And that is what Fearless Bravo wants to do. Just have a bit of patience, have a bit of relaxation, but you have to be careful. 10 of a quick shot. Ooh. Saved on time by Dem9, but you cannot leave your net open like that. You should know that by now. You should have figured that out. Rapids now into the air. Good second touch over 1, but can it go down? It goes straight on down. That's a beautiful touch by Pesky Bird. Stana keeping the pressure going, keeping it flowing as Evoke once again trying his best, but you have to be careful. Tena once again, but he needs some help.
And into the final 30 seconds we go. The announcer is there. We know that legendary announcer from Champions Field, always keeping us on our toes, and Blizzard trying to get out of their own half. Time is ticking down. 20 seconds now, counting down remaining. Good attack opportunity here from Blizzard. Into the corner it goes. Pesky Birds. 50 goes into the midfield, but found by Dem. And now the attack from Fearless Bravo. Could this be it? It's gonna have to be a counter-attack from Blizzard, and we have not seen them do this before. They had the opportunity right there. Boost is low. Evoke is gonna have to pinch it. JW Cinema, surely that is down. And there it is. Once again, reverse sweep denied. Fearless Bravo come out on top in Champions Field, coming back from behind when it mattered. 1-2, they persevere off of the back of this man, Jack JW Cinema. Call him whatever you want. That was an Oscar-worthy performance, and that was an MVP-worthy performance that puts them into the upper final of these RSC rival playoffs.
It is what was needed of them, and you said it yesterday. It happened as well. We saw the reverse sweep being blocked. Here we see it once again happening, but it must be a bit painful for Blizzard. They played so well. They did very, very good, but it's just not enough. In the end, Fearless Bravo, they've refigured out how to stay patient, how to stay relaxed. And, well, it's up to them to do the same in the upper finals. Any last ideas, any last words of this series, Gator?
Blizzard are looking good. To whoever team, I believe it was Mega Man Colt, that's gonna play them in the lower bracket, be careful. Because they're down, but they're not out. And they almost got that reverse sweep, and that is going to fuel them. That's going to be fuel in their minds, in their backs, in their cars. That's going to propel them forward. I definitely expect them to make somewhat of a deep run. Now they're going to be, as we said, in that lower quarterfinal. I expect them to go at least until the lower final, barring some absurd coincidence of the universe that just, I don't know, pits two teams that were supposed to be in the upper bracket in the lower bracket because of some crazy upset. But I believe Blizzard has shown the capability of being a team that deserves to be in the upper bracket, and that they're going to make that run through the lower bracket. I don't think we're going to be following them, but yeah, Spooks, tell me, what do we have up next?
Well, what we have up next is a short break, so don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
I'll take these strings, I'll throw them out, but forget they're on my shoes. The laces on my shoes. The laces on my shoes. Call my phone, I decline. Your messages don't reply, girl. We try, we fight, it never ends. I know I'm right, so no amends. And I want you to be okay, but I don't wanna stay. And you know it's the end, I don't want it to hurt, but I want you to know that I wish we would have never met. I try to run, but there's always a dot on my head. I'll take these strings, I'll throw them out, but forget they're on my shoes. The laces on my shoes. The laces on my shoes. The laces on my shoes. Out of eyes tryna put me on a t-shirt. Shorty want me so bad, do your knees hurt? Yeah, I'm counting paper guap in my beamer, yeah. Choice. If you want one, then you coming with a paper. I ain't texting shorty back, see you later. Yeah, you catch me on that gas, I'm a racer, yeah. Lil' shawty, always out of molly, you ain't really gotta talk, so like why you tryna stop me, yeah? Hey, nobody finna come and body me, I know what you want, but you ain't gonna come top me, what? Yeah, I gotta check, I'm finna cop Balenciagas. Yeah, I'm living with no stress, I don't gotta carry choppers. Cover Corvette, now I'm riding with your daughter. Gucci camo vest, quit applying, I'ma stop you. Yeah, I've been riding with a gang, I've been shut up with a thing, I've been rolling with the same shawty. Ay, I ain't capping every lane, ain't nobody stop my game, shawty wanna make it rain with me. Yes, out of eyes tryna put me on a t-shirt. Shorty want me so bad, do your knees hurt? Yeah, I'm counting paper guap in my beamer, yeah. Choice. If you want one, then you coming with a paper. I ain't texting shawty back, see you later. Yeah, you catch me on that gas, I'm a racer, yeah.
Aye, we had some pride, put it aside, cutting the pie, with all the guys, made mistakes and then I made up my mind, what I decide, I gotta grind, I gotta grind, I gotta grind, I gotta grind, all of the time, 24/7, 365, gotta get mine, stay on my grind, aye. Look, it's business, ain't personal. Yeah, money straight, so I'm curving them. Whoa, he been tweaking, something irking him. Did them favors, they was not deserving them. Boy, I be thinking a mile a minute. They gotta be kidding. We go to war, I'm the captain, the general, and the lieutenant. Nowhere to run or hide, I don't stop till it's finished. Me, I be minding my business, drop more records than Guinness. Gotta be a Guinness World Record. Don't play chess nor checkers. I only play for keeps. Came out the east, boy, I'm a beast. He gotta keep the peace. That thing on him is keeping the peace. I never sleep out in the streets. Gotta stay out there, reach. With the mob, talk that talk. Seiko peace, shit. Feel so big, talking Papa, Sean and Meech. We had some pride, put it aside. Cutting the pie, with all the guys, made mistakes and then I made up my mind. What I decide, I gotta grind, 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 all of the time, 24/7, 365, gotta get mine, stay on my grind, This just in, more doing, less discussion. Killing every single beat I'm touching. Sick with it, need a Robitussin. Moving fast, but I'm never rushing. Damn boy, it's really other son. Say you poppin', but I know you wasn't. Not my brother and you not my cousin. Yeah, nah, we never buddy. I like to drink to my vision fuzzy. Money got me feeling lovey-dovey. I say a prayer to the God above me. Tell him I'm back, I gotta stay in my zone, man. Maybe I'll come with the dogs, Maybe I'll do it alone, Either way, I get what's sold to me. Never believe what's told to me. City on lock, I hold the key. We can't link, I got goals to meet. That's facts. Put the island on my back. Grind cause we gotta eat, We the ones that wanna see, man. With the mob, talk that talk. Seiko peace, shit. Feel so big, talking Papa, Sean and Meech. We had some pride, put it aside. Cutting the pie, with all the guys, Made mistakes and then I made up my mind. What I decide, I gotta grind, 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 all of the time, 24/7, 365, gotta get mine, stay on my grind,
Hey yo, this is the first song that I ever recorded. Check it out. Hey, 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 hey.
I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky, but it's now all just to pass me. Speakers loud, roof is down, riding through my city now. She's in for the picture, I'm
I got no worries now.
I've been chilling in the back of a class with a pack on my back and my mind and I made back. I'm afraid that I'm too laid back. I don't study but I make great A-rap. Little shorty and she wanna throw way back. Got a little bit of rock and a little bit of jazz and a little bit of top and a little bit of racks and a little bit of smile and a whole little laugh. Hey, I kick back, you know that my rap kicks. I've been smiling for so long I might need chapstick. I ain't talking to you fakes, these brothers plastic. Kill a verse and they put me on the blacklist.
I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky, but it's now all just the past me. Speakers loud, roof is down, riding through my city now. Cheesing for the picture, I'm open, I got no worries now. I got all this money, but it's not what makes me happy. Used to be so cocky.
Welcome back once again for another lovely match with another lovely caster besides me. Welcome Greybeard to the desk, the man with the beautiful background. How are you today? Ooh, I don't think Greybeard hears me. Oh no.
Well, Spooks, if you said hello to me, I can't hear you, so I'm assuming you said hello, so I'm saying hello.
Yes. Greybeard, I did say hello. We'll let Greybeard stay a bit in silence. We'll just wave, everyone. Everyone wave to Greybeard. That is, of course, very lovely. We'll wait for Sauce to get that ready, get that figured out. Greybeard is now just your eye candy for right now. We'll figure that out until we can actually hear him and he can hear me. Probably would be very nice. Up until then, let's go look at the bracket so far. Because, I mean, we don't have much to do anyway, so let's do that real quick. We have the playoff bracket right here in front of your beautiful eyes, ladies and gentlemen. And look at that. It was a 3-0 sweep from Temple over Arrows. Of course, Arrows we're gonna see later on right now, actually. We saw a game 5 against Fearless and Blizzard. Fearless Bravo winning that right there, going into the upper grand final. We have Anarchy losing in a game 5 to Megamin Cult, and Thanatos winning in game 5 over Vanguards. Lots of game 5s, and it leads you to a couple of very, very nice games. And let's see who we have facing off against one another with Thanatos and Arrows. Let's go look at some nice couple of team stats right about now. As I unmute myself right here, I think everyone should be hearing me still quite nicely. I think Greybeard should be hearing me about now. So, Greybeard, yes! As you should be hearing me, go enjoy some Steam stats. Look at them, see them, and see that Calamo, a first seed, has dropped down to the lowers.
Yeah, well, this is it's quite something. Look, Thanatos they've made a fantastic run here through the lower bracket. Eris, of course, into the upper bracket. One match there, then getting smacked down. So, from a momentum point of view, Thanatos must be feeling pretty good.
They must be feeling pretty good. I think they're gonna come into this game knowing like, yeah, we are fully capable of winning right here, but it's not gonna be easy. Of course, I mean, Arrows first seed, you aren't a first seed just for nothing. And let's see the stats of these individuals, why they are the first seed. Because like team stats, they don't do much for me, Greybeard. But individual stats, it's where I look at. And you can see one thing, and this is the interesting thing, because I know Hazard quite well. I know what's happened within Galamo and Arrows. They've had a lot of roster changes this season, and they still ended up in first seed.
Yeah, well, I mean, you were saying it's not going to be easy, and it never is. I mean, that's the whole point of playoffs, is you forget about, it's all about performance on the day, but looking over this, it's quite a, I mean, we look at the obvious things like goals, and they're Kingsman and Hazard from either team looking pretty threatening and dominating, and those might be the danger players to look at. But you know, you look at these numbers, and they're not too far apart. Both of these seem to have the gas, the juice to be able to take it on the day.
They definitely have, and I'm a bit curious what we're gonna see from Arrows. Of course, lesser time, with each other, lesser time to get used to one another, lesser time to just get things going. On the other end, Thanatos, like you said, feeling good, feeling ready, feeling all good and good for this game. And I mean, before we went even live, we were talking about one player in specific here, maybe for the wrong reasons. Kingsman Gas, the man with the name that you shall not forget. What can we say about a player like him?
Well, listen, he's a you know a caster as well. And I remember playing with someone a little while ago. I got spawned into a lobby and someone was like, "Oh, you're a caster." He says, "I'm nervous to play you because you're an analyst of the game. You know what to do." I was like, "You must be joking, because when you're out on the field, you're analyzing nothing. You just try to stay above water."
You're trying to stay above water, and you're trying to win these matches as we are getting underway, Greybeard. It is Thanatos in blue. It is Eros in orange. The victor shall be decided in this match as Jay Hills takes it slow, takes it easy, gets it past one. Into the middle we go, but Juice, easy save, but had to be a bit careful there. Hazar was quite quick to get to it as well.
Yeah, when I'm keen, I think Thanatos have got the advantage here. They've made, and nearly finding a way through there. They've made that epic lower bracket run, 3 wins on the trot. So they've got, you know, when you see a team doing that through the lower bracket, you sort of just get the feeling like, ooh, is this their time to create the big upset, make it to the grand finals? But having said that, Eros getting a bye into the playoffs, they're not going to be easy to pick off.
They're not going to be easy at all as Kinetic now into the air, but gets beaten by Kingsman Gas, the man, the myth, the legend himself, the crown favorite from the people in chat right now, as far as I could have seen. But Bundap trying to help him out. The backward defense holds on strong. Hazar now, and that is a man you need to watch out for. 4 arrows. If you want to watch someone that can just completely pop off and destroy defenses, it can be Hazar. Then again, I've played with him. He can also just do things horribly in defense. So far, looking not too bad.
Yeah, well, it was a very good start for Thanatos. That's not their first attempted goal. They've been having good pressure, but as the game's gone on, it is Eros settling down a little bit, getting themselves into the action. But Thanatos looking fairly solid in their defensive play, keeping Eros at bay, at least for the moment.
At least for the moment, indeed. But with the way these two teams have been showing themselves so far in this game 1, I would not be surprised to see another game 5 coming through. But Hazard looking for a couple of demos, can't find the last one that was necessary. But Kinetic keeping the offense going, keeping it flowing. But eventually the clear does come through. Breaking through the waves is Jay Hills right now, hitting it high. Hazard can't get the touch that he would have liked to have, and Bondap, a slow touchdown, not what you really needed, not what you would have wanted. And Jay Hills, a good pass forward, maybe a bit too easy, because Juicy just has an easy clear from it.
And it's, you know, opening games in a series go one of 2 ways. It's either complete madness and chaos, and you have like 9 goals in the game, or you have a game like this. We're coming to halfway, and it's very... KG's wrong, so I don't think either of these teams have been. KG a shot now! Oh! It comes off the back, the rebound is pushed wide, and now it's 1v1 on the other side. The flick doesn't find its target, and we're having exciting moments, but no goals yet. Oh, I lied!
It is the caster curse. It is just typical to have Juice. A beautiful setup. The ceiling, an underused mechanic. I said this before even RLCS X. The ceiling is an underused part of the game. You don't see people hitting it into the ceiling as often for a pass. Well, here you see it working beautifully for Thanatos, getting that lead, and a lead that is going to be oh so great for them, because we see that goals are going to be hard to come by in this series. Jay Hills, a beautiful shot on target, and it gets it past Bondap. It is what you need from a reaction.
Well, there we go. No goals. It's like the buses. None for ages, and then a whole bunch at once from high in the corner. Jay Hills finding the net, and we have once more a level game.
And And with the level game in our hands, are we gonna see another time where we just don't see any goals happen, or are we gonna see a bit of a change in the momentum with Hazard with a shot, but saved by Juice once again. The defensive masterclass so far from Juice, truly keeping his team alive and trying to do the same in the offensive end. A weird pass coming out from Hazard, not what you would have liked to see, but he keeps the game flowing, keeps things progressing forward. Kinetic with a tiny bit of a whiff coming out. Kingsman Gas, not the touch you would have liked to see. Bond up with a beautiful setup, but it's still not on target, and that seems to be a huge problem. Juice now, shot is down in front of the net, but no goal.
And lots of aggression here from Thanatos in terms of the demos. You know, looking for those demo plays. Two very good ones, but not having the support there. This net is open.
no.
What's happened to the rotations? For Eros, they've left themselves open at the back, and Kingsman Gas finds the net, and Thanatos once more, in front.
What we just saw was, I believe, the age-old classic of thinking the ball is cleared, so you can move somewhere else, and the ball just ends up in your own net. It is an age-old classic. It is a hurtful thing to have happened. We've all been there. We've all done it. But sadly enough, they do it at the wrong timing, wrong moment. That's a beautiful pass from Jay Hills into the middle. Kinetic trying to catch on to it. It's Hughes now. Look at that once again, but Hughes has to be careful. He gets punished for it. It almost goes out. But Jay Hills keeps this alive, and Greybeard, what a match we have on our hands.
Absolutely, Jay Hill sniping that goal there, seeing the attempted clear across the goal line. Jay Hill's pounced, but it took forever. I mean, smashing off the crossbar, and you know those balls that float on the goal line. I mean, they are in the offensive team's advantage, but almost could have been touched away and cleared. But once more, it is Eros who find a way to get back into the game.
Kinetic. Slow touch to the side. Jay Hills is able to get a touch onto it as well. And now you see Kinetic once again trying to be disruptive, trying to get some damage in, trying to get some bumps in, trying to be as annoying as possible. It's Bond out with a quick shot on target. Easy save for Jay Hills. And the ball goes into the hands of Kinetic once again. What can you do with it? Can you progress it even further? No, you cannot, because Bundap is in your path once again. Now Kingsman Gas looking for a 0-second goal. Has to wait a bit longer as the clock keeps on ticking down. It keeps on ticking further. Kinetic is going to hit it high. I respect the decision to keep on playing for 0 seconds. Jay Hills dropping it straight on down into the hands of Hazard, but you saw it coming. Now Kinetic has the control, has the pass. It's over onto the backboard, but no shot to be found. They lacked a turfman, and we have ourselves an overtime.
And it's fantastic to see this. These teams are so... Oh! Okay. All right, definitely need to see what happened there. Right off the kickoff, barely any time to say anything. It goes... Why, okay, that was just a beautiful pickup from Juice. From the kickoff, the ball smashes into the sidewall. Juice sees it coming, heads it into the net. 4 seconds of overtime. So not the longest overtime, see, Spooks. But it is Thanatos. They lead. They led that game 3 times. So 3 bites at the apple, and they do take down game number 1.
It must be painful for Eros. You play so well. You come back in that manner. And then you lose it like that. It is painful. It is hurtful. But it is, in the end, Rocket League. On the other end, Thanatos, a very deserving win, I would like to say, because, quite honestly, Thanatos didn't look like the stronger side in my eyes.
No, they were a team chasing the game, weren't they? You know, they were close. They were thereabouts. Every time Thanatos scored, Eros found a way to come back to equalize it. But of course, you don't have that opportunity when it's into overtime, golden goal territory. And so they've got to get out of that chasing the game thing. They never led at any point. They managed to equalize twice, but they are a team that is chasing. And we see it there in their shot count. 8 shots versus the 7 from Thanatos. So they're out shooting, very, very close though. But they need just that little injection of confidence to push themselves to take a lead and then look to grow from there.
They have to grow from there, because if you aren't, you're just gonna see the same type of thing happen. You're just gonna watch Thanatos walk away here, because let me remind you, 0 lives left. 0 lives left for whoever loses here. You lose, you're out. That's it. That's you done. But we aren't there yet, just luckily, because we have ourselves a game 2, and it's going so far in a good kickoff from Arrows.
Yeah, well, it is the last chance saloon. As it is in any bracket, you eventually get to the point where you have to win. And it is have-to-win time for both of these teams. Thanatos, they've spent a long time here. They've been cruising down here in the lower bracket. Oh, my word, Spooks, look at this. Oh, my... Oh, filthy! You know what? It is delicious. He faked the entire team, and it is Eros who have a lead.
Oh, that is your clip of the tournament. That is rude. It is beautiful. It is all of the above and so much more. But in the end, it is also a lead for Eros. One they haven't had so far, and one they will be pretty happy about. So right now, but they have to be careful because it could very well be a tied-up game. Zeus going for the side, maybe the better decision with 3 defenders in the net. Not much you could have done, Hazard. Progressing the ball forward, but being blocked off by Pundap. J Hills, taking it easy, taking it slow. Like we've seen before, he is capable of doing that, so be careful to not get faked by J Hills.
Yeah, and here they go again. So this is a good start from Eros, and they started pretty bright in the last game, but not able to find the net. Here they have, so it's going to be a different complexion for them. Hazard straight at the net. Juice doesn't have the hardest save he'll ever have. He does what he has to do to get it away. J Hills, who's been the man, the scorer, and he does it again. Finds the double off the back wall. Undoes the Thanatos team once more. Kingsman, though, will be furious that he didn't clear that ball.
We asked for change, and J Hills has been delivering that change. My goodness, what a way to get yourself back into this game, back into this series. But Kingsman Gas is trying to change that. Hazard with a good save, and now able to maybe progress this ball into the net. Looking for a beautiful flip. Can't get it past. Kingsman Gas, the favorite, does it again. J Hills back onto the backboard. Use now. Gets it to Kingsman Gas. What can you do by yourself? You have to take it slow, have to take a bit patient, relaxed, but not that relaxed.
Yeah, well, it seems, well, certainly in the first 2 minutes, it is Eros who are completely in control of this game. They got the number out here in game 2. Although J Hills makes a big mistake, open net, they're going to get away with it, and they're going to breathe a little sigh of relief because, J Hills been the star of the show, but nearly making a fatal mistake.
Nearly, but he will be thanking his lucky stars that it was not in the end used. Now can't get the redirect on target, but does get it in front of the net, and Pundap is ready for it, saw it coming. He starts up this play, and in the end, what I deemed a failed redirect ends up in a beautiful bounce up for Pundap.
And that's such a good read, because that bounce can be horribly awkward. And he was very confident in the read on that bounce. So nicely done from him. And that gets Thanatos within 1 goal and right back in it. Although a little bit scrappy in defense there. A lot of members of the team going for that defensive play. They do get it away, though. Kingsman pops it up. Juice. Oh, there was a little bit too far away from him. Didn't have the boost to come off the wall and tries to just advance the play. And it remains 2-1 for the moment.
Pundap with a beautiful clear over to Juice. Once again, keeping that control within the team. But Juice, he thought of something pretty. Sadly enough, it doesn't work out. And now you have to be careful. It's kinetic. Good clear onto the other side. It's over to the backboard. Hazard decides to go for another one. Maybe not the best decision. It's Kingsman Gas. Gets it away. J Hills looking for a shot on target. A bit too easy. A bit too slow. A bit too easy thought about the defense. You should know by now that the defense of Thanatos, it won't break down that easily. You'll have to do a bit more. Maybe get some demos, maybe get some bumps in to just remove them out of their positions.
All right, well, I thought we might have a goal fest here. We had some early goals, but it is only 3 minutes and a half to go. We did have 5 goals. Oh, Juice! Juice will level it up. We're now at 4 goals in the game. 3.5 minutes played. And yeah, I think it would not surprise me at all if we saw a second consecutive overtime.
It would not be surprising at all, but we just seen the beautiful wonders that is Elite. One moment you see them hitting a flip reset or hitting the most nasty fake you've ever seen. The other moment you see 3 people with the ball. The wonders of this rank. And it is so enjoyable. It does make it quite enjoyable to watch because you never know what truly is going to be happening next. It's Bundab with the pass into the midfield once again. Jay Hills blocking it off. What can you do by yourself, buddy? We've seen you looking quite good, but this one is a bit too easy. Juice with the ball to the side. Kinetic can't get a good touch over on it, and Hazard decides to take it back to his own corner. Probably the best decision, but loses control. Juice with the shot, but hit on the post.
A minute and a half into this game, and I was talking about how Eros pretty had this game in their pocket. They were controlling the play. They had a 2-goal lead. They were looking very threatening, but Thanatos, in the meantime, have found a way to edge their way back in and starting to look like they have swung the momentum in their favor. Although a brief attack on their net, they've repelled it. But looking more and more confident. And now just 20 or so seconds to go for us to see a consecutive overtime.
It would be wonderful, it would be nice, but Juice trying to chase that right now with a beautiful midfield pass, but blocked by Jay Hills. They're still not safe just yet, but it could be a counter-attack right now. Jay Hills hits it into the middle, probably tried to redirect it, but didn't get the touch he would have liked. Jay Hills once again tries his best. This ball will go into the middle. Kingsman Gas does the smart thing, hits it straight down, and we have ourselves a second overtime.
The first one was 4 seconds long. This one is already beating that. By the time I stop talking, it'll be twice as long as the first one.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? We at least have an overtime that actually is getting played instead of just a kickoff goal that is in straight away. But Juice looking for another quick goal, but it isn't happening this time around. Bundap looking for the control, can't get it that well, but Hazard with a small whiff coming out. Kinetic, this ball goes into the middle, and you need to be quick, because Juice is almost quicker than anyone else. Kingsman Gas onto the sidewall once again, needs a follow-up, but no one is there to help him out, all by himself, sadly enough. Now Bundap blocked by Hazard, trying to do his best. Kingsman Gas once again getting the clear, and that was what you needed to see. We needed to see a big booming clear coming out from Thanatos, because otherwise you would have been stuck in your own half for way too long.
And this is a very, very... Oh, no, is that in? Oh, it's... Oh, my word. What a save from Kinetic. And then to also read the awkward bounce down off the crossbar to get it away. What an important save that was there, because I don't know if Eros go on to lose this game. I don't know that they recover enough to pull off a reverse sweep. This is a game they led by 2 goals. They were looking so good to then give up those goals. Oh, my word, the miss from Hazard. Jay Hills tidies up in defense, and it is Eros up against the ropes at the moment. They get some breathing space here, but this is such an important game, especially given how it has played out for them to win here, Spooks.
Definitely, because if you lose this game as Arrows, you will be in a position where you have to reverse sweep or you're out of this tournament. Hazard trying to force his way through, can't do it by himself, and Bundap now in a good place, in a good opportunity, but too bad for you. The one in your path is Jay Hills, and he gets this ball under control, looking for a midfield pass, can't get it past Kingsman Gas. But Hazard with a good hit. Can he get it onto the backboard? Looking for a bump. He does get the bump, but sadly enough, he does hit the ball. Kinetic can't finish it off.
Word. The bump save. he did everything there. Passed it, bumped, saved the ball, touched it away, and it still is. And now this is the extreme opposite of the last overtime. The last one 4 seconds long. This one half a game of Rocket League and counting. Neither team will relent, will give up. Oh, this is awkward, but we've seen Eros having to make a lot more clutch saves. And the other side, the open net, and Eros will prevail. It's taken them an additional half game of Rocket League, but they have leveled the series, and that is so important for them. If they had lost this, I was calling the sweep, but now that they've leveled it up in a tight and tough game, oh, now it's roll of the dice. It's a gamble. It's a lottery. Either of these two teams could take it down.
And there are 2 main factors I'm looking at in this game. And the main one, I mean, we all know who it is. Jay Hills. What an incredible game for him. Starting off with that fake. Whew, what a shot. And then all the saves he made. He was so important during this series.
No, he's been their man. Even in that opening game loss, he was the one scoring the goals, kind of keeping it as close as it was. And now that he is the player popping off, he's got to carry his team further here. But on the other side, Thanatos, they were shaken early on, but fought their way back. So it really is we're in the classic game 3, where you're going into the game 3 and you just not sure who's going to be the one to prevail.
Not sure indeed, but the second person I wanted to highlight maybe a tiny bit is Hazard. 1 goal, but 8 shots. That is something to take note of. 8 shots and 1 goal is not good enough. You need to find the accuracy to get past the defenders, because clearly the offense was in Arrow's hands for a majority of that game. But only just barely winning it is not good enough. On the other end, I have to give credit to Thanatos. Keeping out those shots is a tough task to do, and they were up for it. But are you going to be up for it for a second time? We will see in this game 3.
Well, here we are, Urban Central, down and dirty in the city is where we are. And it is an early possession here from Eros. J Hills looking for a teammate in the middle at the ball. Why is there so much time? Thanatos just all seem to be just like step back and wait to see what happens. And that can be very dangerous if you allow too much space to your opponent. But they don't get punished for it. And it's a fairly neutral opening as a consequence.
Very neutral indeed, but how long will that last? This Kingsman Gas with the control, getting it over 1, but can't get it on target. Kinetic does get a bit into a double commit, but actually gets the counter attack going. And it was Bundab just barely in time. The pass to the middle, maybe a bit too much from Kinetic. Probably should have let the ball be hit by someone else, but in the end, they're stuck on defense right now. They have to move quickly. And you said it already, Thanatos was giving a lot of space, giving a lot of time. That is something you can't be doing, because as we're seeing right now, Eros is speeding things up. Kinetic just barely hitting the crossbar.
Oh, golden opportunity there. You were talking about accuracy. You were talking about Hazard. But Kinetic that time having a beautiful opportunity to find the net and doesn't make it. And now Kingsman, does he go alone? The pass, Juice! Hits the bouncer. I think it deflected off an Eros player, so it bounces above the net. And unlike the last game where we had a couple of early goals, this time looking more like the first game with the long passages of play and no goals being scored toe-to-toe. About there, Hazard shoots! Oh, no! And that's going to go down as one of his inaccurate shots. He will be furious. He should have scored.
The worst part is, I want to be like, oh yeah, but normally he hits those. No, he doesn't. In ranked, he also doesn't hit those. But who hits those is Kinetic. Where his team can't shoot on target, he is there to save them and help them out.
And there again, a lot of room, a lot of space. Obviously a bit slow in rotation with Thanatos to get back. And Kinetic had half a pitch to line up that shot and decide what he was going to do, how he was going to attack the net. And he did it to perfection, finding the goal. And they are first blood, first goal to Eros.
And really, the one who has been speeding up the game the most in total here has been Kinetic in my eyes. He's been really trying to hammer home, just going quick, being quick, forcing Thanatos to be in awkward positions because they can't keep up with the speed. This time around, they are giving some freedom, letting them give away possession. Now Bundab, it's a good hit up, but Kinetic with a beautiful clear all the way to J Hills. What can he do with it? Well, it was a bit too hard, a bit too far out of reach, but this ball is not what you would like to have. And Hazard hits it home past the defenders.
Well, there we go. Hazard figuring out how to make it happen, and a defensive mistake from Juice, not getting the clear. Kingsman can't tidy up. Hazard, close to the net, has the whole of it, and he shoots for the middle of it. So on target, in the net. And it is now 2-0, a good lead. But they've been here before. They gave up a 2-goal lead last game. So now they've got to hold on. They've got to prioritize defense. Make sure they don't allow... Oh, you know what? That was just sexy. A proper aggressive player, J Hills, getting involved. Firstly with the intercept there. And then removing Kingsman in the net. And yeah, Eros looking good, Spooks.
You want to know what's probably the worst thing so far, Greybeard? That's honestly the first time I saw J Hills this game.
Interesting.
You know, the J Hills that was pretty much carrying them in game 2. That was the first time we saw him, and it's already a 3-0 for Arrows. They are not even going at full power right now because they can be even better. It is scary to think about. On the other end, Juice, I need him to juice it up. I need him to speed it up. He has been one that I always like looking at for Thanatos. Right now, not doing it for me. Hazardo from the ceiling has the patience, tries to get the stall. But sadly enough, maybe a bit too much to be asking.
Yeah, now they're going to watch their overconfidence here. Jay Hills, you were just talking about him. We've seen him all over the place in attack. That time in defense, clutch save off the goal line, keeping his team with that 3-goal lead. And they just got to keep it up. They don't want to be giving Thanatos hope. If they score one here, suddenly it becomes a little sweaty for Eros. But they're doing well so far. They just got to hold on for another minute 20.
And as a slight update over on the B stream, RSC_EU_B, we see that it's right now a 2-1 lead for the Megamin cult against Blizzard. So if you're curious about what's happening there, go check that out. But right here, we have an exciting game on our hands. 1 minute left for Thanatos to get back into this. Otherwise, you are giving away the match point to the hands of Arrows, and Hazar puts both of these hands onto it because he does not want to give it away.
And Hazar, he's now finding his accuracy. And we know he can find shots on net. We saw that in the last game. Struggled with the accuracy this time, getting 2 goals now. And this is the first game we've seen where one team has dominated. The opening 2 consecutive overtimes, incredibly close. This one, not so much. It is Eros all over Thanatos right now.
Indeed it is. And normally what happens, Greybeard, and you should know this as well from all your experience, that's normally after a bit of a blowout like this, the next game is again incredibly close. That is normally what we see in these situations. So are we going to see that once again?
I have a feeling we will, but it's amazing how the fortunes can shift here because Eros won that last game, but it was so close. And if they had lost that game, I don't think we'd be seeing this blowout right now. I think we'd be seeing an Eros team struggling to stay alive, keep their head above water, staring down a sweep. But they took that game, and geez, the confidence they've come in this game has been amazing. A 4-goal takedown of Thanatos. Suddenly, they find themselves in an incredibly strong position. The opportunity to send Thanatos out of the playoffs and move forward in the lower bracket themselves.
I think the weird switch that has been made within Arrows is not what I expected to happen. Is Jay Hills has been falling more into the invisible role. Playing as a second man more, where he's just all over the field trying to assist, trying to demo, trying to bump, trying to boost steal, doing everything that you normally don't really see or appreciate a player doing. And it really has opened up for Kinetic in particular to speed this game up. This level of speed in this match was so much higher compared to game 1 and 2, where it really felt like Thanatos was in control. I think that may be the better idea for Arrows to go with. Just force the speed to go high, because clearly Hazard, Kinetic, and Jay Hills know what to do then.
But on the other side, what was surprising to see early on, and I think they got punished for it, was that you speak about the pace of Eros, but a lack of pace or lack of rushing onto the ball, closing down the gaps, letting the ball sort of float loose in the midfield. And Eros were very, first to close those down. Thanatos being a little bit backed off on that, and I think they're going to have to change it very quick. But Spooks, will your prediction come to pass, or your suspicion come to pass, where this will again be a very close game? You do feel, though, Thanatos are going to need to come out swinging. They've got to get the opening goal.
They need to adapt and they need to go quick, and this is some quick goal, Greybeard. Juice showing exactly what we wanted from him.
Well, what a smashing kickoff from Bondab there. I mean, it put them immediately. Eros were in massive trouble from that kickoff. But lovely finish. They scored off the kickoff in that game 1 overtime. Took them 4 seconds. Just 3 seconds for the opener here. So that's going to settle them right down. Oh, no! Oh, no! Spooks! And they've just given it up. Oh, what? They will be massively disappointed. Oh.
Is this gonna be a game where it's just a goal fest, where offense is your defense in this case. Is it gonna be like this? Are we actually gonna see that? Because I would be down for that. It's funny. It's nice to see. And Hughes trying to prove me right, but Hazard with the easy control, with the good control, good patience. But now I have to be careful. Jay Hills, this is a beautiful 50 into the middle. Kingsman Gas, good clear coming out, but Kinetic, he's waiting for it. And Kingsman Gas still getting a touch on that, but you're still not safe. Hughes is awkward, but still gets the save.
My goodness gracious, there's a great English expression which is from the sublime to the ridiculous. We saw that from Juice. Wonderful opening goal and then his mistake leading to the concession. So he's had both extremes here. Kingsman, I think, trying to pass himself with the sidewall. Bondab got some work to do. Kinetic's going to put it high. And now Juice will slow it right down, control it, flicks it over one. Kingsman's up! Oh, but great from Hazard.
Poor Kinetic. It has not been the first time he has an amazing shot and then it proceeds to hit the crossbar. I feel for him as it happens to all of us so often. But he has to move on, he has to continue. You're still here to fight as Jay Hills hits this ball high. Instantaneously challenged by Juice. And that is the difference we wanted coming out from Thanatos. They are going so much quicker for this ball right now, Greybeard.
They are still... Oh, well, Bondab, though, finds the net. And my word, they have changed things up. In the play just before this, they'd given a lot of space. They were very slow to attack the ball. But when they did, they finally got there. They do it effectively. And once more, they're in front.
Once again, but we've seen this position before. And last time around, it was game one. And it was made into a 2-2. But Juice looking for the third for his team. Not working out, Kinetic blocking him off. Bondab taking it into his own corner, taking it easy, taking it slow, trying to really slow down the speed of this game. Maybe what you really need right now is some speed into your game as this ball ends up in front of the net, but a save just in time and a good clear coming out. But it's in the hands of Jay Hills, probably one of the scarier players, and he does it again. He keeps going for these fakes and he gets them almost all the time.
Yeah, well, you know, why keep going with it until it stops working. So far, so good. But they are behind. They're going to make something count. Hazard now trying to get something into the middle. Jay Hill's there trying to read the path down off the wall and off the ceiling. But doesn't come to be. Kingsman Gas toward the goal. Hazard, not for the first time, having to clean up in defense, which he does well enough to get it away. Bondab to Juice. Juice pops it up. One touch. Two touchdown. Bondab behind. Kinetic intercepts. And if that had been with some power on target, it would have been another goal. Jay Hills can level it up now, and he does!
And it is just like the history. We saw it in game one, we see it again. A 2-2 scoreline. The only thing I'm a bit sad about, Greybeard, is this should have been a second later.
You know, for the OCD among us, I'm sorry it wasn't. I'm sorry your brain. Bondaz is going to get them right in front. Another kickoff goal. And this is at least the third they've done in the series. And Bondab responsible, I think, will at least for two of the kickoffs. And certainly that one. Beautifully done. And that is demoralizing when you level up a game and you give away a cheap goal.
Oh, and we see a disconnect coming through from Kingsman Gas. I'm gonna wait for the mod stay in my ears, but we see him coming back quick enough. You wanna know something funny, Greybeard? He lost his connection before Bondab even scored the goal. He was not there and they still got their goal. So instead of Arrows maybe being able to abuse the fact that he wasn't there, they got punished for it. And they got an extra goal now in their favor. But it's still not done just yet. There's little under 2 minutes left to go. It's in the hands of Jay Hills. He shoots it high. It could be shot once again by Jay Hills. It's in front of the net. He gets the demo, but there's no second man as Hazard got demoed way earlier.
And, you know, you don't see it too often. There was a double commit in defense, and both players realizing the double commit, both aborted. So you had this double commit followed by the immediate double abort. But lucky to get away with it. Juice now getting it forward. Jay Hill's awkward. Does get the touch away, but Kingsman with the follow. The pass off the backboard. It's down off the crossbar. Awkwardly in front of the net. Juice is intercepted by Kinetic. My word, Eros survive an onslaught. And if they go on to equalize here, they will look back at that moment.
It's one of those moments that you always look back at, that you see and you're like, yeah, that was the deciding factor, the needed moment for your victory. But so far, it's still in favor of Thanatos. A good challenge right there, but they need to be careful. It's now Kinetic in control, can't get it past Hughes, but Hazard is there to help, ball into the middle. It's a good 50, working in favor of Thanatos, but you're still not out of the woods just yet. It's J Hills, can't get it past the defender. Now Kinetic trying to slow it down, maybe not what you would have wanted. It's Juice taking it across the map, Greybeard. They're just keeping the pressure going from Thanatos.
Yeah, and they've just got to keep it up for another 20 seconds, and they're going to force this onto Champions Field. Kingsman looking to put the kibosh on it with a second, to lead by a second goal. It doesn't happen, and now we're into that awkward 10 seconds when you're just one goal ahead, and you think you've got it, but it's so sweaty, it goes on forever. But it's on the right side of the field for Thanatos, Eros on the other. Now J Hills, this is their last effort. Can he get in a pass? He can't. The ball bounces, and we have a level series. And you were right in the Spooks. It was, well, it was certainly closer than the previous game, but you feel Thanatos pretty much had that for large stretches of that game 4.
Thanatos did what we wanted from them. They were speeding things up. They were just getting things done quicker and quicker and quicker, and that's what they really needed to show. I think in particular the one who has stepped up the most is not the one we asked for, it's Bundab. Bundab really showing why he can be a carry factor for Thanatos. And it's important to see, it's a good thing to see, and we're going into game 5, and quite honestly, it's so close, I don't know who to predict, I don't know who to go for, but maybe a slight bit of an update for you, Greybeard. For everyone watching, we've just seen Blizzard lose 1-2-3 to Megaman Killed, so they will be going on as a bit of an update for all of you. Of course, Blizzard played with their substitutes, not what you would like to have in the playoffs, but it is what happens. Well, over on here, Champions Field, you see the nice big old trophy right there. You see the names hanging down from the stadium. Ooh, Greybeard, I'm gonna ask you the impossible to answer question. Who will win?
You know what, I got to stick with who I thought would take it at the beginning, and that is Thanatos, just given the momentum they have with that lower bracket run. But having said that, as well as they played in the last game, 2 of their 3 goals were kickoffs provided by Bondab. So, you know, if the kickoffs can be tidied up by Eros, they've certainly got the makings of doing it here. So, you know, all of their goals coming in regulation, in open play. So just something to keep in mind there as we are in, and I hope it's a tight decider here in game 5, you know, not a runaway by either of these 2 teams. I'd love an overtime, of course.
An overtime is of course lovely, but you may be asking a bit too much at that moment in time, but we can always try our best.
If you don't ask, you never get.
Fair point, fair point, fair point. But I think these players would like to see an absolute stomping. Of course, in their own favor, they would like to have that and just finish this off as quick as possible. As J Hills progressing the ball forward once again under control into the front, but can't get it past the defender in a way that would have led to a goal. I mean, they have to try once again. Juice into the middle. It's a good clear attempt, but it ends up once again in his hands. The man that is dangerous right now, J Hills.
Well, the team scoring first has won every game, so you feel this opening goal is going to be of supreme importance, just given the texture, the feel of this game. Kinetic is going to go and tidy up what was an open net there for a moment. And yeah, both these teams are going to be fighting hard for that opening goal, but also being very cautious about not being countered or giving anything away. A little bit cagey. Hazard off the backboard, crossbar. Doesn't get it in, and we're a minute and a half in, still looking for that all-important opener.
That must be hurtful, but Hazard gets it once again in front of the net, a bit too hard for anyone to reach. So Kinetic decides the better of it and goes back into his own half, but has the control right now. Can he get it to J Hills? Probably asking for him to go for it, and he does indeed stick to it, but Juice saw it coming. Has the patience, has the control to get it away. Now Kingsman Gas, good pass into the middle, but J Hills a bit too quick, and now 2v1 situation, but no pass into the middle. But there are some bump attempts coming out. Hazard, the pinch a bit too hard to have. And just the control from both these teams a bit lacking, maybe their nerves coming through.
And Jay Hills was such a prominent feature in games 1 and 2. Game 3, you said he got a bit quiet. Quiet, not the right way. He was playing the sort of the backup, the defensive play, sort of controlling from the back. But you feel maybe now it's time for him to get back into that game 1, game 2 form where he was scoring goals and being very visible up front.
Jails with the control, with the hit up. You know what he can do if he's under control, but Bundab saw it, knew it. Patience. Good, what you like to see. And what I don't like to see is what Thanatos had there for a second. 3 men in their own goal. That should show you how afraid they must be of Jay Hills after that initial fake he had. It is a scary thing to give that man the spacing. But this one, not so much.
Yeah, and that tentative play so often, I mean, Spooks, you know how often it gets you into trouble where you sort of retreat into a bit of a defensive mindset. Bondab, I think he got a bit distracted by that gleaming open net he saw in front of him and kind of scuffs his shot with some accuracy and power. They could have been in front. Yet, we've now had 3.5 minutes and no goal. So it's going to get more and more tense as the seconds tick away here.
Golden goal territorium is what we're looking at right now. And as the seconds tick on by, it's going to be more and more into that place. A place that some people love, especially casters, they love it. But the players, they must hate it. They must hate the nerves they are feeling right now. And especially Arrows, you're stuck in defense. Hazard looking for a musty flick, gets it into the middle. Can Jay Hills get to it? He goes for the 50. It's low, but it's onto that backboard. A beautiful attempt. Just slowly dies on down, and you have to be careful. You have to be very, very careful in defense. You don't want to give the counterattack to Thanatos.
And the longest period of play we've seen without a goal being scored, nearly an entire game, 4.5 minutes coming up, and you know now whoever scores have pretty much got it in the bag, and that's going to make that's going to exponentiate the nerves on both teams. They're going to be tentative in their plays, in defense, in attack. You want to attack, but you don't want to be countered, and then you want to rush back. You're not sure. There it is, Juice, with just 17 seconds to go. Thanatos find a way through. Bondab getting involved. Jay Hills, oh, he knew he was in trouble, and he couldn't recover.
The misread from your own backward, it's something that even in the highest of ranks we still see go wrong every so often, but 15 seconds, it is possible. Jay Hills, beautiful setup onto the backward, can't get it himself. Hazard is there to help him out, but the seconds, they keep on going quicker. Juice under control, hits the ball away. This must be in the hands of Jay Hills. He hits it on high. Is Kinetic there to help him out? No, he is not. Jay Hills, he can't get to it, and it's Thanatos getting the win.
And it is Thanatos that prevail, and their epic lower bracket run continues. They have won their series 3-1, 3-1, 3-2, 3-2. So it's getting harder and harder for them, but they prevail. What a run they're having. Oh, man, 17 seconds. But I think it was a case of nerves. It was a moment of that you're just not quite as confident as you would normally be, knowing that one little mistake will probably lose you the game. And indeed it did. And Jay Hills will be furious, especially after how well he played in games 1 and 2.
It is a painful thing to have, but in the end, it is how Rocket League works. We have winners, we have losers. We can't have winners all time around. It would be a bit annoying at that moment in time if you just have winners. So, sadly enough, for Heroes, they have lost right here. They have shown us quite some spirit, quite some fight. They've shown us some beautiful goals, but in the end, Thanatos continue the miracle run so far. But Greybeard, I think we've said enough. I think the players have seen enough. We need a bit of rest. We need to let Sauce sleep a tiny bit for 13 minutes or so. We'll be back after this break.
They distort my reality. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away, so he won't live to see another day. He won't be in my way anymore. Not anymore. Detached right now from reality. All I see is darkness surrounding me, and feeling torn apart. But I can't be consumed by the dark. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away. Zoned out right now in a different world, in a cold world. So sorry if I cannot talk. I'm trying to make it out, but I can barely walk. I feel it lacking on open me like a hawk. The darkness, and yeah, it talks to me through the evil thoughts in my mind. Been feeling torn apart. But I can't be consumed by the dark. So I gotta leave my feelings on a shelf right now, while I work for better wealth and pray for better health. Been drowning in my thoughts, distorted reality. All these evil thoughts distort my reality. I'ma sing away the pain and trying to kill the devil away.
Welcome back, one and all, to the RSC. We are well underway with the Season 10 Elite Playoffs. If you're only just joining us, we are now into the upper final. The Final Four has been decided. It is, if I get my notes, Temple, Fearless Bravo, Megumin Cult, and Thanatos. Now, a couple of those teams probably weren't expecting. Blizzard, the first seed, are out. Eros, they're out as well. It is just Temple, Fearless Bravo, Megumin Cult, and Thanatos. In the upper final will be Temple versus Fearless Bravo, two of the most touted teams in this entire league to take it. And alongside me to do it, he came from the previous series as well. I'm so glad to be joining him in the booth again. It is the wonderful one and only Graybeard.
And Vector, it's been like a big reunion here, catching up with Spooks and you and others, and so thrilled to be here. And what a night we've had in the playoffs. And we always get to that very pointy end where two teams who are unbeaten in the upper bracket, one of them is going to fall down here. So an epic and titanic battle, we hope, lies before us.
Absolutely, one must fell the other. Whether or not it's Temple or Fearless Bravo to fall, we shall find out in due course. But of course, Temple came from that upper semi to beat Eros 3-0 in a clean sweep. Fearless Bravo had to scrap for it. They had to face down Blizzard, that first seed from the Ignis conference, and they took them down in just about a 5-game scrap. So it was tough for them, but they managed to make it here. They said that Eros, in the questions that we asked of the captains, that we asked Jack, that he believed Eros was their biggest opponent in this tournament. They're gone. Thanatos took care of them, and Blizzard are gone as well because Megumin Cult took them down 3-1 in the lower quarterfinal. But we must focus on the here and now, and wonder what could happen between these two teams. Obviously, I think for me the favor is Fearless Bravo. Just going into this one, based on the work they've been able to do throughout the season, what each individual player is capable of. And the fact that they had such a great record in the actual league play, 10 more games won than Temple in league play as well, in an arguably tougher Glacis conference. So for me, and based on the individual player stats, of course, Bastion will not be playing. It is Dem, Jack, and Pesky Bird as the main lineup. I think this could go their way. I think because of the fact it was 5 games in the last series, it'll probably go that way as well. But I think it'll be theirs to take.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I mean, playoffs are always about showing up on the day and having a performance on the day. And if you look at the upper bracket run of these two teams, Temple had an easy show of it, 3-0, 3-0, and because of that, you think, whoa, well maybe the momentum's in their favor. But Bravo, on the other hand, having to scrap for it. All of them 5-game victories, but that does give them that experience to scrap and fight their way for a victory. And I do think that might stand them in good stead, because for Temple, if anything goes wrong, they haven't been used to that. They've been used to things going their way.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that you can always not rely on, but just expect of a team. If they believe they're too invincible, if they're too strong, that could be what makes them falter going up against Fearless. Of course, they were cross-conference, so they've not faced each other before. This will be the first time, and it wouldn't be a surprise to me if both teams struggle in this first game. They're trying to figure each other out, and maybe there'll be more respect, there'll be more aerial plays and solo plays as they try and figure out the timings and when they should and shouldn't go for certain plays. But I'm just excited to get going with it and see which team could actually come out on top, as we do get kicked off with the upper final. First game of a potential fight between Temple and Fearless Bravo, Sanctuary and Fearless Esports, respectively, with their franchises. And I mean, I didn't ask you which way you thought it was going to go, what your prediction was, Gravy, and I saved you of that question. But just what is your feeling in general? Which side could take the early initiative?
Well, based on what we've seen in the last series, where none of these teams were involved and it went to Game 5, I certainly feel this has got a Game 5 in it. But I do think the scrappiness of Bravo is gonna see them through. So it's very tight, but I do see Fearless Bravo prevailing in the end.
They do seem to have some of the early pressure. It's Pesky Bird forced to try and take that off of his own backboard. Jack to put it back across the way. Easy with a great pass across to Evie. and you've been proven wrong, it seems, Greybeard, as Temple take first blood, first minute in. Great finish.
Well, early days. First goal's not going to determine the whole thing. But yeah,
No, of course,
I mean, this is a great start for Temple, and Yeezy involved there with a pass into the middle, the nice finish. They might. The redirect goal smashed out off the crossbar. It's still in play though. Pesky. Dem is up. How far can he get this? It's floating awkwardly toward the net. There's been a bump. Surely someone gets in here. Is this a third or the fourth crack at that net of Temple, and it doesn't find its way in?
I think it might have been the third. Fearless do have 3 shots on the board, but both denied by the woodwork. Fourth man working wonders for Temple. They just about get away with it. Hold on to that precious lead, and now back into the midfield. Evie with a decent 50. Con with boost and time. Left space to work with, but Dem clear it out. Only to find Evie. Another touch by him as well. Yeezy, the captain, the 3-time, looking for his 4th in this elite tier. He's going to have to get through Fearless to do it first. They've got 1 on the board. I think things have maybe slowed down a little bit. Good demo. Opens up space for Pesky. A double commit. Opens it up. Jack could get there. Gets a demo as well, but Evie was back in time. Tentative, but a decent defensive display.
Well, in the last little while, the approach play from Fearless has been fantastic. They just can't find their way through, not without opportunity, and it hasn't been only because of solid defending. It's, they've been right there and just haven't found the way through. And now there might be an attack on the other side. Yeezy can't get the redirect, and it stays just the 1-goal lead.
This one on target. Yeezy's just about gets back in time. But as a juxtaposition to the name of Fearless Bravo, for me, Temple have looked fearful at times. Quite a few double commits from what I can see, and they're getting exposed. Fearless just not exploiting that, not pushing up far enough, and that's what I thought might happen in this game 1. I alluded to it before it began, that both of them just trying to feel each other out. Of course, Fearless, one of the most confident teams we've probably seen in Elite this season. Jack and Pesky Bird especially, very much talkative in the league channels about how strong they are. We asked Jack some questions as to who we thought might be the biggest threat, what their ambitions were in this tournament. Just win, full stop. That's all that they said. They were very short and sweet answers, and that's the kind of play style I expect them to exude here on the field. But they're really struggling with it right now. And Temple, the more calm and collected outfit it seems, and they're getting their just rewards for it so far.
Ooh, and there's going to be a second. Con gets it in.
It's a bit too simple. Dem's forced to put this to the mid, though. Con was just waiting for it. I think Dem might have got a touch, but Jack chose to go early. Couldn't get the angle he wanted. A 2-goal lead now here for Temple. Same amount of shots for both sides, so it's clearly just about the shooting percentage accuracy here. Whether or not they got that efficiency. Jack off the ceiling, he gets it! He gets the double tap, but not on target. That was so unfortunate. I saw that unfolding before my eyes. Something that Spooks mentioned in the last series was that, team's ability to utilize the ceiling. He said it was with passing, but he could do it with solo plays as well, and Jack got so damn close to getting at least half of this deficit.
Well, Fearless Bravo not strangers to some scrappy play in their last series, where they won it in 5 games. They were almost reverse swept. They had to pull it out of the bag in game 5 to make sure it didn't happen. So they strike me as a team that don't panic if they have a bad one, if they don't quite. This hasn't been a great game for them, but given their run, I think they certainly quite comfortable with. Okay, boys, let's reset and get ourselves sorted here.
A reset's probably exactly what they need. I don't like calling out individual players, but Pesky Bird, just 56 points. Not being able to contribute nearly as much as he'd like in this game. Den with 3 saves to his name, the only one keeping this scoreline at the very least respectable in Fearless Bravo's sake. Still on the front foot here, could get at least 1 consolation goal, maybe. Jack with a great pinch across, but no one trusted it. No one believed that was going to go flying across the goal face, and it's ended up almost a 3-0 for Temple, but it will be 2. At the end of the game, they take the first blood here, and really, I just don't see what has happened to Fearless. The confidence that they bring out, you said that they probably are able to bounce back from this. They've got that scrappers mentality. We saw it from Nightfall in Rival last night. They were able to, be that underdog story coming up from the lower bracket, winning that bracket reset. And I see a lot of the same features in Fearless, but Temple, they seem to be lording over them and saying, come at us, come and make us, give us a reason to think that you deserve to get goals against us. And they've really struggled in this.
They did. It felt like a team that's come into the first game of a best of 5, maybe a little bit off the boil, having come off their win. I don't know if they've been free playing or what they've been doing in between, waiting for this game to get underway. But having now had the opening warm-up game, anybody who's ever played ranked expects to lose their first game. You call it the warm-up. Maybe this is the case for them, and they come storming. I fully expect that they're going to come out swinging here on the Forbidden Temple.
Oh yeah, there's no way this is going to be a perfect sweep. Fearless will score at some point. It's just whether or not they score enough, and then they make a case and point as to why they should be going ahead here. But Temple, looking at the prospect of a match point, should they take the map that is Forbidden Temple, maybe a little bit of an advantage there, home territory. Have to see if it helps them. Fearless Bravo now under the cosh, fighting back, and must prove to us, as well as themselves, that they have the ability to beat Temple here, of course. Still that second life, still the opportunity, should we say, to go down to the lower bracket. But Eevee looking to make it like they're gonna have to, as Con ends up having to finish this one off. But he gets a great aerial here, no one on the backboard. I think that's important to note.
You said, Victor, the second goal in the first game, the word you used was, was all too simple there. And you have a feeling with that, you mentioned no one on the backboard. It's like just not closing it down. Eevee did fantastic work. We can't take away from that. His effort off the backboard to get that down in front of the net. But really a little bit lackadaisical from Fearless. So they're the team chasing, but they're not yet acting like they're chasing the game.
Yeah, at what point do you start to think, does fearlessness become complacency? Do they think that they're just too good to try too hard? If that makes sense. Of course, for Pesky, he'll want to improve after his lackluster performance in Game 1. Den will want to try and get further up the field if he can, not relegated to just being a defender, a goalkeeper. And Jack has not nearly hit the heights of what we expect of him, and probably what he expects of himself as well. Temple doing so well to keep control of this game, scoring much sooner than they did in the first. We're looking for a second. Pesky Bird looking to find the first. He gets the double tap, but the crossbar again denies. A miss by Jack, and a chance spurned once more for Fearless Bravo.
And that kind of sums up their series so far, right? It's like, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Not for the first time, and really, they should have leveled up by now.
All the build-up, none of the payoff. So unfortunate to see for them. They're going to keep trying, though. Not going to stop. Temple's planning to stop them and doing so far, but they haven't really had to defend all that much. Only one shot on the board for Fearless. At this point, they would have had 3 or 4, at least in the last game. And they seem to be struggling to find that creativity, that last angle.
I do get the feeling, though, that there is a sense that maybe it's kind of the turning of the Titanic. It's slow, but I feel like there's a turnaround coming for them here. It's not clumsy, it's not polished, but there it is! Pesky Bird! You were talking about him in Game 1, and he's pretty much, with one shot, made more points than he did in the entire last game.
Great assist from Jack as well. That bouncer so awkward to deal with. I was going to say, well, you know what happened to the Titanic, don't you, Greybeard? Didn't get the chance to finish off that sentence. But, it turned around for the time being. They've equalized almost halfway through the game. Easy Panda looking to get that lead back, but Pesky in position to deny. And, yeah, you just have to hope that Temple doesn't become the iceberg that takes Fearless Bravo down to that lower bracket. But it's still such a tight affair, and it's nowhere near close to the end of the series.
Oh, Yeah, and you did say they would score at some point. They haven't left it too late. They've leveled up, and so often we see that opening goal just settles teams down. You know, once you get your confidence out that, okay, we can score goals, perhaps it starts to turn around. But I like what we're seeing here from Temple in the meantime. They're trying to take the game right now, right back to Fearless Bravo, and not let them get too big for their boots, too comfortable in their plays.
I almost caught that slip, that fearless bravado. That's exactly what they're going to need in this series, and I wouldn't be just surprised to see it if they can hold out for long enough. But of course, Easy Panda comes to put the words back into my mouth. Make me eat them. Con with a perfect pass across, but there's just no one on the backboard. Fearless occupying that left-hand side of the field far too greedily, shall we say. Not spread out wide enough, and Temple happy to take the second goal of the second game. Decent kickoff for Fearless, but I think they need to start controlling the ball a bit more. Possession has not been in their favor.
No, it hasn't. And then skewing there, another opportunity, kind of going wide. You know, focus on find a way to get the accuracy and power in. Because if we look back on there's been at least 3-4 goals that could have been scored over the course of 2 games if it had just been a little bit more power, a little bit more on target. And if they can get the radar right, they will be right back in it. But in the meantime, Temple in front, but not anymore. Cinema gets on the end of a fabulous pass in the middle. Dem to the wall. Pesky controls, passes at middle. Beautiful team play, level game.
Our radar is aligned, it's calibrated. Finally getting these passing plays across, utilizing those lanes and the space between that Temple are leaving, because for the most part, Temple's defense and midfield play is just being passive. It's waiting for Fearless to make that mistake, throw the ball away on solo plays up the midfield, doing barely anything. But now they're going up together as groups, and Jack's going to do it all alone. A brilliant redirect off the spin, but Yeezy Panda saw it coming. He knew that was going to happen, and he stopped it dead in its tracks. Great save.
Yeah, an excellent end to what was a wonderful play leading up to it. Dem now having some work to do in defense. Does well. Is he going to get the clear? No, he's kind of given away possession. Evie into the middle. Panda's up as well. Yeezy, it's double commit in attack. They haven't been punished. They're scrambling back, but normal activities resume.
It seems like it. Of course, we've seen a few double commits and some whiffs as well. Con with the free shot, but Pesky Bird is back in time. Saves his team's blushes there. Well played from him. Another great save, and we're barreling towards the prospect of an overtime here in game 2. If Jack could keep this one out, Pesky Bird with possession, but no boost. Does beat Evie. Dem went up. Last second ticks away, and Dem is up with boost. Will beat 1. Can he beat 2? It's off target. Yeezy's probably just going to look to 50 it into the ground. And overtime is what we find ourselves a part of here on Forbidden Temple, Greybeard. I'm loving this series so far.
I love how it settled down. Last game, Fearless were struggling to get into it. Felt like they maybe had just woken up, gone quite there. Now we have a proper series on our hands. And overtime, what an important touch away from Con. But Cinema looking to bring it right back. Everyone involved, Dem just heading it in the general direction of the net. Nothing comes of it, but the pressure build here from Fearless is very good if they can keep it up.
That's exactly what they couldn't do. They lost possession for the merest of moments still in this red corner. It's Pesky. Great catch, but Con has the boost. He gets beaten out. Does Pesky have the boost to get this forward? He has enough. He delays the touch, and Evie's back in time. Saves Yeezy Panda from being embarrassed there. Beaten by a simple air dribble. They just about get away with it as we go towards the second minute of this overtime. I'm expecting more in this series based on just this single game, but Jack with more confidence with the reset. The second man's demoed out, but Yeezy got the touch to keep it away. And now this is the pressure that you were talking about. They continue to push forward, and not just alone, in groups of 2 and sometimes even 3, which can be risky, but they're fearless for a reason.
Yeah, indeed, and they've got to make this count. You feel with all this pressure, if they go on to lose, it's going to damage the psyche a little, because it is going to put them 2 behind then, and they're going to have to reverse sweep. So they've got to make this count. Look at this from Pesky from his backboard. It is very well intercepted, but their pressure builds. Oh, except their easy clearance, but Dem, very hard touch. Does well to kind of get in the way there. This is heading toward the net. Con gets a demo, but not the shot on net.
So damn close. Physicality is starting to build up now in this OT. Can become so much more dangerous for a defending team because they start to trust in their teammates more and more, and then they're suddenly just taken completely out of the play. The positioning's destroyed, rotations absolutely smashed to pieces, and someone is there usually. I feel like it will be Fearless Bravo more than Temple in this case, as Den managed to get another touch to this. Yeezy forced it to get a 50 back into the ceiling. Pesky Bird with a bit of time, forced to send it to the wall. Con with a free clear. There's so many people back. Eevee was right there for the redirect, but glances narrowly wide of the ball.
And you know, pressure plays are by their nature. They're slow build-ups to a goal. You're sort of making your opponents panic more and more, starving them of boost. But they have had so much time, so much territorial advantage, have Fearless, but they've not been able to find the net, and that's got to start to play on their minds eventually. Like, what are we got to do to score? Another one comes close, surely now! The demo in front of the net, Cinema misses it! Oh my word!
He got the pinch he wanted, but it just went the wrong direction. Pesky Bird tries to finish it off finally. We're into the 4th minute now of this OT. This could go on for a while if we start to see offensive misplays like that. The defenses are crumbling. The offense isn't going up to match. Easy Panda with 666 points. Only just noticed, and he got cursed there as his shot gets denied. His 4th of the game, but this was just going to roll into the net! How did this happen? I need the replay to see the breakdown here. First we get the double commit, Dem and Pesky, then Con beats out, and Jack just assumes that 50 is going to go their way. Completely away from the goal line. Temple take it at the death. Psychological advantage now. That's tough. That's really tough.
I think, you know, I always wonder, is it more psychologically damaging to lose a game 5 or 6-0, or to have so much pressure as Fearless Bravo did in that overtime and then concede and lose it? Oh man, this is now they got to revert. We said they were scrappy and they can fight back. Now it doesn't get much. Your backs aren't much more against the ropes than this right now.
Yeah, they had to win that just for the self-belief to build in themselves. I'd say it depends who you ask, which is worse, getting completely destroyed, 7-0 or something like that. But for me personally, and I think most people you'd ask, it's so much worse getting that much closer to victory and just getting it snatched away from you in such a way that, I mean, you kick yourself. There's no doubt about it. Jack was, I mean, maybe he blamed the double commit there or the misrotation, but he made an assumption and it didn't pay off. He thought that was going to be cleared, ends up going towards his own net, just a little dribbler, but it's enough to get Temple match point. And completely in the driver's seat for this one, as close as that overtime was. If this does go down to OT, you've got to give it in the favor of Temple just because Fearless couldn't clutch that one out despite as many chances as they created. 15 shots, and it was a long overtime, but still 15 is quite a lot for a team to not score more than 2 goals. So we'll just have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, well, now they've got to have three almost perfect games, right? They can't afford to slip, and they're going to slip up right here, just 14 seconds into the game, into the sweep game. Oh, Cinema puts it up, can't get the touch away, and it's a scramble on the line. Eevee with the tap in. Oh, not a great start for Fearless.
And it's a common thread to follow. Temple have scored first, and they've scored early. Not as early in the first game, it did take a minute, but within 15-20 seconds, Temple have already scored again. They need to get an equalizer quick. It could give them such a big chance, but somehow Yeezy falls on that ball. Again, the defensive mastermind. I mean, you want to call it luck. It could have been calculated. Who knows? All that matters is that Fearless cannot find an equalizer once more. They just continue to struggle. Temple happy to get that luck, to ride it as long as they can.
Yeah, you get those days where you feel like just nothing goes your way, and I mean, we saw it in the last game. Ball smashed on the crossbar for Fearless at straight down and out, but for Temple at straight down and in. And so you just go, okay, well, what are we supposed to do here? But they got to find a way to overcome it. Otherwise, they are going to go down in a sweep.
A game of the finest margins. You can never assume anything. You've got to follow your shots in. They're not always guaranteed to go across the plane of the net. Fearless Bravo know this all too well. Still, continue to push, continue to make waves forward. It happened again! You literally called it out. Crossbar down and out, but no, it's gone in. Okay, so did you just cast a curse then? And then I just cast a curse to Temple. Because Eevee backflipping there, that's atrocious. You cannot do that on a possible sweep game. They've given them a way back into this.
Yeah, you know what? And it's so fortunate now for Fearless, because they would have felt wronged. Oh my! What a save from Eevee! All right, suddenly
Redemption.
The tempo, the pace, the heat of this game has suddenly got turned up.
It's because it's do or die. Well, in a sense, of course, Fearless Bravo, they still do live should they fall to this sweep, but they know how important this game is, how crucial it is to get back that momentum. Even if they do end up losing it in a 3-2, maybe the reverse sweep is denied once again. We've already had one of those tonight. If it should happen again, at least they'll have that knowledge that they took 2 games from Temple, and if they should meet them again in the grand final, they'll know they could take them to the end the account. But what is happening to Temple's defense? It was first Eevee. Con just completely whiffs that ball in the midfield as well, but Yeezy Panda, it looked like he jumped ahead of the ball. That looked so strange, but Fearless Bravo finally take a lead in this series.
Well, it's a bit of there's sublime and there's ridiculous, and that shouldn't have been in, but Fearless will take it, absolutely grab it with both hands, and hopefully use it to build some momentum for themselves. Although they've got to defend here. What a fantastic play, finished off by Con. But look at this work from Panda to just guide the ball, coax it along the wall, guide it in front of the net.
It was like what's it called? Not a yo-yo, but one of those paddle sticks, with the ball on the string, and just kept hitting it between him and the wall, and eventually found its way in front of the net. And Con happy to finish it off, get that equal game back once more. Continues to be so close, so tight. We had an overtime at 2-2 in the last game. Still got half the game left to go. Fearless Bravo have only scored off of mistakes from Temple, and I don't think they're going to let it happen again as Con just grazes that past the post. Unfortunately, didn't get the double tap pinch there. They're still fighting ahead for it now. 2 minutes left to go. It could be 3-2 already. Easy Panda with that space in the midfield. Don't give him that time. He will punish you.
My word, are they? Sure. All right. Well, you feel that the 5 goals, 3 minutes down. There's the potential. I feel like the most likely result here is an overtime. Again, a second overtime.
It's probable. Yeah, I don't know if it'll come from a mistake off of Temple or Fearless Bravo just managed to get one across. Finally, as we're saying it, they do get one. Dem with his brace as well. Eevee did his best, I think, to try and get this one out. Pesky Bird just diving upon him. Yeezy not quick enough that time to get the save. But they have equalized, and I think this is the goal fest you were asking for, Graybeard.
Absolutely, and that goal, all about the pace at the end there from Dem. No hesitation on getting up for that shot. Met it cleanly, nice finish, and this is toe-to-toe here, and it's... And I know what you were saying about the do or die. Absolutely do or die here for Fearless, but you just don't want that momentum swing when you've got a team down too, especially considering how they lost the last game. You don't want to give them any confidence or a way back into the series. So they will be desperate to take it down. They want to take it down in a sweep, of course, but it ain't going to be easy. But then at this stage of the playoffs, it shouldn't be! And Cinema is going to get Fearless Bravo in front.
Easy is the farthest it's going to be from just what Temple were expecting it to be. 4-3 now for Fearless Bravo. Whether or not that came from a mistake, I'm not sure. Yeezy was demoed out, so that reliable back line just simply didn't exist at that point in time. And with a minute left to go, taking the lead here, Yeezy Panda with another missed aerial. It just seems like, I don't know, Temple, they're getting that strange nervous tick where they're you know, that one final game, all you got to do is win one more game, and that's sometimes the worst possible thing you could be asked to do. It's just that very unique kind of pressure. And Fearless Bravo seem to be the ones taking it in their stride. A big demo again. Jack was taken out of the play. Dem with a whiff. Pesky's there to finish it off. Gets the 2-goal lead now. With 40 seconds left to go. They are really starting to come alive, and really you've got to say, Temple are the ones that lit the spark.
And, you know, they had this period of positive play, particularly in the overtime of last game, which they ultimately went on to lose, building that pressure, spending time camping over in your opponent's half. The difference here, though, they're actually finding the net. They're building it up. They're finishing. They got a 2-goal lead. This is the most comfortable they've been all series.
Yeah. And it's almost wide open nets as well a lot of the time. Are they getting these chances across? It's mainly because the second man, instead of rotating all the way back when they're out of boost, they go for that boost pathing, that small pad pathing, but they can just stay on offense, keep that pressure up, which is what we expected from Fearless from the beginning of the series, to keep doing that as they've done all throughout league play. Keep opponents uncomfortable, make them believe that your opponent's just too quick and there's no way to deal with them. We saw it with Yeezy, wasn't able to get the save for Fearless's 3rd or 4th goal, something like that. And it's just continued to compound that same effort that Fearless were able to put into this. And I'm sure someone in the chat, probably Buddha himself, is saying, oh, it's just, you know, giving them 2 games for the content. We just want the reverse sweep. That's all we want to do. Make Temple believe, you know, that they're actually better than us, but then completely dominate them. And as much as this wasn't a complete washover, they did get a 2-goal lead. And that's the first we've seen in the series.
Yeah, no, it's a very good game for them, and very much so a potential turnaround game for them. And, you know, there are narratives that we've all heard. There's narratives that we've experienced as players that teams tell themselves, you know, on the side of Temple. They go, okay, no problem, guys, we got this. You know, we're 2 games up, we lose one, it's not a problem, we're on top of it. And the narrative for Fearless, of course, is, okay, now we're back. Now we got the momentum, let's go and take it down 2 more games. So, but it all comes down to who believes their narrative enough to execute on the field out here in game 4.
Yeah, it's the bulls in their horns. It's the immovable object versus the unstoppable force. Which one wins? Which one ends up beating the other? Temple came so damn close to doing it. Fearless Bravo got something else to say, ripping up the script, rewriting it, and here on to game 4. We shall have to see whether or not Fearless can get themselves to match point, get us to another game 5, another Champions Field prospect. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see which side, you know, then prove that they deserve to win it. Of course, Temple constantly, again, that little bit of pressure, it's just like a drip. It gets to you, you feel like, just one more game, we've only got to win one more game. And as much as you said, oh, we only lost 1. Yeah, they'll be thinking if they lose this one, oh, we only lost 2. We've got another chance. You cannot get complacent. You cannot start to think, oh, it's in the bag. We only need to win this next one. You have to play like it's the last game you're ever going to play, because that's how you bring the best out of yourselves and out of each other.
You know, one of the best things about Rocket League as an esport is how quick the games are, because you know there's very little time. Like your mental disposition in the game can change instantly, and if there's any seeds of doubt, it has an immediate impact on the game. Oh, a shot is wide. Yeezy can't get there. It's still pressure for Temple. Con off the backboard. It is touched away, but the pressure is still on by Temple. They're trying to fight their way through. And if you can increase your confidence, that has an immediate effect on the game. That one's going to be wide. And it's this constant yo-yo battle between your execution and your mental approach to the game. But this is a good passage of play from Temple. Building pressure, but not yet able to make it count.
Your execution or your exaltation. I love it. The alliteration of it all. And just how close things can be as this one again, the crossbar. You said that's how quickly, you know, how much it can have an effect on the game, how much it can change it. But also goals can change games. And we've just seen 3 big misses from Temple. not able to change the course of it. And the first time we've seen in any game in this series, there hasn't been a goal within the first minute, not even in the first 2 so far, as it could be Pesky to make me eat my words once more. The great save by Easy Panda once again to keep this game even this time. And I think at this point, knowing Temple couldn't get the sweep, they're starting to respect Fearless that little bit more, and that's why it's such a close affair at this point. They've gotten all their energy out, and now they're just being super tactical, trying to find those little cracks in the defense and exploit them as best they can.
And it's been what a night that's been on stream. It's been wall-to-wall game 5s here on stream, and a very real possibility of another if Fearless Bravo can break through here and take this game down. Of course, Temple will want to upset the apple cart and take the win for themselves, take it down 3-1 and advance to the grand finals, waiting for the lower bracket to come. Cinema now, doesn't do much with it, and it's going to put his team under pressure on the other side. Dem, though, will get a clear, but Temple pressure building. Pesky with the clear.
Yeah, going the distance, game 5s is Elite is the tier that I expected of most. It's just the magic of this division. It's so unpredictable. As Pesky Bird gets accredited for this one, but it comes off Easy Panda. I don't think he expected this shot to go in. Bounces so awkwardly off the ceiling. They didn't know how to deal with it. Jack was barreling down on the defense there, to be fair. Fearless Bravo once again taking that lead, taking the initiative and making sure they're the ones that are touted as the potential favorites in this one still. Got to win this game and the next, but they're well on their way.
Well, the likelihood of a game 5 just became the probable outcome based on the scoreline now. And certainly if that one goes in, surely that'll be enough. But it doesn't. And now Evie is 1v2 on the other side. Can't get the flick past the first player. But they will still look to build pressure. He shoots and scores. It's leveled up.
The bottom right corner has been punctured. Dem, awkward in possession, didn't want it. Con dives upon him. Pesky drives away from where he's supposed to be. He was already able to stop that ball, but who knows where the heck that Dominus is going to place the shot. This time, it's the bottom right. And it's an equalizer once more in this such tight series, such a closely packed one. After the first game, I thought, Temple have got this. They're the most composed. They're the ones that understand the assignment, and they're doing the duty for it, and they had to get dirty. They had to scrap for game 2, and they had that advantage going into the match point scenario and situation. Still is, and it's still Fearless Bravo with the onus on them to make the difference here, but it's still an equal game. Final minute, Evie to make it awkward as hell for the defender. Ends up being Easy Panda, but it's too slow. Dem is back in time, keeps the OT alive.
And over on the B stream, Thanatos have been swept. So, so they're out after making... okay, yeah, so they're done and dusted, and now we wait to see what happens here.
We're talking about game 5 potentials, and this one goes through! Pesky Bird gets the lead once again, gets his brace, great passing play, you've got to say. Dem already in the corner, Con has to block that initial shot. Yeezy Panda went up, I think, to get it back into the corner, but it's ended up slowing it down. Pesky Bird in position, as they so often are now, Fearless, as we talked about it before, just keeping that pressure, keeping the second man in a dangerous place, and allowing yourself to have that opportunity to finish off, weak clears or just loose balls. And it's paid off for them with 30 seconds left to go. Now Temple are the ones with the executioner's axe, shall we say, hanging over their heads.
Yeah, and it is the scrappy Fearless Bravo who are looking like overcoming a 2-game deficit to force a decider. And potential sweep! Oh, that would have been magical. It doesn't happen, and it doesn't look like we're going to have the overtime. The ball, we just wait for it to bounce, and it's on the wrong side for Temple. It should now hit the ground. Not yet. But it is all the momentum with Fearless in the dying seconds. Although it's coming forward, who can get on the end of this? Cons up. Surely that bounces now. Indeed it does. And off we go. Pack your bags. We're going to Champions Field.
Another game 5. I mean, I would say I'm surprised, but I'm not. I expect this of Elite. I expect it to go down to the wire, and I was extremely surprised to hear that Thanatos got swept by Megaminkle. Both of those teams, even have to argue were underdogs, were seen as dark horses, especially Thanatos. And, the darlings of this, the Cinderella run, but it's been completely demolished by Megamin, who will be in that lower final waiting for whichever of these teams can take the final game of this upper final. And I genuinely don't know which side it could go to. Temple have made some glaring, uncharacteristic errors, and Fearless Bravo have just taken that in their stride and compounded upon it. It was only a 1-goal game, but they've got the momentum.
And I do think both of us called Fearless Bravo at the beginning, or said they were the more likely to take it. And I just do think the scrappy nature of the team, they know how to battle out a win. They may not take it in the glorious sweeps, dominating team after team, but once you learn how to win from any situation, you become very difficult to beat. So I think based on that ability to scrap, I think they've got it in them to take it.
As much as this game is talked about as a mental one, about how strong you can steel your mind and your psychology and continue to perform regardless of the situation you find yourself in, it is also a measure of resilience and the ability to adapt, to change on the fly, make the adjustments necessary to be victors. And now 5 seconds in, Jack reads a brilliant pass interception here, gets the lead once again for Fearless Bravo, and it's so important to note, Temple, they took the lead in the first 2 games of this series. Fearless Bravo took the lead in the last 3, and that's who's won each time.
And it pretty much follows the playbook of the last series, exactly the same sort of result here. But when you leave your net, the teams were both teams completely offside there, Vector. All 3 players in the red side and all 3 red players in the blue side. It was like, who's defending what net here?
Yeah, they got confused whether they were red or blue coats for mere moments, and it allowed a 3v0 for Temple to get that equalizer in such rapid fashion. We've essentially restarted the game. This is 0-0 for all intents and purposes. So we shall have to see which side gets the second. Could be Temple with a great looking powerful effort there from Yeezy Panda, but Jack got back in time to deny it. He will be here for this 50 as well. It's going to drop down awkwardly for Evie, who didn't know Pesky was right there over his shoulder. Once again, they retain the lead. 3 goals in the first minute. This could go anywhere.
Yeah, isn't it amazing how that goes? I mean, the last goals were so hard to come by. It took so long. But here we are, inside a minute, 3 goals. And now the action back to Temple to find a way back into it. The momentum continues to swing. 4.
Pulled up 3.
Fearless, but almost the second equalizer in the game for them. They are on the right side. Evie now to Con. A little bit of a heavy touch. Couldn't control it for the pass to the front of the net. But they will still have territorial advantage and looking to build pressure.
I think Evie might still be adjusting his rear view mirror after that goal was conceded, but right now he's looking right down the barrel of it through his windshield. He sees the goal being broken once again. Dem and Pesky double commit. Con is right there. I find myself saying that over and over again. The second man, always in the right place, always able to get a 50 or a touch, whatever necessary, to get it into a position for his teammates to finish it off. He gets his assist there, as well as a goal in this game, and he's been such a presence for Temple in this series. If he wasn't there, they don't score nearly as many goals as they have.
But it's turning out to be a very appropriate, I think, or a right feeling decider here. As tight and close as it is. Oh, they're so close. Con gets his way back to the goal line, and now almost a 1v1, but all 3 players from Fearless back to get that cleared. And my word, and here we are, 2 minutes into the deciding game, and still no idea where this is going to go, but what a read off the ceiling by Cinema! Jack gets it in, and for the 3rd time, Fearless are in front.
Just watch how that happened. All 3 of players of Temple glued to the goal line, just sat there. I don't know exactly what the boost totals were, but Jack was up and ready, managed to get it through. Yeezy shot early, he pulled the trigger, expecting the shot to come in, misses it. Evie does get a touch, but it's just not enough. Fearless Bravo once again retake the lead. 5 goals in the first half of this game 5. It's something you mentioned and I love to talk about it as well, the evolution of a series in Rocket League, how things can change from game to game. In the first, we saw Fearless, they sat back, they were awkward, not quite understanding how they were meant to deal with Temple, they barely got any time on offense, and now it's just completely switched up. It's like a completely different team, and their ability to push forward, be the aggressors, and be the chance finishers most of the time. In game 1, Jack doesn't finish that chance. I just don't see it happening. But in game 5, completely different situation.
Oh
no!
no!
Evie!
Oh no! Oh, that
To be fair to
may
Easy
just have
there,
been it.
I don't think he expected Pesky to miss.
No, fair enough. It came as a surprise. But my word, you want to jump on those opportunities. And, if this is the scoreline at the end, you look back at that moment and you're going, oh, man, if only. If only.
Ooh. Yeah, they've really warmed up now, getting so many more clear chances, open looks. They've only got 8 shots. To be fair, only Temple do as well. So it's been a close affair. And they're still as well matched as ever, still competitive. Fearless with the onus, with the initiative going forward. This one, oh my goodness, Dem had to jump really early to read that spike of a shot. Slapped it from the midfield, Avy with a great catch, but Jack reads it sooner. Now back the wrong end of the field for Temple, demoed out in the corner. Pesky, not with the greatest touch, allows Yeezy to play it out, but Dem is right there for the third man play. Back to the ceiling, backboard, doesn't get the touch, but Pesky will be there to beat Con. That's on target. Evie can't stop it. Once more a 2-goal lead for Fearless with a minute left. It's going to be a miracle, I feel like, for Temple to get this back.
Yeah, if we if we run this back a little bit, what is it, about 30, 40 seconds ago, where a chance, a scrappy and surprising chance for Temple was wasted. If that had gone in, it's 3-all, and now it'd be 4-3 if they'd gone on to score here. And in a minute, you got a good chance of scoring that 1 goal you need, but now 2. Now it's just a sweat fest for Temple. They've got to play fast, they got to play strong, and they got to play accurate and quickly and get their plays right here. 45 seconds to go now. 2 goals, and that's on the wrong side of the pitch for them. They've got to make this happen, and very quickly.
And just as the Athena song says, it is a multitude of moments that makes magic happen, Greybeard. That's magic right there from Evie. Easy Panda. Oh my goodness, the pinch on that one. Absolutely bashes him out of the way, bounces off the ceiling again. Such an awkward thing to defend, to read, to be ready to deal with. But Evie was right there to get it. Brace bagged. Now 30 seconds left to go. They need to get 1 more to secure at the very least an overtime. Otherwise they'll find themselves in a reverse sweep, taken down by Fearless Bravo. What a storyline it would be to find themselves in the grand final after such a situation. As Yeezy Panda back to the corner, Jack to play, pass it back, keeps possession, is wasting time. It's very well played. So is Dem, just making sure there's time, but it's not enough to stop Yeezy Panda. He finally gets his name on the board. A big bump on the last man as well. Get out of here. Great finish. Overtime looming.
There was a sort of a sense once that 3rd goal went in for Temple, there was a sense of inevitability about the equalizing goal, right?
Easy.
No, sure.
He gets a flick! No!
This is unbelievable from Panda. 1 second from time. With 30 seconds to go, they were 2 goals behind, and they're going to clutch it out in regulation. Unbelievable work here from Temple.
The calamity of kickoffs, Greybeard. They're not going to get another chance. This has not gone in their favour. Con is up to get the bump. Dem is there. He keeps it alive. But Yeezy's going to dive on him through the corner. Evie to finish off the backboard. Is still in possession of the red side. Kept alive by Pesky. Dem is there, but Con beats out. Jack has just enough boost to put it through the corner, but Evie's there. Gets the flick over. No one's going to get there in time. Temple saved themselves. Clutch victory from the jaws of defeat from the reverse sweep. Fearless Bravo knocked down at the very last moment, Greybeard. As disappointing.
not slowing down. Say, what? Ay. Hop on the beat, you know it's muerte. If they go against, we go and give them all the suerte. We know that they need that. Living on your kneecaps, way too many trolls out. I don't want your feedback. Yeah, drunk words equal sober thoughts. Saying I'm the greatest when I'm wasted, drive with no exhaust. I don't let them gas me, I don't even gas myself. Push the whip like Flintstones, touching down like NFL. In every city, cross the country, gotta let them know I'm lapping rappers and I never got a medal though. No trophies on the mantle, I'm an animal, a cannibal. Eat your favorite rapper like some Danimals. Like Tempur-Pedic, man, I'm used to getting slept on. But now my temper raised the temperature, I know you're dead wrong. Saying you don't feel the flame, must be on some Novocaine. Look at what I overcame, they should call me Notre Dame. Damn, it's crazy, they think I caught the rabies. The city really made me, was never playing JV. I'm undrafted, but ball like the NBA pay me. Always keep my cool, not even the moon could phase me. My mom's only son keeps shining. I don't need diamonds, I just need time. And got the same 24 hours, why is y'all whining? On Instagram crying, begging to be signing. Man, to any label that'll take you, a 7-figure partnership is how I'm finna make do. No 360s, believe in no Ripleys. Play the cards I'm dealt, never tell a deal it hit me. Montreal girls tryna ride like a big C. LA girls tryna smoke like the hippies. You chose to play it safe, I'm on the edge feeling risky. Need the money and the credit, tell them keep the receipt. City on fire, me I been fired up. No, I'm not tired. They know, no we not tied up. Better not try us. Gotta move higher. They know, undrafted. They laughing. What happened? I'm up now. So independent. I was spinning. I ain't have it. I'm up now. Yeah. Yeah, I hate the season. No, we never leaving. Nah.
I'm on a mission to find myself. Lately I'm off it, coughing. These meds I take gon' put me in a coffin. More often than not, I'm distraught, all alone in my room with the lights out. Even when it's nice out, I'm lazy. Really wish you see me on the daily. Lately I've been feeling crazy, baby. I don't wanna talk. I can tell she faking. She only hit me at 1 o'clock. My brain she's staying like sidewalk chalk. Everywhere I look, all I see are chemicals. Think she got me hooked. I feel it in my genitals. Ring me like a book and play me like a cassette tape. Why wait when you and me? Pigs fly great by day. Better get here by the by day. Irate the way that I be feeling. I've been irate. Why wait? Lately I've been feeling crazy. I'm not that much to see, so why everybody tryna look at me? Oh, it's getting hard to breathe, so I'ma take
Welcome back, one and all, to the RSC. If you're just joining us, you've missed out, I don't know how, on one of the best upper finals I've ever seen. Went the distance to Game 5. It was Fearless Bravo versus Temple. The Sanctuary side managed to take that one down, and Fearless fall so desperately into the lower bracket, into the lower final against Megaman Cult, who have almost dominated their way through that lower bracket, swept away Thanatos to find themselves here. And I think for the first time ever, Psycho, me and you in the booth casting over this match, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, absolutely. It's a pleasure to be here, Vector. And you know what? Usually, I'm the person watching you do all the casting. And for once, I actually get to join you, which is absolutely beautiful, you know. The two teams we have on display, you did a great job of breaking them down. But Fearless Bravo is a team that I particularly want to point out as being a team which has suffered and been on the tail end of a heroic series.
Yeah, they managed to just about scrap for the win against Blizzard in that upper round 1, but then they found themselves tasting their own medicine, a 3-2 against Temple. Temple literally scored a goal before a second was left on the clock in that Game 5 on Champions Field. If that isn't suffering, I don't know what is. And now they have to face against a Megamin Colt who have had their own Game 5, their own Game 4 against the very same Blizzard side. I was very surprised to see go down in a 4-game series, and then swept aside Thanatos, who they themselves were a potential dark horse for this championship. Megamin just thought, you know what, get rid of them. Cubby is the captain of that team, Form alongside him as well. And I just can't wait to see what they're capable of doing against a wounded Fearless here, because they really struggled in that upper final in the first 2 games. They bounced back. Have they got enough bounce back ability to beat Megamin here in the lower final?
Well, it certainly would make for one heck of a story. Fearless Bravo, a team which has been through it all today, and they find themselves right here with a tall order to face. Megamin Colt clearly showing a run of form, as you said, in that lower bracket, as the team stats just in front of us right now highlighting the differences on paper between these two teams. Of course, Fearless Bravo being a 2nd seed from their conference, and Megamin Colt a 3rd in their own respect. But both of these teams, I think we need to ignore the statistics, because it is about your performance on the day, especially when the stakes are so high for these two teams.
They are indeed, as Fearless Bravo now know. Of course, that second life, done and dusted. This is it. You do it now, or you lose the entire tournament. So Megamin, of course, know that as well, but they've already been in this lower bracket for much longer. They've played game after game after game. They have very few breaks, and now they have to see whether or not they could do the same against the 1st seed coming out of the Glacis Conference in Elite. Fearless Bravo, they must do it one more time at the very least in this best of 5 scenario. We get kicked off with Game 1, Megamin Colt versus Fearless Bravo, and Megamin, a team that maybe didn't expect to be here, to be at this point. They believed, in fact, the captain, Cubby, thought that Thanatos was the dark horse for this tournament. They swept them aside. Now they've got to do the same to Fearless Bravo. Maybe they didn't rate them as much, but these two teams have already faced each other. These are Glacis Conference rivals. So at this point, with Fearless opening with 5 seconds in, I really wonder what they're capable of doing.
And so do I. I'm very much excited to see how this series unravels, as Pesky Bird laced a shot to the top of the net. As you say, a wonderful save from the defenders, as JW Cinema is able to put it central to Dem9, who only hits it high back to his own teammate, Pesky Bird. It's going to take a little bit of control now and beat one as Kairu touches high to a teammate. And during these early stages, it is critical you're limiting the amount of mistakes you make, as JW Cinema almost exploits one from the opposition.
Yeah, do we call that a mistake from Jack missing, or do we call it a great play from Form to take it off the post? It was off target initially, but most of the pressure coming out from Fearless here. They've got a bone to pick, you have to say. Now, after losing in the fashion that they did in the upper final, now people have got question marks surrounding them. Are they good enough to do this? Can they clutch up? They did it in the first round. They couldn't do it in the upper final. They must do it one more time. And without that safety net, it's just so much more of a test. There's a 2v1 opportunity cut out by Form, Jack there. In fact, Form was the one trying to get it through. They deny the first opportunity for Megamin.
And it was a close opportunity indeed, and you know what? There's only been 1.5 minutes near enough into this game, and we've seen what could be 4 potential goals. Both of these teams providing that aggression early on, and there are some significant gaps at the back for each of these two teams, showing potentially the nerves and just getting themselves warmed up to a brand new opposition. But nonetheless, Form through the skies, looking for a double touch, just touched to the side by Pesky Bird.
Yeah, Pesky knows all too well about those opportunities. Getting double taps off the backboard. Haven't seen that many of them from him tonight, but he knows how to stop them and may be able to get a chance there, but not an open look. Lobby managed to get it away and back through the middle for Form, gets a shot away. I think there might have been a disruption chance there, but Dem manages to avoid it, get the save as well, his 2nd of the game. And as the halfway mark bears upon us, Still such a close one. Form with a chance here. The demo on the back line opens up for Lubby. Free wide open net. And that's your equaliser.
And it's a beautiful one as well, as Form strikes on a net, and Pesky Bird, he did a good job to get a touch on the ball in a reasonably safe position. But unfortunately for him, the last player behind him demolished, gone, wiped away from the field. And that stint of pressure, I feel, was absolutely overwhelming.
And going back to the questions that I was talking about before, question marks surrounding Fearless Bravo. Now, my biggest one, I think the main one, is just how exactly they would react to losing the way that they did in the upper final. Greybeard and I went over it almost ad infinitum, ad nauseum even, about their ability to scrap, their ability to adapt and change things when necessary, and to be resilient, to stave themselves off of that mental fatigue. And going down into the lower bracket, there's not really much of a bigger challenge, especially going against a team that they've probably beaten twice already in league play, and maybe struggling against them in a playoff format in this elimination situation. But it's still so close, so tentative, and really, I don't see Megamin being beaten here, despite the fact Fearless have had most of the offense.
Well, I have to agree with you. It is all about that mental fortitude, and Megamin Colt right now, as you say, they look an unstoppable force at the moment. Their offensive opportunities coming thick and fast, and they seem to have some significant control over this opening game in the series, as Pesky Bird off the wall is going to look for a pass central. He's almost danced round a looming last defender on the backboard. Didn't quite push it past them on that occasion, as a big clearance come forwards, but only as far as Pesky Bird once again, who's able to make a touch central. No teammates to follow.
I'm just waiting to see who wins this midfield battle. The red and the blue becoming a shade of purple. It's neither side continuing to have that much pressure on offense in these last few minutes. 7 shots from Jack so far. His offensive contribution has been okay, but not quite enough to give them the lead, as we see more physicality coming out, hearing those demos in the distance, miles away from the actual play, as this one just about gets denied. Dem with a decent air dribble, picked it up off the touch from Jack, I believe it was. He gets another chance here, another bite at the apple, but he misses it entirely, as Kairu able to stop it. Finds his 5th save of the game. Dem has 5 as well. So much offense has come out, but the defenses so far were able to deal with it. But no, Dem comes flying in. We want to take that lead late into the game.
And you know what? They put enough shots on the board to get one in eventually. Yeah. Fearless Bravo, just for the viewers at home, there's 13 shots to their name, and I know statistics don't particularly mean too much, but you've watched statistics in action for the past 4 and a lot minutes, as Lubby almost own goals at a critical stage, almost recreating the sad demise of Fearless Bravo in terms of how they could have collapsed in that particular situation. As a pass comes across central, Dem just has to sit back and wait as the clock well and truly ticks down, and Fearless Bravo, contrary to some of our statements during the game, did come out on top.
Yeah. And it's not the first time we've seen Fearless with 15 shots to their name. The last they did it was in the upper final, but that was in an almost 4-minute overtime. So the fact that they've peaked over that and done it in 5 minutes regulation, they are chomping at the bit. They are so desperate to get that offense clicking, and their solution is just quantity over quality. Just hit as many shots as you can. Eventually you'll find a way through. We'll get a demo, or we'll get a disruption or boost steal, something like that to open up the space, get the shot through. And it took a sort of a double tap from Dem there in the end to actually get it through. But they had to defend themselves as well. 6 saves from them. Plenty of shots from Megamin, but they were a little more considered, more composed in the way that they were attacking. And because it was so close, I think it will continue to go down to the wire in the next few games. I'm surprised we didn't see an overtime here, though. I thought Megamin might come back swinging in the final minute or two in that game, but they're going to have to do it on Forbidden Temple to see whether or not they can get back into the series.
Well, only time will tell, as we've pushed ourselves into game number 2 getting underway on our screens right now. And the first game was a joyous occasion to watch from a viewer perspective. And for both of these teams, I think they're going to be confident pushing forwards with a similar degree of a performance. Speaking of performance, Dem 9, I'm not sure how you made that save happen, and I'm not sure you do either.
I'm not sure I want to know. It seems like arcane magic that we're not meant to understand as mere mortals. That was a phenomenal defensive display from him to keep that one out. Forced to do almost the impossible. He got 5 saves in the last game. Opened his account already. In the first 30 seconds of this second. But Lubby, or Cubby as most would know him, denied here Kairu to pick up the pieces in the midfield. Jack with a decent pinch, gets it away from the first man. Dem to follow up. Touch to the backboard. Cubby waiting for it. Does time it well enough to keep it away from the encroaching, fearless offense. They're always there. They're always waiting, breathing down your necks, ready to take a shot, a strike, a demo, anything that they can to find a way through you. But Megaman have got something of their own. Cubby to the backboard is free to take this shot. He gets the double tap, but the angle's just too narrow. No opener yet.
Oh, Cubby. That would have been one for your own highlight reel. And it would be for me if I put that shot on target as well.
Yeah.
Oh, so tight those margins as Form drops it into the upper 90, the top right hand of the net. And you know what? I'm not sure quite what happened at the back there, but a fantastic pinch pass nonetheless. Really did set Form up for success.
A bare naked backboard from the looks to me. All 3 players were grounded. Jack was a bit disrupted there. I don't know if he had the boost to deal with it, but speaking of tight margins, how close that was to the crossbar. Slots it into that top right bin. They do eventually get one on the board and a lead as well. More important to note. Fearless Bravo not managed to break their duck so far as Pesky's not able to get a touch. Form to finish it off, and that was just made so awkward to deal with. Lubby was right there to drop it down. I don't know if he was going for a shot initially, and that might have threw Pesky off a little bit, the lack of pace on that, but ends up getting demoed out for his trouble, and a 2-goal lead for Megaman as a result as well.
We'll blame it on the sticky jump button. He just couldn't quite muster the strength, you know. He's put in a very hard shift today to get where he is now, and unfortunately, just no muscles left for him there as a fantastic double touch comes through from JW Cinema. I wasn't preparing anything to say in the way of a shot coming through. That's how unexpected it was. And it's a fantastic looping shot from JW Cinema.
We're talking about the miraculousness of Dem's defense, but Jesus, what was that, Jack? Great finish to read it off the bounce into the backboard. It's like he planned that to happen. They get one on the board, a great way to do it as well. Usually when those goals come out, like a player on my team, KO, such a mechanical mastermind, but is able to get those resets, those unbelievable looking double taps. It G's me up, it hypes me up so much. And I can imagine, or at least I hope it will do the same for Fearless Bravo's sake, to get one on the board like that, have the deficit, another demo opens it up, and it's Dem this time to get his double tap. They're coming alive, Psycho, and I really don't know what Megaman is supposed to do about it.
Oh, keep them coming. Keep them coming. That's 2 beautiful shots in a row from Fearless Bravo. Highlight reel plays. Absolutely beautiful to watch, and hopefully they can continue to show this level of confidence. Fearless Bravo is a side I've watched before and been in awe of how well they've managed to control offense prior as a shot to the upper 90 just gone wide as Kairu is able to deliver a push downfield for his own roster to get him out of trouble. As JW Cinema once again central, but it's a little bit lazy and cut away by the defense.
I say we instate a rule that only double tap goals count, just for our own entertainment purposes. If that counts as a double tap off the defender, I will grace it. You know, it's 3-2 to Megaman Cult as Form links up with his teammate. I'm not sure who it was because it didn't count as an assist, but Jack really should have done better to redirect that away from the danger area, but he just drops it down, loops it down for Form to find his hat trick as well. He's been the leading man for this Megaman side so far, managed to do so much, 3 for 3 as well. The efficiency is really good for Megaman at the moment. Their defense could improve just a little bit more, but as I said before, what are they meant to do against double taps of that nature? There was no defending Jack's finish. Dem was just up quicker, and the precision that they managed to find on these second shots has really impressed me.
Absolutely, and it's impressed me as well. Let's have an action replay of this one as Form gets a ball to a teammate on the side. Lubby has an open net, and oh, I hate to say it, Vector. I hate to say it, 3 of the 4 shots put in by Megamin Colt were so preventable. And unfortunately for Fearless Bravo, even though they've given us those highlight reel plays, they need to find solidity at the back.
Yeah, this is, again, one of those questions that I thought we might pose, as they do get one back. I couldn't see through the smoke screen, but it ends up being Pesky Bird. Watch this back on the replay. I'm not sure who it was that demoed out, but whoever they were, they're nowhere near this play. It ends up just being a slow roller for Pesky to find his first goal of the game. But going back to what I was saying, the question that I had for Fearless was, well, Pesky Bird especially, to mention the man in the series against Temple. In the first 2 games, he barely showed up. In the first game, I think he had less than 100 points, and he just didn't wake up. He didn't do what was necessary. Whether or not in the first game, the second game of a series, he just isn't quite there, he hasn't warmed up yet, then that may be the case. He has got one on the board here, but if they continue to do that through this series, we saw the way that they lost in the upper final. They got to such a precarious point, a 2-goal lead with like 30 seconds left to get the reverse sweep. If they find themselves in that situation again, I don't think a betting man would favour them.
I don't think so either. And Fearless Bravo just seconds away from losing this particular match. And you know what? Whilst you were delivering that narrative, unfortunately, Fearless Bravo missed a connection on the infield pass, a practically open net, undefended by anyone in a strong position from Megamin Colt, and still couldn't equalise in this game. It seems that every crucial mistake that is being made is the reason for their situation at the moment.
I think a little bit of a nightmare scenario for Fearless Bravo. This is the exact scoreline that they lost to in the upper final, game 5, 4-3. Temple took it from them. And it's looking like it's going to happen again, unless they could get this one at 0 seconds. The buzzer beater won't come through. Dem to keep it alive, but it's gone the wrong way. Form. Maybe the next player to touch this. Pesky has to take it off his own corner. Jack is there, but Kairu to deny. Bounces into the corner. Megamin Colt take game 2. I think this series just continues to deliver. We see a similar situation as we did in the upper final. And whether or not Fearless Bravo have the means to push through this mental anguish that they find themselves under, it just seems to continue to compound, to get worse for their sake. And Megamin happy to pile on the pressure even more. Great 4 goals from them, but as you said, savable, stoppable, and Fearless struggling to do that.
Yeah, and just to reflect upon where it all began, this downfall for Fearless Bravo in game number 2, it was something as simple as not doing your double jump at the back lines and not particularly positioning your players in the net where they need to be at the right times. And unfortunately, that caused them to collapse towards the early stage of the game and the late stage of the game. It was little mistakes creeping in everywhere, but I'm going to try and retract those thoughts for now. I'm not going to let them bother me too much, because they showed us something truly special as well in the offensive department. Fearless Bravo came up with some of the most creative and genius plays I've seen in this playoff bracket so far.
It's the blessing and the curse, isn't it? I allude to it a lot, that it's like a game of chess. Your offense and your defense are the same thing. If you want more of one, you have to sacrifice more of the other. And the fact that Fearless Bravo were able to get some fantastic plays on offense, it doesn't negate the fact that they couldn't do the same on defense. So you have to have both. You have to have everything to beat out, arguably the best of the best in a tier, in Elite. These are the final 3 teams. And whether or not Fearless Bravo end up being the 3rd, or maybe the 2nd or the 1st, will come down to whether or not they can shore up those defensive holes and continue to do the same thing as they did in Game 2 on offense. But a big whiff here was an opening chance in this Game 3 to make their mark and get onto a potential match point, but they've scuffed it.
They have indeed, and Fearless Bravo establishing some early offensive security with JW Cinema playing for a reset, trying to drop it off. Pass the parcel to his teammate Dem9, wrapping around the corner. Cannot beat form though, as Pesky Bird is going to cut the ball inside, and hopefully for the orange team they can bait out some of the players in blue, just get them stretched thin forwards so they can start creating some more of these team plays. As JW Cinema now to the middle, straight to the hands of Kairu, and unfortunately I believe the offense ends here.
does as Dem is forced to take a weak touchdown form with a pinch off the wall. Kobe was trying to read it, but not going to be quick enough to follow that one. There's still another 50 across. Bit of ping pong right now. Still no goals. Jack up, gets a touchdown, maybe looking for the reset, has to go over Kobe instead, doesn't get the one that he wants, ends up being hit off of him, but it drops fortunately for Form to clear it away. Dem in the right position to put it to Pesky in the corner. Now another air dribble coming out. Love to see these. Cairo to block it. Jack was there, but Kobe takes it away. Another one to the backboard. Jack is already up to try and redirect it. But as 2 minutes goes by, neither side able to get one through, and that brilliant, fantastic offense we saw from Fearless in Game 2, not quite reaching the same heights.
And I believe the only reason it's not reaching those heights is because they haven't put one in the back of the net. But for so far in this game, every minute of the game has been spent in the blue half. I shouldn't have said that. I really shouldn't have, because it was almost inevitable that Fearless Bravo were going to collapse on the one time Mega Man Colt had a shooting opportunity.
We can just never speak, because of all the beautiful things we've seen in this series so far, that's the goal that opens Game 3. Just a simple one over the back line. No one at the back post to deal with it. Kobe will be happy either way, of course, but the fact that it goes in that way as the halfway mark dawns, we know that, you know, Mega Man, they don't necessarily want to win off of, you know, clear mistakes from Fearless Bravo. I mean, they probably do if you ask them. They're like, oh, we don't care, we get to the grand final. But you want to do it in such a fashion, in such a style that you make a statement to Temple, especially because they are cross-conference, of course, Temple. On the Ignis side and Mega Man Colt on the Glacis side, so they've not faced each other before. And it would be the first time that they've seen what each other's capable of, and if Temple are watching this, studying what Mega Man are doing, if they potentially see them, they know how to deal with Fearless Bravo, they just clutch up. But if Mega Man Colt can get finishes off like this, then they might start doing their homework as another great finish, not dealt with by that defense. No one on the backboard. Again, it's just wide open, it's too easy to finish off for Mega Man.
Maybe so, but Mega Man Colt nonetheless, I believe, exploited a gap that was given by the team in blue. Fearless Bravo struggling to play catch-up after the ball ricocheted long. And unfortunately, the net very much open for Mega Man, as JW Cinema is going to touch back to the corner. And Kairu striking on a net.
What?
I feared that it was going to look a little bit shaky. Not quite to that extent, though, as we just witnessed near disaster once again for Fearless Bravo. A 50 goes high. Surely someone's back in time, and Dem9 is going to be the player to catch it and deal with it. Is he there again? He is. But who's going to be following up? It's JW Cinema. Oh, the defense. It's looking stretched thin. It's looking shaky. And I do wonder how long it's going to take them to think about their approach at the back there.
It's rickety, it's MacGyver, but it's effective. We see Mega Man doing to Fearless what Fearless are so used to doing to other teams. Keep that pressure on. Make every second touch a shot as this one wide again. Jack missing an open chance. That post, I mean, there must be rivals at this point. The amount of times that they've connected. Not able to get one through. Then with a free shot. Cairo to pop it to the backboard. Still dangerous. Jack is there. All he can do is control it through the corner. Still awkward though as Pesky dies upon it. Cairo back through the corner as well. Could be demoed out, but he'll be back in time. Cairo does very well to delay here. Make sure his team gets back into position, rotates, and is able to deal with its form. Acosta on the back line, but he's up front here, and it's a 3-goal lead. That's too easy a counter. Fearless Bravo. I don't know what it is, especially that they're struggling with Pesky committed as the third man there, but they're 2 goals in the deficit with 20 seconds left to go. He has to commit.
He does. He has to throw himself at everything he can get a fingertip on at the end there. Definitely trying to play for a dunk and get something going, because as the time's ticking down, the desperation starts to just be absorbed by every fibre of your being. And I know it's done and dusted. We can practically move on right now. But Fearless Bravo, they have so much more left in the tank to give. And the team, they need to consider their options. How do they approach themselves at the back? What do they do to their shape to try and figure it all out?
It's one of the worst scorelines that Fearless have faced, the worst that they've been beaten 4-0. If I'm not mistaken, though, I think Blizzard almost got a Brazil on them, got a 6-1 in the first series of the night that they faced them on. So it's not the worst result they've ever seen, granted. So I don't think this will hurt them nearly as much as it might have done. But the fact that it is match point now hurts them very much indeed. They have had to fight for an almost reverse sweep. They got 2 games back after losing 2 against Temple, but now they're in a different situation. They've got 1 more back to get to Champions Field once more. They'll remember it not fondly, but well. And Mega Man Cult completely in the driver's seat, 4-0. I mean, shutting out a team like Fearless Bravo with the offense that we know that they're capable of showing us, of displaying, it really puts that doubt in your mind, and I don't doubt that it's a doubt for Fearless Bravo as well.
It must be, because right now they have to be questioning their own security. Can they push it all the way to Champions Field? I know these players are capable of doing it. They just need to put it all together in one basket and give it one last shot right here, as this jolly well could be their final match in the play-ins bracket, the playoffs bracket, excuse me, as they've made it the full distance through this lower and upper bracket to get where they are right now, as we kick ourselves underway once again. And we're expecting brilliance from Fearless Bravo, because if they have any lapse in concentration for even a second, it might come tumbling downhill again.
Team that is used to and enjoys talking the talk is now being forced to walk the walk. There's another situation where they have to win 2 games to get through. They managed to get an amazing demo and shot, but Kairu somehow recovers, keeps it off the goal line, keeps Fearless from getting any sort of momentum. They're not letting their foot in the door because they know how dangerous and how quickly Fearless Bravo can realign themselves, recommit to the mission. And that's really well played from Mega Man in the early stages of Game 4.
It was, absolutely, and as soon as the offense turned on its head for Fearless Bravo and they're back in the defense, I could see the little communication issues coming through. That's not a little one. That is gigantic.
I took I took a little gander at Kairu's boost meter before that went in, and I was like, do they think he has more boost than he has? And they didn't go up. They were afraid of what he was going to do. But that is an own goal. Top left bins. Wow.
If Danny Boy was here, you would not hear the end of it. It would be over for you. And you know what? I may be his counterpart, but I don't want it to end like this. Fearless Bravo, you have more to give. Deliver it to us. Right here, right now. There's a double commit that's comes through. I have to squint. I have to regain my cool, as the team in blue are going to strike forwards again, as Lubby dancing past the last defender almost with a well-caught reset, as Dem9 down the wing now tries to aim infield to a teammate. The connection is there, and finally Fearless Bravo have given us something, Vector.
And it's with a lot of space as well. Dem given time through this corner. Kairu didn't want to commit, and Jack's waiting for it. This is the passing play that we know Fearless is capable of. They just didn't have the time and space in the last two, in the first and the last game. So the fact that they did there, I mean, they know what to do with it. They're capable of it when they get the chance. Sometimes their shooting accuracy hasn't been the best. I prefer to focus on the positives. I'm kind of an antithesis there in terms of I'm not as much as a critic as Danny Boy tends to be. So fortunately for these players, I won't say that they're terrible just yet. They do need to perform better, though. There's no doubt about that. They have to perform in the next 3 minutes. They have to score at least 1 more goal to get a Game 5, make sure they aren't taken out of this tournament. And that's the first start to it. You got to say, Pesca with a great air dribble here to take it off to Jack. Gets this double tap, maybe looking for something. But it made it more complicated than it needed to be, I think. The double tap was obvious, but he just kind of fluffed the chance.
And you're absolutely right in saying it. JW Cinema could have done more if his mind was in the right place with that attack, but a loose ball has come forwards and Form only just able to push it to the side as Dem9 now to the backboard. Is there going to be a follow-up as the defender misses an important, crucial piece of contact, and still Fearless Bravo are trying to eke everything they've got out of this attack as the ball still hasn't ended up in the back of the net as Lobby now taking his time, a shot towards net, and you know what? Fearless Bravo, they are getting the engines running once again.
But after some of these miscues, though, you've really got to start to wonder, is the confidence cracking? Is it... Oh my goodness, JW gets an amazing save off the post and the double save as well to stop the follow-up, keeping them alive. Maybe they're not doing so much on offense. Some of these whiffs really shouldn't be happening. Some of these, missed shots, at the very least, the confidence, as I said, starting to wane a little bit, especially for players of this caliber and how much they've hyped themselves up to be this full confidence, full send kind of team. But their defense is the thing that's keeping them alive right now. They've only had 2 saves, but they've been utterly crucial.
Utterly crucial, and JW Cinema presented us with a masterclass which has kept his team in the running. You have to think, if that would have been a goal, Fearless Bravo almost considered down and out. They had so much to do if they needed to come back from that situation. And at the back, it does look a little lackluster at the moment. Not too much confidence, but everything is strong for the time being in terms of the positional shape. And that is a positive sign for them. As Pesky Bird now off the ceiling to a teammate. Blocked away by Kairu. There's going to be a little bit of time dying down in the midfield now for Kairu to strike once again and pounce towards the Fearless Bravo end.
But it's still the threat, the fear with 30 seconds left to go. A tie game could mean that Megamin get the buzzer beater. Could also mean Fearless do as well. But, would you trade security in defense for liberty on offense? Would you prefer to have that space, that opening, that chance to beat them without an overtime? It could be here, but a weak dribbler down. Full Form to deal with. Pesky up first, beats out Cubby, but it's just a roller off the wall. Pesky has the passing option, sends it to Jack, but it's so weak, and it's right at the defender, kept alive. Dem is there, Kyra will beat, 50 out as well. That will stay up off the wall. Form gets the boost, maybe the passing option, he's going to leave it instead. Jack just about gets there in time to kill it in the corner. The first overtime of this series could be the last for Fearless Bravo.
You're right in saying that. It's absolutely do or die right now for Fearless Bravo. They need to show us solidity when it matters the most. As Kyrie, with a lot of space in his back line, is going to smartly bait in an orange player, dink it over him and wave goodbye to that attack as Pesky Bird strikes for a second. Lubby, or Cubby, as he's better known, working down the field with a touch to the backboard, and JW Cinema, awkward it must be said, but he's dealt with the situation well.
Jack gets the dribble, Mike at the 50, wins it over! We go to game 5, back to Champions Field. You asked it, you received it, Psycho. They clutch up, Jack gets his brace, and what a way to do it, to dribble one way and then the other. Form had no idea where he was going to go, ends up going through him, and Fearless Bravo once again clutch up to take us to Champions Field. I mean, it's almost their home at this point. I mean, we've had a lot of game 5s throughout tonight, but I feel like they've been here the most. And they must love and hate going here. The fact that they have to go here is awful for them. But the fact that they have got there, they must be so relieved right now. Exhale at this point. They still have a game to go, but that came so damn close. Cairo had 5 saves. The amount of times that they were denied, not only by Megaman, but by themselves, their inability to shoot on target. It's crazy. I didn't expect this to happen, but I'm so glad that it did.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all, Vector? It's a great time to be alive when two teams push us the distance. And you know what? Thank you very much, Jack, for equalising, because without you, we wouldn't be in the situation we are right now. Fearless Bravo and Megaman Colt, two teams which throughout this series have shown their strengths, but potentially not their fullest potential. As it's all to play for in game number 5. between these two teams. It's do or die, not just for Fearless Bravo anymore, but their counterparts in blue as well.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of weaknesses from both sides throughout this this series. Of course, you have to. Someone is forced to. There must be winners. There must also be losers, whether or not it is Fearless Bravo. Butter must be clenching right now, clutching his heart, crossing his fingers, his toes, whatever he can to get Fearless Bravo over the line as Jack going, just as he ended it in the game prior. But Megamin Cult as well. I think this is Potter's last chance, if I'm not mistaken. Rios Legion and Master aren't not in the playoffs or the play-ins. I'm not sure if they have a premier team, but if this is the last chance for any of his teams to make a mark in any of the tiers in the league, then it could be here. Such a good chance for it. The first minute dawns by, and neither side are all that much time on offense. I think they both know whoever scores first is probably going to take it.
These two teams, they certainly know what's on the line. They've had everything to think about for the past 20 or so minutes of play to really wrap their head around the stakes on the line right now. As Kairu is only going to touch it as far as Pesky Bird, who's right up close to the defender. As a ball is going to touch around at the corner here, it looks like the defence might be a bit spread thin for a counter-attack form to the middle. Is the blue side going to get there first? Not quite besting the defender.
But it will be Cubby to best one man, not two. Jack to dive on it. Form through the corner, a little bit awkward, forced to go back into the midfield. Almost got dived upon. But we damned to pick it up through this, looking for the double tap maybe, and they're forced to sit back and be reserved. Megamin, I think they realise at this point all three players on Fearless have got that ability to go for the air dribbles to punish you, but Form almost gets a punishing double tap there. Kairu was in position to follow it, but Fearless do enough to keep it away, and it's so close. Both sides have had a shot, both sides have had a save. This is a complete contrast, a far cry from the rest of the way that the series has gone.
And it's for the better too, as Form touching central almost connects with a teammate, but unfortunately on that occasion cut away once again by the defense. And at the moment, both of these teams opting for solidity, really realizing that one more mistake could be the last in their competition, as Form puts the ball towards net. Pesky Bird on the counter, not much boost to his name. He needs to beat at least one defender, and he's done that as the ball comes central. Cubby with an important touch back to the opposite corner is going to be strained by JW Cinema as Dem, lunging for a challenge, makes no contact.
I thought for a second there we might have a 2v1 or a 3v1, but Pesky handles it elegantly. Managed to get the air dribbles as well. It's so important. Give your team time to rotate, get back into position. Cairo with no boost to go for the double tap. But Jack didn't want to risk it. Goes up to take it off the backboard. Dem is up to try and link up with Pesky. Sort of a weird looking pinch attempt there, but they end up just losing possession. Back up the field. Form through the corner. Dem has enough boost to deal with it though. Cairo to take his time. Pesky on that backboard. Something we've seen a lot more and a lot better from Fearless, dealing with the backboard touches so they're not getting exposed on these double tap chances. Jack puts it in such a dangerous place. If Kairu hadn't committed so far forward, Form with the fake! Oh my goodness! That would have been beautiful to see. We saw one from J Hills earlier tonight. He caught out too, but it didn't quite work for the Megamin Cult man there. So close and continuing to be. Is this going to be overtime, Psycho?
Oh, don't tempt fate. If you say it's going to be in overtime, it's over in regulation.
Score immediately.
You best watch your words. Vector as JW Cinema at the front post looking awkward. Dem 9 needs to be the player to bail him out, and it's simply an impossibility. The near post player in JW Cinema caught out on his own backline, and it's Form who is the difference maker for Megamin.
I feel I must apologise to Fearless Bravo. Sincerely, I did not know that saying that would cause Megamin to score, but it could have easily gone the other way. Of course, way more shots for Megamin, and another one here, gone high up to the backboard. Still time, still only one goal for Fearless Bravo. We know their ability to clutch up. They did it in the last game. Can they do it one more time? There's Jack to follow up Kairu's touch. Form. He's going to beat out the second man, Dem left as the last man to deal with form again. He has enough boost to get back to this, but it's another double commit. Jack to take possession of the ball. Instead just drops to Kairu's. Called off by Cubby. Free touch for Pesky to the backboard, but Kairu is patient. Great defense. Didn't want to risk going for the initial challenge and keeps it away as this one pinches so awkwardly. That's the post! Form is there! A 2-goal lead with 17 seconds left. Megamin take the initiative.
Oh, it's a horror show for Pesky Bird. The pre-flip, if the contact was there, it could have instigated the final chance for Fearless Bravo. But the lack of contact instigated the downfall of their roster, the demise, and they've worked so hard to push themselves to a Game 5, not just in this series, but also in the match they lost prior by such short margins. Megamin Cult, we haven't spoken about them too much, but they've done the job, Vector.
They have, indeed, and I think at this point all you can say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Can't even get a consolation goal. They managed to keep it alive. They're following the rules. I can appreciate that. And there is, I think, quite a lot of sportsmanship between these two teams, recognizing how strong both sides are. They've got to that Game 5, but once more, Fearless Bravo have fallen to the strength of their opponents. This time it wasn't as bad as getting scored on with just a second left to go, as I think they're just doing it for fun at this point. Bit of keepy-uppy, but ultimately, the result does not change. Megamin Cult go on to the grand final through the lower bracket. What a run they have made. Commiserations, the most commiserations I can give and level to Fearless Bravo. You said it yourself before the series started. They have suffered. They have scrapped. They have fought so hard, tooth and nail, in every single series, every single game. All three series went to Game 5. So you've got to say they were brilliant competitors and they deserved to get that far. They just couldn't quite do it on the day.
And that was the case today, unfortunately. I believe that all the players would have hoped they could be the team pushing through to see Temple in the finals, but unfortunately it was those tiny little mistakes towards the start and towards the mid of that series which really allowed them to suffer, and it was an uphill battle from there, because for them all the biggest mistakes had already been caused and they needed to reform themselves and try and make sure they're on the caliber of their opposition. And Megamin Cult, they did enough. They didn't put on a stellar performance by any means, but they did enough to push themselves all the way through to the grand finals.
Did indeed, and fortunately I won't be there for that. Danny Boy will be taking my place to rejoin you, Psycho, for the grand final. But just a couple of things I wanted to correct from what I said in that series. Temple and Megamin have already met each other
Yeah, no, yeah. Let me take you to the spotlight. I can take you from the day life. I can take your pain and I. Let me take you to the spotlight. I can take you to the spotlight. I can get you out of your damn mind. I can get you out of this damn life. Go back to the store where we had it all, sipping Hennessy, going through it all.
well, they're going to get beat quite badly. I owe them an apology, and frankly, they showed up quite determined, quite well enough, and you know what? They blew everybody away, and arguably could be potentially maybe team up the season. I know it sounds daft, but the fact that the way they came through, a bit of diversity, the problems and all of that there, I owe you an apology, Thanos, and I want to give Sinji a massive shout out as GM as well too for what he has done. And I also now want to go back to similar footing and pick on somebody, and that will be Archeon for the biggest disappointment of the season, because you got beaten by Sinji.
This guy, he can't have a rest, can he? Every 2 seconds when he's just, you know, bringing out the recliner, laying back, he gets ripped into once again. But nonetheless, Danny, we have two teams on our screens right now. The two teams to end the show off with a bang, hopefully. Temple versus Megamin Cult. Temple, a team residing in the upper finals, or the grand finals, through the upper bracket. And Megamin, after a very, very tight affair in the previous matchup, have finally made it where they are now.
Well, certainly so, and as the statistics go through, both team and players ones, I think we're both in agreement they absolutely mean nothing in these scenarios as well too. Frankly, when we look at the situation that's unfolded, I think Temple, to be fair to them, should not be here. And that will be a shock to everybody. They got the greatest win in the upper final that could ever be said in RSC history or any league itself. But they got one goal, mind you. That was outstanding, but it was only of a difference of that. That just shows you how tight it was. And the fact that Ferris Bravo got beaten as well too just puts everything into context.
Everything is also lying in the balance for this Temple roster because they so narrowly got through that upper bracket finals to where they are now that we're not entirely sure if they're going to be all that stable in tonight's upper finals. And Megamin Cult, they also have a lot to prove because just like yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't just a single best of 7 victory required for Megamin Cult to push it the distance. They need to do it twice.
Certainly so, and there's a lot on the lines as well too, and there's some interesting stories as well too. Yeezy, the current 3-time champion, who has lifted more than anybody in RSC, whether on bench or player. He will not certainly be happy with his opening performance here.
Not at all, as an early shot comes through from Cubby, just catching the last defender off guard a touch as Yeezy Panda, he'll be looking at that, reflecting and thinking, you know what, it's not even worth my concentration. It was 4 seconds into a game. It was hopelessly distant from him. Not much he could do, Danny.
Certainly so. We'll be breaking down all these 6 players, and to be frank as well too, there's only one that really stands out that has not been majorly in the final. That's Eve himself there. It'll be interesting to see when he develops on to as Lobby moves that one in field there. Nothing necessarily outright standing through. And for the upper, do you know what? You get one freebie with me, and that's it, and you've used it up.
It's almost like a get out of jail free card. Next time, you're really in for some trouble. But Form, a very delicately placed shot in that upper left-hand corner. A beautiful, graceful shot, it must be said, to extend the lead just that little bit further. But in this game, number 1, very much early doors. As we see Temple with a lot of space to work with. Eevee aiming for the upper 90 and no defenders willing to pressure that early. Nobody willing to get a grasp on it.
Bit shocked on that one. A former elite champion himself there. Should have done much better defensive. Didn't do it. Won it with Duck and Suto last season. Beating Archeon, funny enough, with the man slippers on the respite against Team Venom. That just showed you everything that was on the line. Required a bracket reset only a season ago. We had one last night, and the form is anything to suggest by we should have one here. But here's the 3-time. Puts one in target. That's the experience showing there.
And it's a beautiful shot as well as he works his way to the backboard, follows up oh so quickly, and Cairo at the front post just had to sit and stare. A wonderful shot from Yeezy Panda to put Temple back in contention in this first game.
Lobby just moves that one upfield. The idea of getting back into the game. Let's see who can take control of in these moments of time. We've seen a few high scorers. Is that one crossbar down? Eve moves that one. Looking a bit foolish, a half a chance. Gone right at the keeper. Needs to shoot much better than that in the grand final.
He certainly does, as the opportunity was right there in front of him. He just needed to put it in the back of the net as Form driving forwards, and a demo on the final defender hasn't resulted in the blue team's demise, as Yeezy Panda now stretching forwards and Konkon recollecting a little bit of control in the corner. As he offhands it straight back to the hands of the opposition with a beautiful drop down. It's looking sharp, it's looking beautiful. A great finish from Cubby.
There's always great questions coming from the loser side of the bracket. Can you match? Can you elevate yourself to this standard? So far here, the answer is yes. Lobby's done well here. There's been a few comments made within the Discord itself in the watch party about this particular lineup. Some complimentary, some very much not here. They're proving a few people wrong here in Cubby. Lobby, where we want to call him by, he's done his job here so far.
He certainly has, and there's been so many goals in this game, number one. It's ridiculous, and hardly any of them, I believe, have been unforced errors. It's all just well-worked play from these teams at the moment, and credit to them as Yeezy Panda looking to stretch the team thin as Konkon to the side. Straight back to Evie, who goes up and scales his own backboard as Cubby clears it forwards to Form.
Drop down over the con, whips it high, tight up to the board, mind you, forcing the keeper to do well. Evie sends it to Inform, just launches it down. You're right to say this one, Psycho. There hasn't been a major mistake. Both of these two sides has played well enough, comfortable in their own ideas.
And Evie now is going to let his teammate Konkon come across. So he gets an extra touch, maybe has some boost to follow up on it in Form. Looking slightly uncomfortable, but is able to tip it back into a safe position. As Form once again looking to follow their own touch. As a bump comes through on the last defender, Cubby swinging at the ball loosely to a teammate on the side of the field has just about got away with it.
Certainly so, but I would argue now we have stagnated somewhat. Not necessarily high scoring outright here. That's continued in the second half. We've been effectively goalless here from this 3-2 point scoreline under the 2-minute mark here. It's Form wants to put a second bit of distance here on the scoreboard. He's already got one, but it's a fragile one as Konkon moves further up here. Lobby making things much more difficult than it needed to be there.
Oh, and Cubby doing exactly the same. Could have opted for some simplicity on the wall. Just drive a ball forwards, just lace it long, or try and get a soft touch to follow from. He kind of did neither as a shot comes through from Khan on the last defender, tipped away. Kairu with an important dunk to a teammate on the opposing side, who strikes down off the ceiling, and almost an opportunity for Kairu.
There's Khan, once more a touch. The opportunities has been thin so far. Quality slightly dissipated as well too. And you can somewhat feel sympathetic here to the cult themselves. They've been playing for about 5 hours, 6 hours near enough in total through the lower end of the bracket for the majority of today. Here is Yeezy, launches that one. They had time to rest, they had time to evaluate, and Eve just throws that one a throne. And as you said, Psycho, is you have to use your first touch, and my word, this is arguably a shocking bit of defence here from the upper side.
It was pretty woeful, but the 50-50 certainly came strong on the side of Megamin Colt, and Kairu had such an easy job to put it away, but Temple, the time was ticking down for them. They wanted to lunge at something and hope it came out with a positive result. Unfortunately, not the right decision that time around.
I think at this point in time, I think we know which way game one's moving across here, as it is 4-2 right now, 5-2, and just that quick little succession of play. Psycho, I think yesterday we had maybe a bit of doubt whether Nightfall could have been potentially the likes of going for that bracket reset. I think this time around it's much more evident that we might be heading in that direction already.
And it's a beautiful thought to think about as well. Megamin Colt trying to recreate Nightfall's antics, should we call them, last night with a wonderful bracket reset pushing us the distance into Game 7. If you haven't watched it, I definitely recommend going to take a peek. But nonetheless, two teams in game number 1 that have put on a very strong performance. How often do we say that, Danny?
Well, that's very rare. I thought there was going to be an inside joke on how often do I say it. But to put that in the context, I think Vetra, who was casting last there, who made the basically line, "I won't be as cruel as Danny." Well, let me kindly tell you this: if you get to the grand final, you got to show up. I don't care who you are. And with all due respects here at Psycho, Yeezy has 3 trophies to his name. He is effectively somewhat being called Turbo by some members of the community. Will we see that performance? Arguably not. He hasn't shown up here in game 1.
Not at all. When he did put in a fantastic double touch in that opening game, it must be said, but bar that, Yeezy Panda didn't particularly have any moments of positive influence. I think the times that I was watching him, it was looking a little shaky indeed. But game number 1 isn't representative of Yeezy Panda's performance across the entire series. And both of these teams, they know what needs to be done. It's just a question of, can they deliver?
We'll see as this one developed much further on in the night. Approximately about 9 PM in British Standard Time. And after a number of weeks through a league play and the play-ins play-all scenario that reeks into this matchup is a great honour, sort of great accolade to have onto it, but you do not want to fall at this hurdle here. It's Form tries to move that one downfield, and interesting to see how this one moves on down here, as it just sense that maybe Temple might be losing their feet here. They're certainly scrambling on the ice there.
Absolutely, and Kairu's forced the issue all by himself, albeit with a little bit of support from his teammate, lunging for a bump early on, but there was 2 defenders at the back by the side of Temple. I would have thought one of them would have dealt with it.
You would have thought, Psycho, but again, the modern game doesn't seem to know what defence is most of the time, so it's just us old... Well, I'll leave that particular word alone here. It's just the Tamers itself that knows how to do it, and it hasn't been replicated forward. And you take your eye off for a second, you see a second goal run in, and just like that there, it's done.
It's done and dusted. And it's a beautiful finish from Kairu as well, albeit with a beautifully placed infield pass by, I believe it was Evie, who squished the ball straight back central for the opposing team. Not what you want to see on the side of Temple, but Megaman Colt, after taking a demanding game 1, seemed to be on track to follow a similar storyline.
Might just even be a new chapter written from this point onwards, and that's a scary factor here for Temple, because they have almost recess back further down here, as that's a decent pop up here, but you've got to give credit here to Colt. The amount of demos, his call misses, everybody misses, everybody missed that one, but Curry sent it wide too. Shocking to see, but eventually tucked in. Not 1, not 2, but 3 goals for the man himself. A hat-trick in game 2. There'll at least be one person smiling tonight.
And their name is Kairu, because he has done the most in this game number 2, and I kind of forgot, we actually have 3 minutes and 44 seconds left on the clock. That's a lot of time. Hopefully Kairu can be extending his goal participation list, as Cubby to the corner now is only going to go as far as Con, who's drove it downfields towards Yeezy Panda. Contact needed to be made, but was missed on that occasion. A lunging dive from the side in blue. Unfortunately, no contact met.
Still, it's again the sort of sleeve of play that's been moved across. Neither really has met with a vigour to the ball here. Eve beaten to it. Colin will just tip it forward, but will meet into the triangle. And Eve's done very well to put something on target, as Form just skips around past one attacker there. Eve back around, beaten again by Form. Form has done absolutely quite well here, and he's almost near enough an unmentioned name so far in this game.
And Evie's going to strike at a near enough open net. What is Yeezy Panda doing? He's thrown himself straight past the ball. Oh, disaster for that player in blue, as something tries to be rectified, but Two diving blue players still can't convert. As Cubby striking to the opposite side of the field. It's cut out by Eevee, but the clock well and truly ticking down as Cubby back into the centre. It truly is done and dusted now, Danny.
Certainly so. And just even to give credit here to Lobby himself, there was a small touching con there. Don't think it may have been picked up there, but it certainly made an interesting 4-0 scoreline. And I'm not saying, but there was a line from Temple Psycho that was in chat that quite literally went, and with the Jose Mourinho bit of, do you feel pressure? And yet that famous gift itself that has been played around near enough from the 2000s. I think most of the league players wasn't even born at that point. Only Sir Alex Ferguson knows what it takes to win. I think Yeezy has somehow went from Sir Fergie to St Joseph till Neil Warnock, and I think that's unfair on Neil Warnock. Must do better, needs to do better. He's put another shot wide here. This is a game, and arguably last game, to forget too.
And you know what? Form easily could have made it 5. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He had forgiveness. He showed mercy to his opposition and chose not to put away a 5th. As Con striking to the opposite side of the field, and the question is for Megamin Colt, how do they re-establish this control? I feel the desperation in offense is what's leading to all of these collapses at the back, but it really is hard to tell at these early stages.
Certainly so. And I'm going to probably be somewhat shunned by saying this by a particular person. I said we might be having a bracket reset. I'm going to be bold enough to call it now. We will definitely have a bracket reset on the 2 games on display here. Temple, and I'm going to be blunt as well too, you do not deserve to be here. This has been diabolical as a performance gets.
Unfortunately so for Temple, and they're going to be looking to prove their doubters wrong, and there's 2 of them unfortunately in the commentary booth right now, Danny. As a touch goes high to the ceiling, Con back to the corner, and Temple still struggling to get out of their back lines. This game may be finished, it may be completely done, but they need to give something which inspires their team moving forwards.
And what would that be, Psycho?
It's a good question. It's a good question, and there's so many ways to try and approach that answer. Not one that I can think of so readily, because Megamin Colt, they look completely in control. They look to be deciphering every intention of their opposition and just tearing it apart.
They are, and when I saw a cut earlier today, I thought, you know what, this is a side that's playing okay, but is this a side that's going to be outright winning? I had a bit of hesitation in my head here. But watching this grand final, it has almost sort of sucked the energy out of everybody, because you just thought Temple's got to come out and play and do an absolute performance tonight here. Colt, to be fair, let's not take anything away from them. They have played to the best of their abilities, if not better. And it's Temple who has unfortunately provided a very much a watered down match. We want to see better, we are asking for better, but they keep on doing this here. I think they might just lose any supporter they have.
And I'm wondering what's changed for Temple between now, well, but between the past when they were prior dominating teams in that upper bracket, and what we see on our screens right now. It's a difficult question for Temple, and one that not even I can think of an answer to, as Lobby is going to put it central and Yeezy Panda sleeping at the back. Megamin Colt, an opening goal. It's not a special one.
Thanos got knocked out. Archeon got knocked out. And we were left with that as our opening goal in Game 3. I think we might have failed up the season already on our screens there if this keeps on going.
And form with a whiff at the back. almost exposed an opportunity for the team in orange. As Yeezy Panda driving forwards has beaten 2, and unfortunately can't tuck it in, but more fortunately there's 2 sleeping defenders and it's easy pickings for the follow-up.
It's like watching Gary Neville and Jimmy Cactor in a charity match. Absolutely awful to see.
And I'm almost glad I've not seen that matchup. Does sound hilarious though, but when push comes to shove, you know something more can be done. As Concon smashes it to Cubby, and it's collected in midair by Form. As Kyrie with a high touch with the rear end of the car pops it central to Cubby. And this link-up play between Megaman Cole is separating them from their opposition at the moment. And the manner in which they're able to keep this rotational pattern flowing, if you like, certainly superior of that of their opposition.
Certainly so. I don't think it really needs any more further analysis onto this game, because I think Arise is even depicting any form of it. You don't need to be high level to understand what's actually unfolded on our screens too, and it's an outright shame to see it happening, but this is where we are. We cannot change it. We are literally unable to influence the game cycle, and do you know what? I wish we could.
You know what? I think if Danny Boy, you were to join as a 4th player on the field for Temple, they may well be in with a chance, but
there would
the
be
question
a worse
is...
situation if that was the case.
Well, I was thinking of who would be a good substitute for you. And
for me,
I wonder if it'd make a difference.
Again.
I think no matter where you would be on this blue team, you'd fit in and you'd contribute more.
Which is the most nicest backhanded compliment I've had in a long time. Thank you very much, Psycho. But, I'm now going to follow up on that. Is that what it is 3-0? I'll be honest with everybody at home, you were tuning into a grand final, and if you think this is almost like a draft of the RSC, it almost certainly feels like one. This has been expedition-based stuff here that has been basic, simple, and just outright simplistic. That has how well Cult has been playing so far.
It is indeed, and every now and then my eyes have brought attention to what's making Mega Man Cult special at the moment, and it's players like that. To be quite frank, Danny, it's plays like that, just breaking out away from the defense so quickly, albeit with some help from Yeezy Panda, an infield pass, and it gets the job done. They're actively looking for each other all the way on the field, every single position they can find each other. It's like, here's the ball, go have some fun with it.
Certainly so. Out of interest, did anybody tell Temple I was casting this match? I do not have anything nice to say right now.
And I know you've got a whole back catalogue of things you could be throwing their direction. Every timestamp of a brief lapse in concentration noted. And you'll be using them for dessert. As Form catches an important flip reset when they're 4 goals ahead. That importance coming from the style points, of course, as Cubby trying to add some of his own. Almost in a freestyle competition right now. I'm sure I'll be helping the judging panel award points in this game. That one gets 3.
They've scored. They know where the net is. There's almost a tear in my eye.
It's something quite special from Temple. Let's just hope that can continue. And for this team in blue, they need to persevere. They need to be actively thinking about what's going wrong. And they need to put all of their willpower into putting in their best performance. And I've watched this team play today, Danny, and even though that victory against Fearless Bravo couldn't have been tighter and certainly could have looked more convincing, there was talent showed on the field from this Temple roster, and they certainly have more to give.
I know. And that's why I'm so bitterly disappointed. I saw it, you saw it, everybody else saw it. And let's not take away what Colt's been able to do here in this grand final. They have provided consistent, high quality gameplay, and they've outbeaten their opposition to the point here where we are seeing effectively former champions being toyed like they were merely prospect players who didn't know how to hit the ball at all. This has been the worst RSCS Grand Final to date.
Stronger words never said before. It is a brutal piece of honesty, and one that Temple certainly aren't going to be a huge fan of, as Yeezy Panda tries to tuck away a second. But you know what? Every cloud does have a silver lining, and even though Mega Man Colt absolutely annihilated Temple once again in this game number 3, it did look as if Temple were starting to make some positive change.
What change? I think they got worse, Psycho.
They scored a goal. They kept the attacks flowing. And, yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, that's about it. People think, oh, Danny's being harsh, Danny's being this, oh, he's used to pro-level gameplay. Oh, so what? You play 8 weeks in a competition just to get the chance to play in the play-ins. If not better, you're in the playoffs. Don't come to a grand final and not show up. Why waste the effort? Why waste the time of yourselves and everybody else? Temple, for love, money, or whatever it is you need, show us something. Show us that there is life. Show us there may be a single organism of some kind. Even bacteria was moving more than you were.
Think of the children, Temple. Think about your fans, your friends, your family. Everyone back at home cheering you on. Those may be the familiar faces that push you across the finish line. And for Mega Man Colt, they're already pouncing at the start of this game number 4, as already we have made our way to match point. It seems ridiculous that those words have even came out of my mouth, but here we are in this game number 4. Right now, Temple need to make a change.
A change of some kind would be greatly welcomed, as we could be going to effectively a censored word on this production, and that is unfortunately a bracket reset. If you hear no audio from me, as Sauce has taken great umbrage to that one, but this one will unfortunately head in this direction if nothing changes. If nothing changes, result again 1-0.
And it was Con who spilled the ball in field, and a wonderful touch, it must be said, from form to the backboard. Cubby did what he needed to do. He put the shot in the right direction and the net was there. But Temple, this is your last chance before that bracket reset. And what confidence will you have left when you get annihilated in a fashion that you have been today?
I wouldn't be worried about if you got beat 4-0, 4-0. I'd be worried if I joined the VC afterwards.
It's a sad day at the office. I would, just to really rub it in.
Rub it in,
this happened before. This
I know
happened
it has.
before, and the memories, the flashbacks there, it haunts me to this day.
It haunts me too.
Does Temple want that same treatment? How could they be so unwise, Danny?
Don't know. Maybe there might be a dunce cap on a staircase or a naughty step to sit on if they really want that treatment.
And Yeezy Panda, he's trailing a goal, and that could have been the attack. which changed it up and flipped the script for Temple. But he couldn't make anything meaningful come from it, as Cubby with a flip reset doesn't use it to his full advantage. It was a beautiful attempt though, and he caught it oh so gracefully. And Con delivers a pass downfield to Eevee, and a wonderful infield pass back to Yeezy Panda. 3 Temple players in the mix, and even Form from the opposition is handing his compliments.
Just like that, we find ourselves poised at 1 apiece in this game 4 that has, we've been saying this relentlessly, has to change something here in Yeezy. At least he's got a goal and a save now following this to his name, and that one be tipped away.
No, and it was so close. I really thought that one of these blue players could have caught up to it quick enough after a really miserable touch came out from the third defender of Mega Man Colt. And right now, Temple, they seem to be connecting with each other and actively looking to do so. Certainly a change from the last 3 games, as Yeezy Panda can only go as far as Cubby. There's Con now, back infield to Eevee. Can they find the double touch? It's a whiff on the last defender, a whiff from Con. He's almost found the back of the net, and Yeezy Panda, struggling as he does, just about finds the net.
And that's how goal number 2 goes in. I'm not saying anything on that cycle.
It shouldn't have happened. And yet here we are. Well, the funny thing is, this shouldn't have happened. This series shouldn't have happened in the manner it's evolved. As right now, Temple have not been delivering us the fullest of their performances, and they shouldn't have been able to push themselves back into the equation, and yet here we are once again.
And it's this time Colt has decided to abandon the principles that has taken them 3-0 up in the series. They have not even been tested, mind you, majorly in defence here, but they'll have a chance to respond already from kickoff here. Blocked it goes, shot turned away. So maybe, and just maybe, this is a very slim thought that we might actually have the series that we were promised, that was alluded to, the hype that was built up beforehand of the entire season, actually show us from this point onwards.
And Form to the backboard is looking to change that, as Kairu can only go as far as Eevee, who did well to stand their ground at the back line of the net to see it wide. As right now, Con has so much open space and so much time to deliver a shot which pushes them even further into a game number 5. It's already there almost, Danny. The question is, can they continue this run of form?
That's a good question. I'm not even going to try to answer that one, because I have not seen enough from either of the two sides to really construct a full opinion that would be worthy for this grand final. But again, you said it yourself, it's been too sort of topsy-turvy, as this 4-1 lead that has been presented by ourselves here on the RSC has came through. Unspeakable means goal number 2 in particular in blue. We will grab surely the 5th one here. The post denies it. At least physics is somewhat working tonight.
Oh, and I really hope that post doesn't foreshadow the misery that's about to come for Temple. Perhaps we find ourselves all the way in a Game 7 in this first series and the post is just there and the physics are working and it's just a bad day at the office, really. Hopefully that does happen. That'd make for some incredible content. There's Con and Eevee both lunging in the air. Certainly would for me. I'd be a huge fan of that, Danny.
Who's more cruel, you or I? Well, I even let chat decide that one.
The poll will be up on the RSC channel very shortly. I hope so. I've got a keen eye on all the moderators in chat. If this poll doesn't get going right now, I'm going to be bitterly disappointed. But back on track, Danny. Temple, they did put in a good performance that game, and I know that 1 or 2 goals were a complete collapse from the opposing end, but they put in some work, and their infield passes, their connectivity was there, the shots were coming through, and it could have easily been a much higher scoreline than what it was.
Certainly so, and we'll take a slight moment, mind you, out of the convincing bit of what we've seen in the gameplay of this point in time. Just to also mention as well, the administrating vote is also happening as well. Don't forget to go in the Discord to get involved and have your say. But from that point, Temple had a chance to speak at last. They haven't been shut out completely. And do you know what? I don't even know what to make of it, Seiko. I've got, what, 5 years plus in the commentary booth? And I do not have even the words to formulate how we've got to this stage already.
Certainly makes two of us, and I think it's too early to say that Temple are truly back in the series. That may well have been a one-off affair, but this could potentially be the game that changes that perspective. As Yeezy Panda in the corner needs to try and find some control. Con beaten by Kairu as the bump almost comes through, but it's a counter-attacking chance early doors for Temple as Eevee cannot connect with a teammate. Con driving forwards, a flip reset to potentially beat two. The defense goes whizzing on by, and Yeezy Panda slots one in.
Love the idea, pops it over, and as you say, the defense moves almost shocking there. Why was nobody on the back wall really to give a bit of threat there? But for the first time in a while, Temple, they have returned back here on the grand final, here on the centre stage, here on RSC. The elite tier, will it get its desserts? The full right off at two as that ball's been propped up, and the post is required to get that one away.
And Kairu with a beautiful air dribble over one, but Eevee once again standing their ground. Yeezy Panda to the sidewall right now, flings possession straight back in the opposition's hands. Eevee once again called into question as Cubby with a shot. Was aiming for the upper 90, was going to go there. It's a complete irrelevancy because the defense cannot get a hand on the ball. And the shot, it was well placed, but was that a goal that needed to go in? I'm not so sure.
I'm actually going to be somewhat sympathetic to the defender tonight. Pure brilliance from the striker. Got past it through. Right, mind you can argue about position. And right down the other end, we just seen probably a moment that shouldn't occur, but that is arguably the tagline for this series outright.
Absolutely. And you know what? That was a beautiful bowling alley spare right there. He did it in two. There's a beautiful kickoff that came straight through to the corner, and it was just finished off in two. Simple as that. Beautiful stuff from Temple as Eevee to the backboard. Goes across laterally to the corner as Yeezy Panda straight back into the middle. Cut away ever so quickly by Cubby as Form is going to take possession of this ball. It's going to be dangerous on the back lines. Are they able to deal with it? Yeezy Panda only goes as far as Kairu, but it's just touch wide on this occasion.
There's a little pause. Nice idea. That was being created. Form, however, on the other hand, moves that ball away. And just a chance goes rattling wide. Another shot here by Temple. Hitting the post as well too. I'm not saying Thanos in the play-ins earlier, the slight bit at the playoffs had the similar issues that caused almost an image problem of how they are being perceived. Good save right through the second time round. That's what we would like to see, more on target. And what on earth was the keeper thinking there?
Well, I'll need an action replay to figure it out, but Con worked his way forwards to one player, and you know what? It wasn't the keeper. It was the player in front of that. Form with an awful touch. Spilt it straight back to the predatory offense who managed to slam it home rather unconventionally as Lubby, or Cubby, as he was formerly known before that awful name choice, works his way downfield. A smart demolition on the last man as Kairu needs to try and get themselves involved, but safely so. Con missing out on an important piece of contact. As Cubby once again striking for the net, he's missed, and Kairu strikes, and it's once again wide.
To quote a few people there against that Thanos series, and a particular GM, just stick it in. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it that time around. Still struggling to keep possession of this ball firmly. Locked now into Yeezy. Been tipped to the side here, mind you. It's been scattered all the way up to Lubby here. Now back down into the middle. Yeezy hands it to Foreman. Beals from that shot. Is that the wise decision? We'll see if it pays off or not.
Well, if it was a whiff, it certainly wasn't a smart decision. It was just a lapse of hand movement, but Yeezy's going to drop it dangerously into enemy territory as Cubby can only hit it high straight back to the opposing side, who are currently leading this match by 2. As Cubby straight back into the middle. Yeezy Panda's getting the job done with these fast commits, providing that aggression, keeping the flow of it going, and he's once again the player there, the 3-time champion, touching into the middle, trying to dig for a 4th, and I believe we're going to see a counter-attack here.
You're right to have that thought as well too. It could have spilled into an absolute moment of disaster that required to be tapered off, but once more on the other end is now being pushed forward. Form just needs to get a pass, and there's a difference between soft and gentle. That one was decided to give with hard and pace onto it. Form, on the other hand, near enough sniffed the net wide open there. Couldn't get it right through, and unfortunately, everybody's been pushed back where we began from the original onslaught.
And the ball's going to come straight across to Cubby. Team play gone wrong there from the side in blue as there's a demo on the back lines. We've reset straight back into the corner. Concon looking to push it to a teammate, but not actively so. As Yeezy Panda's going to take his time, take a touch high, and the teammate smartly positioned to follow up. Is Evie going to catch this flip? It doesn't really matter. They've done the job they needed to do, and Cubby on the counter-attack. Not too many options to his name.
Still no options on this ball, really. Everybody's just been forced into 50s. Nice delay. Paused. Right into the keeper, who was effectively challenging it right down his form. Middle in ball, should be getting a touch into it. I think it's very fair to say at this moment in time, Temple, who looked arguably the worst team ever in the grand final, has somehow scraped themselves not out of the barrel. They've got themselves back into it and got 2 games from it there. 3-1 in this very much strange 5th game in this potential best of 7. It still could be, of course, wrapped up here if they do go on to win the next 2 cycle, but you still have that moment of thought that Colt surely would have this bracket reset.
Oh, you've got to expect, and if it doesn't happen, it'll almost be a disservice to the performance that Mega Man Colt have been able to put up in the early stages of this series now, as we are working our way to game number 6. Mega Man Colt won the first 3 in such a demanding fashion, but Temple, they've dug deep and they've done the hard work, the hardest work, to really come back in the series. They look like a complete fish out of water, but they seem to have just swam through air back to their normal habitat, and finally they're putting on us a show for us, Danny.
Don't think we got to that stage where it's putting on a show. I think they're going through the motions right now. Once we get to the show, but I'll let you know, Psycho, because I haven't been impressed just yet.
Well, I'm waiting for your signal, but nonetheless,
Well, it'd be the
Temple.
flapping off the hams like Temple's defence from game 1. It'd be something like that.
sounds exciting. I'm ready for it, Danny. I've missed your cheeky chuckle, Danny. And Temple have missed being in the driver's seat for so long after 3 consecutive failures from Temple to get any games on the board. The opening stages of this game number 6 once again flipping the script right on its head, and a goal from nothing, Danny.
Certainly so. This is one that will be scratching a few heads, certainly here, as Lubby will decide to go back onto the ball, tips it through. This game 6 is very much crucial. Effectively, Colt, who's already had 2 reset points effectively, they've wasted them as that ball has been tipped, and if this goes in...
Whew. I mean, before you criticise too heavily, I was just going to wait and see if you were going to interrupt with some criticism there. There was 2 bumps on the back line from Mega Man Colt consecutively. One on the player at the front post and one on the player residing in net. Wasn't much they could do, and there's not much Mega Man Colt can do about that infield pass, but somehow they've clawed the ball straight out of the net as another infield pass comes through, and it's so close for Temple. It's so close! And the saves, Danny, they just keep on coming.
Also helps when they keep on shooting right where the keeper's standing. Sometimes you got to play the ball, fake it, or just even force the 50 as Lobby. That's an excellent touch here. Seeing the recovery's not good enough. The pass has worked out, and that dangerous once more here. Temple's now turn to have a few save of their own.
And Evie needs to push forwards and sustain this pressure, but I think smartly so decides to let that one go as Yeezy off to the other side of the field is going to deliver possession straight back in the hands of their opposition. As Kairu now driving downfield form, staying on the wall, trying to connect with each other. As Cubby once again dropping it down to form, and Yeezy with a very uncharacteristic touch is able to not just beat 1 but 2 players with the little bait in the air there to open up a bit of fresh air for this Temple side.
Certainly so. The window, mind you, slightly ajar on the other end here as form moves into it, and there should be a pass right across, and I'm not disappointed. I'm just done.
Mega Man Colt are a team that is not done yet. And Temple, funnily enough, they aren't either. We thought they were done. We thought it was all over for them. We thought that bracket reset was going to come flying on by in absolutely no time at all. And perhaps I was right in saying that, Danny.
You were, and arguably still is. And this has been one of the strangest grand finals that we've seen in a very long time. And just like this, we are now poised quite literally where the game is teetering on not just a mistake, but whether anybody is just present in the back lines here as Lobby moves that one right over the form here. And do you know what? An ounce of consistency would go far for these 2 teams. We saw that, mind you, from Colt in game 1 to 3. Where has that gone? Temple has picked up a little bit of momentum, but not a lot of it.
And unfortunately for them, it seems they've picked up a temper as well. I really hate to shed a light on it, but earlier there was a player in blue by the name of Evie or Con, I'm not entirely sure which of the 2 it was, driving forwards with a dribble, and Yeezy Panda from up behind vented his frustration on the player ahead. Lunged in for a bump on his own teammate. It looked intentional. If it wasn't, the nerves certainly showing. But from my point of view, that looks like a dangerous thing to see for a team trailing by 1. As Evie on the back lines has so much to do. Tips it past 2 players. Yeezy on the counter-attack. Can they find a flick middle to Evie? Evie is just going to bail out of that one, and Con just exposed too far forwards in that 3rd man position, sneaking forward when he didn't need to, and Form once again the player to bite back, a player who's been putting in shots just so regularly with so much consistency and seems to be the driving force for this Mega Man side.
Well, I agree with that analysis. And right now, you just have to wonder what has unfolded on our screens here, because we have not even reached Game 7. And this can only be described now as the first set here. That shot originally goes wide here, and Yeezy is still stuttering. I'm not saying here, but you think for a side that is so used to having champions, so used to dealing with pressure, they would do much better in these key moments.
And you're absolutely right in saying that, but the chance that just went begging seconds ago could have been one that put them back in contention of this particular game, but Mega Man Colt doing a good job of keeping their game management on point, something we've mentioned very regularly during these playoff stages, and it seems that so many of these teams, when it matters the most, they forget how to control the pace of the game. I feel Mega Man Colt finally have regained that ability back.
Certainly so. And with the tickings up the seconds, let's go by. Psycho, I'll let you break the news for everybody who's just tuned in.
Well, we weren't entirely sure in what fashion it would be done before this series occurred, and we weren't entirely sure it would at all, but Megaman Colt have shown themselves to be the stronger of the two teams and have pushed it the distance into a bracket reset. But wait, there's more news than that. The teams have a choice right now. Do they stay? Do they keep on playing? Or do they decide to have a quick break and really think through what's been happening so far, Danny?
Well, certainly so, and I'm not going to waste much time for everybody on to this one. There has been a request by one of the two teams, I won't say which one it is, who's asked for the break. So I'm not going to sit here and give everybody analysis for the next possible 5 minutes. We're going to head over to the break, but stay tuned. The bracket reset will continue just shortly. And welcome back to the RSC. It's been quite literally one of those moments where you look at today and you're sort of going, this is going to be a very good day. And it has been. But if you've just tuned in to the grand final, you may have just gone, oh, that wasn't the grand final. That must have been, what, 6 seasons ago, 7 seasons ago. That couldn't have been the grand final. No, that was the grand final. Seiko did say to me that that got better at the end, so I'm going to ask you, in what form did it get better?
Well, towards the tail end of that previous series, we had hope, or I had hope, because Temple really did push their agenda towards the tail end of the series, and it was looking so miserable for them. And to recap on what just happened, Temple were trailing by 3 games and could barely register a goal on the board. I think we rejoiced in happiness when they eventually put one in, but that was all they gave us, and towards the tail ends they came back to it striking hard. And Danny, I am so heavily hoping they can replicate some of those joyous moments they had towards the tail end of that series.
Well, certainly so. We'll be getting game 1 of this bracket reset. We had one listening. Everybody in the RSC quite enjoyed that. I did say that grand final is probably one of the worst ones I've seen in a very long time. Let's hope for 7 potential games of outright brilliance so we can wash our minds out from what happened in the last 6.
Absolutely, and there's only one way to do that for these two teams, and that is to continue your best. And now that we have had a small break, these two teams have had time to reflect, and hopefully time to understand what they need to do to push themselves past the opposition.
Nice control. Just moves that one up forward. That's a decent blocker as well too. Teams had at least a little bit of time to rest. They've had a bit of time to warm up. But we might as well start at like game number 2 from the last set there.
Absolutely, and Cubby with a strong touch, it must be said, but there's so much open space on the back line from Temple, and something that I was noticing time and time again from them was how far forward their back line was and how they were structured, especially in that third man position, and absolutely lacking once again for Temple there as Yeezy off his own backboard tries to connect with a teammate who's currently stuck right back where they just conceded from, as Yeezy Panda catches a flip reset, but Eevee's going to take it off him smartly, and Kairu straight back to the opposite side.
Come on, Eevee right there. Easy, just moving right across here. Con needs to want to leave that one behind, and Colt could have maybe snipped the second one in there with the last second attempt there. And frankly, with no boost there was no vital block either, so just like that there, the ball transfers back into the Temple Blue, and you just thought there might have been a quick transition. There was, but in the wrong direction.
Absolutely so, as Eevee trying to make a transition themselves, trying to touch a ball central, beats Kairu Yeezy with a touch in completely the wrong direction, can't find Con as it's touched away by the defense. It's almost blasé from them. It was easy day at the office, as Con with a 50-50, and Yeezy doesn't opt to lunge a 50-50, saw the teammate in front and certainly didn't want a replication of the overcommits they've been so prone to so far.
I'll give a small compliment there, trying to feign each other, mind you, of the passing play. We didn't see that earlier, but too heavy, which has been a consistent issue, but mind you, that's been more arguably Colt's downfall on their strategy so far here at half-time. A 1-0 margin is actually somewhat a great improvement here for Temple. They need to be more consistent when pushing up here, when they have those opportunities, but throwing the ball away like that was their major downfall prior, and it continues to haunt them.
And how you use that possession is so vital, because you have so many options, unlimited options of what you can do with the ball. It's just how you work it past your opposition. And at the moment for Temple, they're struggling to come to terms with what needs to be done. Do they need to just play hit and hope the cracks will form? Do they need to be playing intertwining with one another with these infield passes that we just witnessed? All these questions, they need to be figured out.
And that's just been blocked away. Will it be a keeper? It's an own goal.
And it's a bad one at that. It's
Oh,
a
we're just
stinker.
own goals, are we?
It's as bad as it gets. There's two defenders in blue. Parks the bus in net. Neither of them had the confidence to get up early. So they waited for each other. And they looked at each other. And they thought, is this yours? Or am I going up? And Yeezy Panda, at the end of the day... Well, do I even need mention what happened, Danny?
Certainly not. And people said I was broken. Got mad. I think Seko may be just edging on the same wall that Humpty Dumpty originally got splattered on too there, but will there be a few cracks further in this defence here at Temple as they scarper all the way back? They've been demoed once, ball mind you still in possession there as Comp will follow up, will be beaten, and that's at least an open net temporarily with no boost. That's a difficult job to get done.
And Evie's going to try and cut through the orange wall, as it so desperately seems at the moment as a shot comes towards the net. 3 orange players lunging forwards, and there is a stark contrast in the way these two teams operate. This orange side know they can work for those aggressive plays because the cracks will form. Temple cannot afford that same respect, but Yeezy touching it over one, and Kairu bumped on the way out. Leaves a clean exit for Evie to strike.
37 seconds to strike when the iron is hot here. They've got themselves back within it. They failed in some sense here to mustered up enough to get a comeback really going. We have seen that earlier today based on the series that Psycho has been watching and arguably was casting over, and will dare not mention the past because right now in the future they've got to build from that experience and continue to develop. As that one just wide, caught mind you in the wrong position with 12 boots. He's just going to wheel at the ball here, but wheel nonetheless. That shot's wide here. Where is the follow-up? Where is the pass? That's not a pass. That was a shot, mind you. Gifted downfield, and it has to continue from that position. And again, Temple lost game 1.
And the question is, will that continue for them? Hopefully not, as Temple, well, it's not realistically speaking, but they scored 2 of the 3 goals, and they trailed by 1. They knew that could have been a game for the taking, and unfortunately for Temple, they couldn't recreate the form from the tail end of the previous series, and Mega Man Colt decided to do exactly what they've been doing all series long in that first series, which was just hit the ball long, and the cracks will form.
Certainly so, and at this point here, you can either adapt or die, effectively. You pick one of those options, and right now Temple lost their life. They have this bracket reset to show us what we're capable of and develop into a great play, but Colt in this red shade has put a mist on this pitch that has caused such a haze to play through. Temple needs to now play, in my opinion, a lot deeper, and when they are playing that way, have the second man on the upside of the pitch to close down that ball. What they're doing right now is not working at all. They need to change something because, frankly, they've had 7 games and it has not worked.
And I can only hope the advice that you gave this Temple side will actually be greeted by ears that listen on the side of Temple, but unfortunately we all know that is not the case. We have to hope that's worked out by themselves. And also alongside all of those defensive mishaps are those offensive scenes of desperation and misery, with blue players charging into the battlefield completely unawares of where their opponents are, just getting caught out at the wrong moments. Hopefully all will be rectified by this blue side.
There's Lobby right across here, and that's a double commit. We didn't want to see that coming through. The keeper be doing well. They get a save there, just responded in time. Tip to the side and back over. A nice 1-2-1 exit down, and Yeezy just tips it away. Wistful possession in such a key moment. They can take control of the pitch in that little segment as Lobby just tips it back around here.
And Evie strikes central, but Kairu just about there in time as he works down the field, beating 2. There's 1 defender left. Not a situation we like to see Temple in, as Yeezy Panda... It's a dangerous demo reach, actually, from Cubby, but he's managed to get the job done and dance around a second player. 1 more to go as Con opts for the demo, leaves it for the teammate. Kairu strikes to the upper 90, and it's just wide of the margin. Form dropping it back down, and Con taking some well-earned control on the back lines as Evie, a player which looks truly like the third man in this composition, has only touched it as far as the opposition. And as soon as Evie's out the play, who's behind them?
Well, Con was, and for some reason, decided to cut in, rotate by like half a semi of a circle there, and to join in the play. There was risk and reward cycle, we know it well enough, and that was not the time to even go for it.
Not at all, and there was no reward to be had whatsoever. Con just thinking that something's going to materialise out of thin air. And at this level, in this play-ins bracket, we are hoping these teams can rectify those sorts of mistakes. As Kairu gets a touch to the side, and it's a smart one. Yeezy getting an important demo as Form reaches out of the net and just pounds the last defender into a obliteration as a touch comes through from Form. Straight on target, saved away by Yeezy Panda.
Oh, I like that transition straight downfield. Wasn't necessarily a fan of it, but when it pays such a well-executed strategy for a quick counter, but this, mind you, is looking so punishing, so potent that Cult has been. It's almost near enough toxic. This landmass that they made on the other end of the pitch is unlivable right now.
That is a stupendous shot from an absolutely incredible player on form at the moment for this Megaman Cult side. And Cubby working his way, dancing his way around the opposition. It is such a beautiful finish as well. We've seen Cubby lunge for these resets all series long. Oh, that was a good shot.
At the moment, Evie may be the only one in that Temple roster with not much experience in grand finals. Cone, you could potentially maybe argue, but when you look at Yeezy, all three of them in that moment of time, is probably taunting them with a very simple, "Who are you? Who are you?" Well, nothing, because nobody's going to know and remember your name with a performance like this.
Maybe the chance will remember them, but for all the wrong reasons. And I'm sure there's plenty that you could be coming up with, Danny. Not a massive fan of football myself, but a fourth has rolled in. It looks so elementary on the back lines for Megaman Cole. Evie only danced as far as one, and honestly, this back line that you spoke of during the break is causing so much havoc for Temple. They need someone in a supportive position. They need someone deep, someone far back, and someone respectful of their own net.
Oh my dear Watson, how foolish are you?
Quite.
Moving on to the bulletin post here at the RSC. Don't forget the new RSCS admin is still possible to vote as well too. If you want to get involved in turn off the action from that point, feel free to get involved.
How's the weather, Danny?
Bleak, dark and miserable, so same as always.
Well, it's almost casting a shadow on this particular series, unfortunately. It looks pretty bleak, and
say it's a nightfall, really.
It is. Except there's no nightfall on the pitch, but it's an exact recreation from Megaman Cult, so I do see where you're coming from.
How are you?
I'm not bad. I've had better days. I think yesterday was a better day because we had two teams that were really throwing themselves into the equation come the end of that bracket reset, and I'm really hoping that this Temple side can, you know, fight back and give us a performance.
Just for the record as well too, there's a tweet out by another caster who was doing the American stuff, and two of them got fed up about goals going in. I couldn't care if there's 20 goals that moves in. When the game's dead, it's dead. Yeezy might have scored one. It's gone. It's dusted. I can tell you right now, Sosa's probably has that number 2 ready to stick into the column, because frankly, there's been no evidence of it. But bar that, nice to hear that your day's going well.
There's no point beating a dead horse, Danny. If you feed this Temple side with compliments, what's going to come from it? What is going to come from it? Because you know,
they might feel better. They might feel a bit of warmth. There's somebody there with a guiding shoulder. It's just a shame I'm not wrong for a supportive figure. Maybe you might be, Stegum.
Oh, not even close to it, unfortunately.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. When people think I'm ruthless, you're just worse. That may
you
be
see,
unfair,
there is. Well, it's might be a very steamy take, Danny, but in the back of my mind, sometimes I am thinking exactly the same thoughts as you so more confidently display. And right now for Temple, it's as miserable as it is for them, as it is for all of their fans back home. Is there a silver lining to that? Not really. Hopefully we can see a change. Again, for the 5th time.
Do you know what? Can I have a temporary administrative power to bring Archeon team to this one? I'm hearing no objections here based on this one, because frankly, the old man with his big slipper would have performed better. He would have been shuffling around with his old oxygen tank, breathing in and out, and sort of going, I could do well here tonight. And you know what? He could have, because right now we have former champions who hasn't shown up, who calls themselves Jose Mourinho. Well, like Jose, you're not in the top leagues anymore, are you? Ugh.
Not at all. Well, with that being the case as well too, Temple have so much work to do. And this isn't the first time we've been here, Danny. And I know it may not be a 3rd game into the series so far, but Temple need to do something to claw themselves back into the series.
Forfeit. Oh, sorry, you meant to get back into the game. My apologies, sorry.
Well, how do I add to that? Let's have a think. There's no silver lining once again. We need to get this game underway and see what this Temple side is worth. Don't you agree?
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Well, you're clearly not wanting to be in trouble, are you, Danny? There's a touch coming out the back from Mega Man Colt. Almost spells disaster early on. But at the moment, the defense is holding strong. And just to return and reflect on the manner in which Mega Man Colt have been able to show their prior domination, it's all been because of how structural they are playing, how well they are connecting with each other, not just in the offense, but in the defense as well, just to open up the space they need to get the job done. And on the side of Temple, throughout the series, their back line especially has been that factor which looks miserable on the receiving end from a viewer perspective, and they need to be cutting that, just that little, they need to be safer, Danny. They need to play smart, and so far in this game, they're showing that.
Well, hopefully it continues, as that shot was a bit hopeful to say the least. High it goes here, and Yeezy stuttering around here. Con drops back here, and Yeezy continuing, forced into another 50, no boost, so it means he will have to continue the ball, tipped away to the side, playing smarter, playing wiser. Are we somewhat seeing a difference, a form? I could maybe believe my eyes here for the last minute and a bit.
It's looked strong for Temple so far, as there's 2 players lunging in the offense. Yeezy Panda at the back lines is clearing forwards to Con, as Eevee in the right place at the right time to deal with that one, as Con reversing. Doesn't look good for him, but it doesn't look good for the back lines either. They potentially needed a miracle, and they might have found one here.
It's nice to know that Cult needs to require to shoot on their own target for Temple to have a chance.
Well, it's something the Top Gear crew may refer to as a blithering idiot. That last man. Ideology from Concon, throwing himself up at the back lines, certainly spelt disaster. As Form touches to the side, it's going to be pounced upon early from Form. Con dropping it back down, and this play truly menacing from Megamin Colt, and it was almost as if we could see it coming from a mile away.
Anyways, it's 1-1.
Sometimes you just need to take a moment to breathe, or perhaps several. And I almost lost my breath there, because you just have to keep your trap closed and hope nothing too bad is going to spill upon the team you're rooting for. As in the commentary booth, I think we both know who we're rooting for at the moment, and that is Temple to give us that special moment.
No,
and at the moment,
some people in production is thinking 4-0 sweep, 4-0 sweep. Let's get this bracket reset over. That's what some people are cheering for, and that's how rude some people can be, because Temple doesn't deserve us to watch this.
And you know what? Our observer may be cheering on the side of Megamin Colt, but for all the viewers back at Holt, where did that come from? At home. It's a very polar opposite affair. As Kairu is able to ping it off the back lines, and there's only one defender left. But it's absolutely easy pickings for the last defender as Con tries to work round Lobby, who's in an awkward position. There's 3 extended orange players in that right-hand side of the field, not one of them opting to choose to cover the net. And that's something that's come to haunt Temple more so than the team in question right now, and I'm wondering if any more of those cracks are going to be forming.
Hopefully they'll get a builder in short for it, and everybody will either bumped or slowed down to see how that pitfall would eventually go down as the pebbles unveiled itself. And Yeezy, he's put one in. Finally, at last, they know what the net looks like. They know how to score one by their own volition, and finally, they've got a lead too.
And it was a good way to do it as well, because Yeezy Panda, having just committed, was already in the perfect position on the field to receive a pass. All it needed was for that second following player to have the heads-up play, as it's often referred to find that player in the offensive area by the name of Yeezy. And it was such an easy goal for him to put away, as is this. Con, not sure how it's gone in, but he's added to his tally.
I'm stunned. Know how to score more than 2 goals a game.
Only by 1.
Yeah, but they haven't done it at all for the last of the entirety of the night, bar the 1 or 2 games they've won. So do you know what? This is an improvement.
It certainly is. And there's Evie, who's already pushed to the back lines, opening up a passing opportunity, and unfortunately the touchback central to Yeezy Panda wasn't strong enough to connect on that occasion. Yeezy and Con trying to connect once again, and these infield passes and these forward passes from Temple are working out for them. Megamin Colt almost stunned at the moment as Yeezy Panda once again trying to break away from his own defense, but the defense... What of it, Danny?
I love how you throw that to me. We all saw what happened. Even the post has decided to give up. Couldn't bother to defend that one, just let it in.
I really didn't think that the mental imagery of a depressed post would give me as much joy as you.
I've got googly eyes on my one.
Oh! Sorry to cut you short, Danny. That was a wonderful shot.
No, it wasn't.
That was a good shot. That is top bins. Con's on the back line. He's struggling. Yes, it is.
Do you want me to show you a diagram what top bins look like?
I imagine you'd put it slightly closer to the left and maybe a little bit up.
Yes, I would have where top bins would be.
Oh, it's so miserable for Temple right now. Words, they don't describe it.
They don't, that's why we have picture.
I was just going to bite my tongue and see what happened, just in case another goal went in that really fortuitously made its way. As Yeezy down the field to Evie, collides in midair. It's a very scrappy affair. Con needs to flick past one, has done exactly that and tries to beat Lubby, but it's a desperate lunge as Evie collects back in the corner, and Yeezy Panda has so much time to kill and needs to kill to remain secure, but doesn't opt for the 50-50. And Evie can only drop it back as far as Cubby as Concon stretches straight back to the opposite corner.
There's a quick shot, turned away around after additional minute. In this OT, that is, I would like to say, a pivotal game to win here, but I think any game for Temple is massive at this point in time. Here is Yeezy forced into it, Con, and that's a temporary pit moved into it, and that's a vital block too here, so everybody's just scrambling to their positions here in lobby. What will he do here? And arguably not a lot with that one.
Unfortunately not, but an infield pass comes through. It's just tipped up by Kairu. Very well done to get a touch on that one as Cubby reaching off the back lines, and we've seen Cubby's mechanical presence dominate throughout this series so far, and he wanted to put almost a nail in the coffin early on as Evie dropping it down to Form, who touches high after a loose 50-50 gone wild. Con trying to touch it over one and back to the corner for Kairu.
Still, mind you, both of these two sides are at least somewhat showing what this game would be heavily contested if there's, I like to say, meaning to the game here, and we have certainly got to that at the 3-1 where it was fought back for Cult, but there was no doubt if they were capable of that as Yeezy sits back down, Form trying to follow that loose ball effectively, not going to occur this time as Comp throws it back around, and that'll be a foolish ball to jump for, and somebody exactly done what we didn't want to see.
Absolutely, and Evie with an important dunk there. I know we're nearing the closing stages of this particular game, but to remind you of the position we're in right now, Megaman Colt have been completely dominating, so much so that often me and Danny haven't had the words to describe it. And right now, Temple are bringing their second resurgence, their second sort of spark of hope, which we began to see towards the tail end of the previous game as the spaces opened up. A loose demolition on the last defender, and it's a beautifully well-worked goal from Temple.
They've actually hit something that was moving, and it was a defender. They finally have done something. A miracles.
And you know what? It was a good goal at the end there for Temple, so much so that the opposition, Kairu, he's you know, poking at the chat at the moment, just asking for forgiveness at the moment. And Temple, they've got themselves back in contention early. It's a start, and it's better than what we saw from them previously.
I might be bold to say we have a game on, but I won't, because I don't believe that statement, Psycho. I still believe Colt's going to win this.
I have hope. There's some hope left in the tank for me. I just wanted to see one game early on from Temple that gets the ball rolling, because so far it's like they've been trying to push the Titanic. It doesn't work. It's not going to go anywhere.
You can't push it. It's at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, proving my point exactly there. It's a pretty hard thing to push. You'd have to really get a big old diving tank, and you know the pressure's got to be pretty strong down there. Speaking of pressure, I'll let you have this one, Danny.
Well, thank you very much, Psycho, for that wonderful image, and Celine Dion gargling down as the ship has been planted for the last I don't know what, 24, 25 years now based on the horrible film that was produced, but it was fine when it left Belfast when it was actually first built. But that was a different time there when Irish Labour was finally shown to be good. It was ruined on a different country here. Will Yeezy decide to step up to the mark and ruin Colt's performance here? That's what we wanted to see at some point. We haven't, other than that last game win from them there.
And Con just about sees it wide as a shot pushed through. Yeezy has so much space. It's early doors in this game, and that level of control, if they can get one goal in early, is something they can only aspire to achieve. As Evie off to the side, Yeezy Panda, perfect rotation back inside, no danger, and certainly the pace required as another shot comes through, just saved away by Cubby.
Yeezy really should have been in front at the keeper if you're going to try to play that type of shot, and that was a near enough a weak, limp, near enough pathetic attempt there, and Yeezy will scrap that one away through. Both had chances now in front of the net here at this 0-0. Not necessarily stagged at this one, much more ferocious, mind you. The both sides now playing with a little bit of pace, purpose at last here, and this should be a goal from here, and he's missed
it. He missed it, but he did do what needed to be done, and unfortunately for Yeezy Panda, eyes off the play. He was almost rotating to the side boost because he knew it was curtains for him. And you know what? I do think he could have got there. I do think if he had his eyes on the prize that entire time, maybe something could be done. But as you say, Dunny, if it's not done, it's not done. You can't be close. It either is or isn't. It's just a binary thing. And unfortunately for Temple, they have so much more work to do.
How's the diver going with the Titanic, by the way? Has it moved at least by 2 millimeters or anything more than that?
I'd say it's I'm trying to think if it's possible to have negative movement at the moment, because that seems to be where we're at.
It would be an earthquake, the suck you in whole and shut from that point onwards. That's what, frankly, Temple would wish to occur to them probably right now.
I mean, surely for Temple they have slightly more hope than we do. And that's a positive sign. If it's true, that is, as Yeezy, or Evie rather, drops it off to a teammate. Now it's Yeezy's turn to get involved. Cubby striking back downfield, but the opportunities, they seem so limp for Temple, but they are creating them. It's just a matter of putting the ball in the back of the net, perhaps.
Lobitus. And I'll repeat the sentence what I said last game ago. It's nice to see Colt able to score for their opposition once again. Temple really do need every bit of help they can get.
Absolutely, and as you say, not just once but twice that helping hand is required. And in the previous situation, when Temple were trailing, did an own goal of their own. It's actually 2-1 at the end of the day and could have been the difference maker. I wonder if for Cubby that will be something that haunts him. I'm going to err on the side of caution and say definitely not at the moment. But either way for Temple, they have that helping hand given to them. Now they need to work something for themselves, as Con on the side of the field can only drive backwards, but it's done well to gain some control, of which Yeezy Panda's done nothing with whatsoever as he drives down the field. He's got one defender left to beat. Will he opt for an infield pass? He does exactly that. Evie on the receiving end, no boost in the tank.
Just as you said that, there was 3 defenders by the time they came back into it, so it was so slow in terms of delivery. It needs to be much quicker, as Con will have that infield pass, and my word, that is a dreadful pass, woeful pass. That needs to go back into free play or a training pack as that one slips on in. A mistake resulting into a goal. There's just some things in this world that isn't just.
Yeah, and 2 players reaching on the side of Megaman Colt, neither of them able to really activate the pace required. Didn't put on the burners. Unfortunately for them, they left a very, very open net indeed. And Temple, they've found themselves back into this game, but they've struggled to push past a 2-goal margin. And they're struggling at the back the same as ever.
impressive body strength to keep the ball up as long as he did.
It's definitely arm day for him. Held it up high. Kept it going. He's been putting the work in training, that's for sure. But this isn't free play. This is the grand finals. This is the bracket reset in this competition. You don't want to be seeing that.
Tell us, Echo, what shall we be seeing? What would be the ideal final?
Well, if I had to delicately paint a picture for you all, it would be as simple as a Game 7. I am a huge fan of those, but at the moment, it seems so far away for Temple as a shot comes in to try and be the difference maker of my negative mindset at the moment. Con dropping it off to Evie, trying to find the backboard, but cut away by the defence.
Well, negative mindset and Psycho, I must be radioactive. A site that nobody wants to be at right now because Temple has been almost stuck into a pit of oblivion. That's the only way it could be described so far here. They've been chugging away here at this net with a few consecutive shots here. It's got higher and higher with nobody following up really to the point. Is that a ground pinch? Not delivered, mind you. So there's 10 seconds here to tie this particular game up with 3 apiece.
And it was so close to being converted as well. Unfortunately, Boost plaguing this Temple roster in the offense. They keep on driving, keep on pushing. Oh, they all extended forward for that last second play. But unfortunately for them, Mega Man Colt once again pushing through and coming victors in a game that arguably shouldn't have been theirs.
Should have been. And Psycho, we are for the second time tonight that Colt have found themselves with 3 game wins to their name. They're effectively 1 away from becoming champions. From a bracket reset for the second time we've seen this week alone. I'm not saying, but being from the upper brackets seem to be providing no advantage at all here.
Not whatsoever, and it is telling of their performance as well. I feel that Temple have lacked in most departments in this series, and the one thing that is keeping them going are those offensive flurries. Not often do we see that from them, but they do happen, and Mega Man Colt sometimes at the back, we're seeing them collapse as well, just as Temple do when they're conceding as regularly as they do.
Certainly so. When we've been left scratching, wondering when something will improve. Well, when speaking to one of the players from Temple and asking about all the football and the general conversation that was going on before even this point in time, said he supported Real. Well, funny enough, they won the Champions League quite recently. They beat Liverpool, but mind you, they might need a Liverpool-like performance, almost like Istanbul. They were 3-0 down. You're going to need the next 3 series wins to have a chance of a trophy. How about this 1-0 from a kick-off?
And that's one way to get it started and get the ball rolling, as Kairu can only go as far as Evie, who's in the perfect position, waiting and preparing to pounce. And for Temple, this could be a monumental goal in their overall series life, and they need to continue pushing forwards. They need to pour every ounce, every fibre of their being into the performance they're about to give, because that's the only way you make history, Danny.
Certainly so, and also helps when your opposition blunders as badly as that. You can just see here, Form's simple touch, and Cubby, no idea what to do. Could you blame them in that simple situation? 2-0, an absolute horrendous opening performance, and it's not Temple. I think everybody else is shocked as I am.
Absolutely, and it was a mirror image of that collapse we saw from Yeezy Panda on the backlines, talking about his bodybuilding strength, dribbling above his own crossbar, and thankfully for him, Mega Man Colt have done exactly the same on the opposing end, and for Temple, it offers them some hope. How long will that hope last?
Let everybody else have a go answering that question. I think everybody knows where I've positioned that current question. And you know what? Do you think Temple still have that belief, that idea that it's still theirs, or are they just going through the motions? Well, this one, mind you, wasn't necessarily on target to a great deal with threat attached to it.
Exactly, and that threat is what Temple need to give, that presence, which shows their opposition a reason to be fearful of their opposition. Because at the moment, for Megamin Colt, they recognise that all the mistakes that are being made are mistakes, and that all the conversions that Temple have placed have been of their own fruition, really. They need to be given a reason to fear their opposition.
Question is, who is going to be fearful? Because at this moment in time here, Easy has lost any of that aura, that sort of stature that looks in front of you. He may have scored the third one, but based on the performance we've seen, nobody in blue is that fear factor. Spicy against this Cult side in red here, because they've been outplaying them near enough in every segment of this game here. You talk about every fibre of their body too. They definitely need so, and this is the right way of going about it, but again, they cannot afford to drop it from here.
Not at all. They need to keep the ball rolling. As Cubby lunges towards the back defender, threatening that bump attempt. Kairu to the back lines. What we're looking from Temple, what we're staring at them for, is to try. As a pinch almost works its way into the near post. They need to try and consider all of the available options to cover at the back. They need to be thinking about how to position themselves to devoid the threats to come. And at the moment, this net well defended by one player on the backboard and one in the infield, just working that one out between them. As Kairu drops it central to Cubby, it's just going to let this one go and let the attack come straight back to haunt them.
It's a nice little pop right round here, but spare thoughts here for Cult themselves. They are on championship point effectively as well too. And that's a difficult thing to do, to get yourself over the line and win the trophy outright yourself. And their opposition here might be preying on that factor as well too, because they have not looked the same here. As that looks like goal number 4, that is the joint biggest margin that Temple's actually won by so far here, if it of course ends at this point. So maybe something is turning here, but Temple taking a very long time to get here.
And you know what? I'm beginning to think that this Megamin Cult side really don't know how to get a series finished. They're struggling at the final hurdle. All they need is one final game, and we saw it in the series prior. They were just throwing away all of the foundations that they had worked so hard to build in the opening 3 games of the first series, and it could have well come crumbling down given their performances after that.
There's going to be a lot of analysts on this base from the grand final itself and the bracket reset, what could have been here, and there's somewhat an accurate statement which gets used sometimes as a joke here in the playoffs. Is a good time for scouting to know what a player is truly like, how they perform under pressure. There is no bigger pressure in these moments here, and Yeezy, who has been here before numerous times, as many on this pitch who's been in these situations, one loss, and remembers the mystery, the horror when you do eventually get beaten. But will it be an embarrassment where they cannot come from? That's what Temple's trying to avoid here. Make the scoreline respectable at 4-1, 3-2 series if it ends. I think somewhat would be in that statement there.
I absolutely agree with you. As Con beats 2 diving orange players. And at the moment, really is a battle of 2 conundrums. Temple, they need to get the job done, not once, not twice. They need more than that. And for Megamin, all they need is a single game to push them through the door. Which of those is a harder situation to deal with? Very much dependent on the mental game of both of these 2 sides.
Certainly so. But I think to be fair to say here, it is 3-2 in this series. And we played effectively 2 sets of this game, and arguably Cult, don't think even arguably is even the right word. I think it's undefined at this point here that Cult is the outright dominant factor. They've shown everything that needs to become a champion other than just getting that last win on the board here. But Seiko, you said it yourself here, they can't get over the line, they can't perform well, they cannot get the final play across here. And do you know what, it's shocking, because frankly they have played exceptionally well, and when I address this as the worst final I've seen in a very long time, they were not part of the issue. Temple did not show up. They've got 2 wins on the board here, and they've slowly grown themselves back into the game here, and still I'm shocked by that factor.
Absolutely, and it's the fact that Temple, against all odds, have even got to where they are now. They looked down and out in terms of the way that they're playing, and have been for the past hour or so of gameplay. It looks so desperate for Temple, and yet here we are. We don't have one game on the board, and it's Temple, they've done enough to push themselves to where they are now, and they still haven't given us that 100%. Will they give it now?
Certainly so. What's Temple's upper life was ended here on this very map where the series started as well. We return for the 3rd time to see if Temple can rejuvenate their chances of winning, or will it just end into a pile of dust here? Has that one been moved to the backboard, and come just moving across here in form, wiggling around at the final third too. It's nice to see this one having a bit more pace, but it's an open wide net here. Have they spotted the demo? It has eventually been called through. 1-0 already.
And there's blood in the water, and the Sharks have well and truly come hunting Temple. They were caught unawares, and Evie following far too close in that second man position. Yeezy completely unawares himself as well on the opposite side of the court after his earlier commit. Just couldn't get back in time, and that could be the goal which gets Megaman through this series and through to become champions.
Nice little tip to the side. Has been pelted across here. Eve just needs to launch this down through. Nice bit of air control there. There's a reasonable bit off at the force of it. He's got that. Colin moves up and Yeezy scrapers away, but it's too much space in my opinion. Free shot at the net here. There was a second man throwing himself towards the ball, but even Lady Macbeth was able to get a touch. Not him this time.
And Yeezy Panda, I'm really hoping the contact is solid and it's an infield pass loosely to a teammate. As Evie now back to the corner has thrown possession back, but it's going to be recycled once again. A bump from Cubby opens up the space, and an important one at that, as Temple well and truly could have used that space to work with. As Yeezy pass across to Evie, and Evie with a fantastic touch is able to find the upper 90, and I doubt you're going to have any complaints with that.
Absolutely not, bar the keeper. Knew exactly what was going to be crossed there. Eve was just moving himself into the right position, fabulously struck. But you've got to know when you just see a pinpoint accuracy passing that you gotta close it down or read it. Did neither. And we now find ourselves poised quite nicely, mind you, at 1-1.
And who could blame the defender? Temple have given them absolutely nothing in the way of a threat for an hour straight. And finally, in perhaps their dying moments, they are showing some light as Yeezy Panda throws himself past the play and Cubby drives back, but Evie well positioned to deal with it. Catches a flip reset. Can there be something to come from it as a whiff comes out from Evie? No 50 found as Yeezy back in the corner pushes central, and hopefully this back line can stay solid.
Oh, that's not solid. That was very much gaseous there. Anything could have stepped through in that moment there as Yeezy's up. Nice little pop, nobody chasing down to it half-time, mind you. And very much this potential last game, and that's a strange decision at bang it right down, but Yeezy was potentially or could have been closed down on the same side of the play. Very much a smart demo here. Everything is teetering on a half of a mistake being presented here.
And if that demo didn't come through from Evie, you would have thought that would have been it. That would have been 2-1 and Megaman Colt finding their way through this series. Such an important defensive play. Oh, and a second almost comes through for Temple.
Yeezy moves across here, and that one's been shot right at net. Who wants it? Who wants to take the charge over? And it was Eve who decided to take it. That one. It's easy enough to drop into the position and not come and see that one slip through. But no butterfingers this time around. His form drops it into the middle. Con moves it back round here. He's up into the air, tips it to the left-hand side here of the red net. And just like that, we scarper all the way back to Temple.
And Evie with an important 50 once again, showing themselves to be the dominating defensive figure from this blue side, and it's always Evie at the back lines to do something important for this Temple roster, but they need more than defense. They need another goal. Will it be spawned from Miracle, or can they work themselves something again? There's Evie in the corner now, tips it over one, and Con racing forwards but beaten by two orange players committing at the same time, spelling a little bit of open space for Temple.
Which bit of space there was going to be crucial, and Yeezy closed it down there. Lubby had all to do there. That's a post and out here. Temple for the first time in a very long time getting the kits from the goal post, but not going in their favour that time around. Their Cult will be a bit fuming here. Yeezy, no steam from him this time around, just plants it as far as he can, and this one's being cut across here. The midfield line effectively being drawn further and further up Cup's half here, back into the middle, and Lubby just moving it to the side here. This is more like the upper side that we were semi-promised here by Temple, showing up in a dying few seconds. The problem is this too little or too late?
And it's an Evie masterclass working the ball downfield. An awful touch on the back line has given Yeezy the opportunity to shoot, and we need to hold our hands on our mouth, as that could have easily been a counter-attack for Megamin Colt. Just seen wide.
We've been here before, and we still remain here. Tread marks in the mud here, planted firmly, and unfortunately these trenches are not moving. Neither side wants to give an inch here. That shot goes originally wide here. Wide open net, and the biggest disaster in RSC history. Champion 3-time. He wanted respect. None shall be given.
And the Titans in Temple have fallen. And much to all of our surprise, Megamin Colt have delivered the performance of a lifetime, contrary to what we've seen. Yeezy Panda, the 3-time champion, falling at the fingertips of Megamin Colt. And you know what? We criticised Temple all series long, but Megamin Colt did what they needed to do to get that win under their grasp.
Certainly so, and it would be such a relief, such a moment where you quite literally, the tournament to somewhat was fairly open, but you just thought the moment Temple got that luxurious one touch over the victory, and frankly they could have been knocked down to the loser side of the bracket at one point here and had the face Cult to get into this stage. That there was a difference maker, and yet did they show up in this grand final? Not in the first set. They finally did, mind you, in the last 3 of this game, in particular, Psycho. And you know what? It's impressive. It was quite decent. But there's that bit that will nag at that side forever, because they know they should have done better. They have gone missing at that final.
Absolutely, and it's such a painful experience for Temple, I'm sure, so commiserations to them. They did put in a shift towards the tail end of not just the last series, but both of them. At the ends, in the dying seconds, I had hope. I had my heart pounding. I was staring at that Temple backline, and it looked solid. I was looking at their offensive opportunities, and they looked like they were being well worked. Temple really did get the ball rolling. Just too late, Danny.
Well, certainly so, and with everything that has occurred and what's going on right now, you just wonder what Temple is thinking in their sort of comms in that one moment in time here. But as much as I would like to maybe give a sympathy or shoulder on to that point here, I think it would be fair to say, Psycho, it would be interesting to see what our champions will have to say here based on that final, because you could maybe potentially say at one point it was easy for them. very much comfortably, I would argue at that point. You may have had hope, I had despair based on what I had to see, and by the sounds of it, I think we may have a few of our champions from the elite in the call here. And just to make absolutely sure, I believe we have the GM as well too. So Potter, welcome to the stream itself. First of all, how are you doing? And based on that, they're pretty much as silent as you could possibly get there.
Shall we rephrase the question? Do we have? Oh, hello. Who's this?
Hi, this is Potter. The guys are still trying to sort out VMix to get on the call.
Oh, well, Danny, I know you were looking for the first question, so why don't you go ahead?
No, you could take it tonight, Sego. It's your honours.
Okay. Feeling generous, are we? Well, Potter, massive congratulations for what you've achieved with this Mega Man Cult lineup. And you know what? Your bracket lineup wasn't easy. You had to do a massive run through the lower bracket. If I take a look right now, low round 1, 3-2 against Anarchy. Unfortunately, you may have put RK onto bed, but I'll forgive you on this occasion. Then 3-1 against Blizzard, 3-0 against Thanatos, 3-2 in an absolutely incredible series against Fearless Bravo, and then the performance you put on to get the bracket reset and get the job done. How does it feel?
As a GM, from the GM point of view, it doesn't get much better. The only thing better is doing it myself, but as we know from my previous track record, I'm not very good at winning finals. But I mean, Kairu and Cubby on the other hand, both of them have gone back-to-back. This is Kairu's second win in a row in Elite, and then Cubby winning Rival last season and now promoting up to Elite and doing the same here. Form after 5 seasons getting a trophy. I couldn't be prouder of these guys. I can't take full credit for the rosters. People know behind the scenes, Kairu, Cubby, Noxic, Fox all wanted the team. But what I can take credit for is drafting Form in the preseason and bringing him in. But all these guys, I couldn't be prouder from a GM point of view.
Well, certainly so, and impressive from that point, and we might as well ask, and I'm going to be bold and say at least my MVP of this grand final, and there might be a few arguments within this team itself on this one, but I would have to say arguably Form, you were my MVP. You done exceptionally well onto that one. Your GM says you're probably and I'll probably put a few words in his mouth here, probably the greatest pickup that could be possibly for this tier here. What can you say in this type of matchup? Because based on the first best of 7 possibility, you absolutely destroyed a 3-time champion and made them look arguably like prospects.
You know what? No words. That's it. No words. I've generally got no words. I'm just happy, to be honest. 5 seasons I got playoffs in a row and I've finally got a win, so that's all I care about.
And that's all you need. I mean, 5 seasons, you say. That's a long time to spend just staring at that virtual trophy and imagining your name engraved on it. And congratulations to you. But there's another player in this call that I wanted to have a word with particularly, and that's Cubby. So if you are there, hello to you.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thank you. And yourself?
I'm doing absolutely great. And you know what? I truly was impressed by that offensive powerhouse performances that you showed us today. All of those mechanical solo plays and those individual bits of prowess to get your team out of defense onto offense, all of those transitional plays I was a huge fan of. For you, is there anything particular that you think in this team has led you to the successes that you have above all else, above all the other teams in the competition?
Big up Form.
He did the most.
Form's,
Doing the most.
He's Form really, and he's done the most.
He's done the most.
He has. Can't not shout out Kyra as well. You know, he was all right, wasn't too bad. No, he was very good. I had very good teammates to, back up my whiffs. So we're all good.
I think it'd be fair to give Caro a chance to potentially respond there, because you had a reasonably better performance, I think, that your teammate Cubby's giving you credit for, because you had some sizzling shots there, reasonable positioning to actually get those goals into it and you say, take it on. What does this team do for you? How does the atmosphere feel in a successful team for the second time round? And I'll throw this as another question to you as well. Which of your 2 wins between your 2 teams was better? This one or the last one?
Oh no. Oof. I'd say I had to say this one. I think just because like it was so I mean, the last one was unexpected, but like this one was even more unexpected. Like literally, me and Form before we were both like, oh, I'm just trying to get this over and done with, so I can get off Rocket League, you know. and then we just kept winning, and we were like, oh, we've got to play again. Oh. And like I don't know, like I think it's not like we didn't think we'd win, but I think after the Blizzard series, because like Blizzard have been like at the top the whole season. Like after that, we knew that we could go all the way. But like I don't know, I can't remember the last time I saw a bracket reset win in Elite even. I don't know. But I'd say this one just because it came out of nowhere and low bracket all the way. It's a long day.
I think you heard it here first. The key to success is your desire to stop playing and come off Rocket League. Thanks for that wonderful piece of insight.
Yeah, bro, it's the meta.
I don't think I've heard the... I think we've just heard the best argument of why we should not play the game there, potentially, and get better at it. But before we do let you go, we'll start with Potter. Is there any shout-outs or anything that you want to say here before we say goodbye to you all?
Gotta shout out Hunter Sam. He's done a lot with Kyrie to get this roster all together. Sam, my AGM for Waifu Fan Club, has done a lot throughout the season, and I don't think we'd be where we are if it wasn't for him as well. I mean, Octofox, probably not in the interview, but did put a shift throughout the season where we did pick up Kara and Cubby. But I mean, the rest of it just goes to these guys behind the scenes. They've put in a lot of work, I hope, and it's kind of paid off. They've showed up on the day. They've done the maddest fucking lower bracket run. And honestly, as well, Temple, commiserations to them, but all congratulations to these guys.
Wait, can I shout out some people, please? I promise.
Yes, go ahead. This is your spot.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, so Con, who's playing for Temple, me and him are good friends. He's from the same city as me, and we were saying it's because we're both from Sheffield. We were saying it's the Chef Derby. So shout out him. He's been he was actually on Mega Man Cult a few seasons ago. He's been, me and him have been chilling out while everyone else is fighting. But and also shout out my boy Otis. I know he's watching. I told him to watch. Big Gold 3 player. Who else? Big up Sato as well for letting me leave Blaze Swiss at the start of the season. He was like more than willing to help me out. Also, Form and Artie Fox respectively each like Form stepped up, did what he needed to do.
He did the most.
Artie Fox was more than willing to let Form play. He had no problems with it. He was fully supportive of it. So big shout out to him. Have I missed anyone? Probably.
Yeah.
Sam.
You missed Hanson. Hanson, shout out.
Oh, no, he didn't believe in me, bro. Forget that guy.
Yo, can I shout out Buddha? He sent me like the most emotional message of all time. I've done. Shout out Buddha.
Can you tell us what that emotional message is, or is it best off?
There's a.
Oh no, not Form's.
It's very explicit, I can say.
All right, we'll leave it there. But thank you very much, all of yous on that one. But Psycho, it's great to hear from our elite champions there, and what a bit of insight we heard from them too. Because quite literally, not playing the game might make you better. Obviously, some of us should maybe take that advice, mostly myself. But Psycho, is there anything that we need to say based on what we've seen tonight?
I mean, from me, the players completely wrapped it up for us, to be honest. They showed us all those positive emotions that can only happen when you do put in a couple hours. Not too many, mind you. You can't be playing it for too long, because eventually you'll want to stop. But these players, it's clear to me that they have worked their heart out for what's come to them.
Well, certainly so, and to all the players in the division, they have worked hard to get to this stage, even in the league play. It's difficult enough here. We've seen dedication to the craft and unfold it there. You just do not give up, and Cult is certainly an evidence of that as well. We have been saying about the admin vote as well too. Just a huge thank you to everybody who's been participating in that, and the RSC's B stream, the crew as well on the main channel. But from all of us here, that is basically us wrapping up. We do have the Masters and the Premiership still left to go though, but that's basically next week. But don't forget, on Monday we do have the podcast coming around. Stay tuned, because there'll be a few interesting pieces from there as well too. But it's good night from all of us.
Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Wake up to a track, now they proud of me. Everyone in high school doubted me. Woke up to a text, said they proud of me. Wake up to a text, said they proud of me. Said they proud of me. Should've never ever doubted me. Now I'm living drop top fantasies. Dressing for this life, yeah, it's meant to be. Got you feeling stuck in that rut